Hi everyone, please subscribe to my channel. Blood Immortal. See playlist for other chapters and novels. Join now our Telegram channel now and enjoy exclusive early access. t.me/blood_immortal_official. I do not translate the novels. Credits goes to original translator and author of the novel. I only make it as an audiobook so it would be easier to just listen while doing other things. Credits goes to the author of the novel. I convert stories to audiobook for mental health, for multitasking purpose, for accessibility and time saving. Listening to audiobook is also beneficial for people who have disability. It improves our listening skills and improve our English comprehension, vocabulary and other things. So, thank you for listening. Thank you and thank you very much for your support. Chapter 521 Artistic Conception. All the warriors onlookers showed extremely painful expressions under this power. They suddenly felt that it was difficult to even breathe, as if there was a big mountain pressing on top of their heads, making their knees weak and the urge to fall to the ground. Only old demon grinned, his eyes glowing, his face full of enjoyment and joy. Such a violent and evil breath is exactly the power he desires. Hurry up, stay away from those black chi. How is it possible? How can this little boy use such a powerful force? Am I wrong? The warriors in Yang Zhao's mansion shouted one after another, their eyes filled with disbelief and fear, and they avoided them again and again, for fear of being eroded by those black energies. An earth-shattering power fluctuation suddenly burst out from the body of He Zhao. In its open mouth, a black vortex appeared. The vortex swirled, producing an unparalleled powerful suction, pulling Yang Zhao, and the blood servant beside him. Under the influence of this power, Yang Zhao had almost no strength to resist. If it wasn't for the guard of blood, he would have been sucked into Zhao's mouth and shattered to pieces. With a pale face, Yang Zhao realized for the first time that the strength gap between himself and Lao Ju was so huge. It is like the distance between the sky and the earth. I am afraid that if I work hard all my life, it is impossible to catch up with the pace of the old nine. With this thought all his life, Yang Zhao suddenly lost all his thoughts, and suddenly felt that the struggle to resist, the battle for the succession, the master of the Yang family was meaningless. Second young master. The blood servant snorted beside his ear. Yang Zhao seemed to have had an electric shock, his smart, absent-minded eyes regained a hint of clarity. Don't be affected by this breath. Blood servant reminded in a deep voice. Yang Zhao was sweating like a pulp in an instant, and nodded quickly. He is not a man who gives up easily. The reason why he had such negative thoughts just now was purely because he was affected by Yang Kai's strange power. After being awakened by the blood servant, he also kept his mind and did not want to be affected by the artistic conception mixed with Yang Kai's power. Yushan. Yang Kai also roared. Tang Yushan, who was trembling with another blood servant who was following Yang Zhao in the sky, smiled at his opponent. The pure and huge spiritual power suddenly burst out from his mind, and charged towards Yang Zhao invisibly. The 9th floor of the Immortal Ascension boundary. The blood servant who was facing off against Tang Yuxian's eyes lit up and exclaimed. Yeah, you saw it out. Tang Yushan chuckled, I wanted to hide it for a while. How is that possible? The blood servant looked at Tang Yushan up and down, as if he wanted to get to know her again. How could you be promoted to the 9th floor of the Immortal Ascension boundary so quickly? The blood servants are close to each other like brothers and sisters, and they all know the bottom line. What level Tang Yushan is, her opponent is naturally clear, and she also knows when she should be promoted to the 9th floor of the Immortal Ascension boundary. But now, the sudden burst of divine power made him realize that Tang Yushan had actually been promoted. How did you do it? The man asked eagerly. Originally, his aptitude and level were almost the same as those of Tang Yushan, but now that a woman has walked in front of him, he was naturally happy and anxious. I am happy because another brother and sister in the blood servant hall has been promoted, and I am anxious that I fall behind her. I won't tell you. Tang Yushan smiled. The man slowly shook his head and said with a wry smile, Yushan, it seems that you are following the young master, and even your mentality has become a lot younger, but you were not so naughty before. Tang Yuxian's face sank, and she said coldly, What do you mean? You mean I was the youngest? The man suddenly realized that he had touched Tang Yuxian's taboo, and quickly waved his hand. Yushan, I didn't say that. HMPH. I didn't want you to look good, and now I'm going to teach you a lesson. Tang Yushan, annoyed, shot her opponent mercilessly and complained. Although there is only a first-order gap, it is this rank that enables Tang Yushan to have the strength to surpass his opponents. And in the battle with him, Tang Yushan can continue to release his soul skills to assist Yang Kai. With Tang Yuxian's assistance, the situation on Yang Kai's side became more and more calm. Little young master, I'm offended. The blood servant who was guarding Yang Zhao suddenly shouted, and while speaking, he immediately let go of Yang Zhao's body reel and the true essence running, and strands of green beams escaped from his body reel, forming a huge beam of light, rushing towards Yang Kai fiercely. Ka! Before the beam of light approached Yang Kai, he stretched out a finger, and a black energy rushed out, intercepted in midair, and scattered directly. The attack condensed by Yang family blood servant, even if it is not a full shot, is very terrifying and it can't stop Yang Kai's attack. Everyone was shocked, and they really didn't know how powerful Yang Kai was at the moment. On the contrary, it was Yang Kai, although the power of qi and blood was extremely strong, his brows were tightly locked. A head-to-head confrontation with the blood servant made him realize that it was impossible to defeat the opponent. The Yang family blood servant did not have a false reputation. Even if he was already in a demon at the moment, and with the assistance of Tang Yuxian's divine soul skill, it was impossible to defeat him. In other words, if he hadn't wanted to protect Yang Zhao, he might have been defeated. Fighting alone, he is not yet the opponent of blood servant. His mind turned sharply, all kinds of thoughts flashed in his mind. Yang Kai snorted coldly, the black flood dragon and all the evil energies returned, wrapping him around. With a flick of his wrist, a small sword flashing brightly appeared in the palm of his hand. This is that heavenly top-grade divine soul treasure. Since refining it until now, Yang Kai still feels that he has not been able to fully integrate with it. But at this moment, in order to kill Shang Chu and Nan Sheng, Yang Kai had to use it. Looking behind Yang Zhao from a distance, Yang Kai saw Shang Chu and Nan Sheng who were hiding in the crowd, poking their heads and looking at them with hatred and hatred. I said, no one can protect you today, you will surely die. Standing still, Yang Kai snorted, his eyes bursting with a chill like a blade. Shang Chu and Nan Sheng trembled, suddenly feeling uneasy, and subconsciously wanted to step back and find someone who could protect them. It is a pity that all the masters of the Shang family and the Nan family have been killed by Yang Kai on the way to kill, and only the two remaining Immortal Ascension boundary peaks in Yingzhou have not returned after the battle. After searching for a long time, they couldn't find a strong man they could rely on. Facing Yang Kai's icy gaze and low drink, the two of them couldn't help but feel bad. Yang Kai's performance was beyond their expectations. They did not expect that Yang Kai would actually dare to hunt down and kill Yang Zhao's mansion, and he would make a big deal here. A tough stance that never stops. We are the heirs of a first-class family, Yang Kai, if you dare to kill us, you will definitely regret it. Nan Sheng couldn't help screaming in panic, hysterical. Yang Kai slowly shook his head and said coldly, I don't care if you are the heirs of the first-class family, if you are the one who injured me in a head-on battle, then I have nothing to say, but you dare to move while I am not prepared. There will be a price to be paid for the trifling hands and feet. After speaking, he suddenly closed his eyes. Zheng. A crisp and pleasant sound came from the small sword in his hand, and it seemed that someone was flicking it. A strange aura spread from Yang Kai. Hurry up and stop him. Yang Zhao saw that something was wrong, he hurriedly shouted, and at the same time sacrificed his own mysterious treasure. It was a golden, ring-shaped secret treasure, and it was also his trophy in the treasure hunt at Pojing Lake. He frantically poured true essence into the ring, and Yang Zhao smashed it out. The ring was suddenly divided into two, 2 into 4, and 4 into 8. In the blink of an eye, a golden circle covered the sky and covered the ground, covering Yang Kai. Zhaolong roared, swaying, and guarding Yang Kai with his huge body, wrapping it tightly. Blood maniac, Tang Yushan didn't know when he rushed down from the sky, an unimaginable force erupted from his delicate body, and he stood in front of Yang Kai alone. The two blood servants who followed Yang Zhao also rushed up. The violent attack hit Tang Yushan. The scene was chaotic. However, Yang Kai's heart is still like water, the noise, the sound of battle, the sound of violent power blasting away, the whole person seems to be standing on a calm lake. Tick, there was a throbbing in my heart, and I don't know why, the power of my own divine consciousness and the divine soul's secret treasure in the shape of a small sword reached an unprecedented fit at this moment. Yang Kai seems to have integrated himself into the small sword. The small sword turned into a stream of light, and it shot out from Yang Kai's hand at a speed that could not be seen by the naked eye and could not be captured by divine consciousness. Consciousness resting in the small sword, Yang Kai saw Tang Yushan, who was fighting the two blood servants of the 8th level Immortal Ascension boundary after the tyrant blood mad technique, was dripping with sweat and did not flinch. Seeing the black flood dragon guarding beside him, he was severely bruised by Yang Zhao's mysterious treasure, and the black chi rolled around. I saw the unbelievable expressions of the onlookers, open mouths. He even saw Chu Yimeng's own figure in his eyes, and the worry in those beautiful eyes. He even saw Yang Wei and Lu Qingyao with a solemn look at the window in a tea house a few hundred feet away. At this moment, time seems to be slowed down. Yang Kai's thinking is 10 million times clearer than before, and everything can be imprinted in his mind. A mysterious feeling arises from the bottom of my heart. This is a feeling that I have never had before. Under this feeling, Yang Kai experienced an unprecedented hearty feeling. Boom-a. It seemed that a layer of restraint in his mind had been broken, which suddenly made his whole body light, and in vain gave birth to a kind of comfort in which the sea was wide and the fish leapt in the sky and allowed the birds to fly. The speed of the divine soul's secret treasure in the shape of a small sword is 1 point faster. In the sky, the dark clouds that covered the entire battle city suddenly condensed at this moment, becoming heavier and more depressing than before. Yang Kai was already immersed in the mood of ecstasy and locked his target on Nanshang. To be continued. This text is provided by the Breaking Dawn update group at fan.la. If you like this work, you are welcome to a unknown currency first release a cent to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 522 Destruction or Baptism. Chapter 522 Destruction, or Baptism. As if realizing something, Nansheng immediately became frightened, and shouted loudly, "Save me, save me." He was calling for Yang Zhao for help. Yang Zhao heard it, but unfortunately he didn't do anything. In the face of Yang Kai's extraordinary strength, he has used all the means he can use, but he can only break through some of the defenses of the Black Flood Dragon, and he can't even touch Yang Kai's body. Reach out. Even if he had the spare energy, he didn't have time to react. The next moment, Nan Shengru was pinched by an invisible big hand, and the heart-piercing shouts suddenly stopped. Standing not far from him, Shang Chu looked at him in astonishment, his eyes trembling violently. He found that his big brother Nan's eyes were lost, and his vitality quickly dissipated. A beam of Wagwang burst out from Nansheng's head, returned to Yang Kai's hand, and turned into the small sword again. Nansheng fell down on his back, his eyes were round, and he looked like he couldn't rest. Everyone remains unchanged. In the field, except for a few powerful immortal ascension boundaries, no one could see exactly when this little sword attacked. Even the powerhouses who saw a hint of mystery frowned and were secretly shocked. They didn't know if Yang Kai could use this divine soul treasure to deal with them, whether they would be able to stop them. Divine soul secret treasure is different from ordinary secret treasures. It is a secret treasure motivated by divine consciousness, which only damages the divine soul in the sea of AA consciousness. The power it can exert is directly linked to the strength of the martial artist's spiritual power. The stronger the power of divine consciousness, the greater the effect it can exert, and vice versa. Although this small sword is of the top grade of heaven and the grade is not low, if it is not motivated by a huge spiritual sense, it will not be able to play its due role. After seeing such a blow, the two blood servants who were fighting with Tang Yushan no longer dared to hesitate, and they stepped back and guarded Yang Zhao. They are afraid that Yang Kai will kill and make a big deal. If they use this trick to deal with second young master, the matter will be big. Tang Yushan did not pursue her, gasping slightly, standing in front of Yang Kai alone. The Black Flood Dragon coiled around, standing upright with a body more than 10 meters long, its huge triangular head and slender eyes staring at Shang Chu in the crowd, flickering with cold light. Nansheng died suddenly, and Shang Chu was so frightened that he was so scared that he knew that Yang Kai really had the ability to kill him under the protection of Yang Zhao. I was extremely terrified, and looked at Yang Kai in fear and awe, wondering if the next moment would be his death. Deliberately looking for a strong person who can protect him, but looking left and right, everyone is far away from him, with a look of jealousy on his face. Many of these people used to call Shang Chu and Nansheng brothers and sisters, drink and have fun together, and talk about the future, but now, they are avoiding Chu, for fear of being implicated by him, thus causing them to be targeted by Yang Kai and die. Do not understand. Humanity is sophistication, like a person drinking water, knowing whether it is cold or warm. Shang Chu suddenly felt a little disheartened and became cynical. He couldn't help but become extremely ferocious, and sneered at those who avoided him far away. Yang Kai slowly opened his eyes, squeezed the small sword in his hand, his brows were tightly locked, his true essence was fluctuating, and his energy was tumbling. Rumbling. There was a muffled sound of thunder in the sky, like the sound of a mighty war drum from the depths of the earth, making everyone's eardrums tremble and their hearts beating violently. The storm surged, and the dark clouds covering the entire war city became thicker and thicker. Gradually, the war city was completely plunged into darkness, without a trace of light. In the darkness where the 5 fingers could not be seen, no one knew what was going on. All the onlookers were whispering, looking at the dark clouds gathering in the sky. They couldn't help but feel impatient and anxious. Somewhere, Meng Wuya, who had been watching the situation with his hands on his back, suddenly lit up, staring at Yang Kai, who was standing still, with a look of anticipation on his face. Master, Master, Sha Ningqiang panted, and ran out of the mansion at some point. Meng Wuya glanced at her, stretched out her finger and snorted. Sha Ningqiang couldn't help shrinking her neck and asked softly, Master, what's wrong with junior brother? I don't know, it looks like he's going crazy, but he's sober. This bastard doesn't know what happened. It's really worrying. Meng Wuya looked depressed. Since he came to War City, he has helped Yang Yang. I wiped my butt many times. Although he kept telling Yang Kai that he would not interfere in anything in the battle for the inheritance, but when Yang Kai faced some difficulties, he still had to help. Then is he okay now? Sha Ningqiang asked anxiously with worry in her beautiful eyes. It should be fine. Meng Wuya shook his head slowly, looking strange. Not only is he fine, but looking at him like this, he seems to have the feeling of breaking through. Breakthrough, Sha Ningqiang exclaimed, covering her mouth, looking up at the thick dark clouds in the sky, feeling the power of destruction contained in the clouds. She couldn't help but lose her looks and suddenly realized, Master, you mean, this is the vision brought about by the breakthrough of the younger brother? It should be. Meng Wuya was also shocked. No martial artist has ever made such a big movement when breaking through to the immortal ascension boundary. The power of the heavens and the earth contained in the clouds is not something that a martial artist of the immortal ascension boundary can bear, and even if he is at the moment, he may not be able to take it. Can junior brother withstand such a baptism? Sha Ningqiang panicked. Every time the warriors break through a great realm, they will cause some changes between the heavens and the earth, pulling the spiritual energy of the nearby heaven and earth to baptize their bodies. In the process of baptism, warriors can absorb the spiritual energy of the world and strengthen themselves. However, each martial artist has different qualifications and different physical qualities, so in the process of baptism, the benefits that can be obtained are also different. The better the aptitude and the better the physical quality, the greater the benefits will naturally be. When Sha Ningqiang was promoted to the immortal ascension boundary, she also went through this level, but at that time, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth she had drawn was not even 1/10 of what it is now. Such power of heaven and earth can no longer be called baptism, but destruction. Look at his good fortune, Meng Wuya said solemnly, and there was a hint of worry between his brows, not to mention his precious apprentice's deep love for that bastard boy. If something happened, his precious apprentice I will definitely be sad. I think that bastard is actually quite pleasing to the eye, and I don't want him to die early due to some accidents. This kid is an alien species that can break through the constraints of this world and reach a higher level. Meng Wuya really wanted to see how far he could grow. How can you break through at such a critical moment? Sha Ningqiang was about to cry. There was clearly still a fight. Yang Kai wanted to break through and endure the baptism of the power of heaven and earth. If he was disturbed, the consequences would be absolutely unimaginable. It may be that I realized some secrets during the battle. Meng Wuya sighed. Chance is something that can't be met. Yang Kai will be able to break his own shackles at this critical juncture. It is also a blessing. If you can't go back, you can only go with the flow. After a pause, Meng Wuya said again, don't worry, when it's really going to be dangerous, this old man won't sit idly by. Sha Ningqiang nodded lightly, looking over there with a pair of beautiful eyes. Although there is no light in the battle city, there are still some things that can be seen by the powerful warriors. Over there, Yang Zhao also woke up suddenly, looked at Yang Kai strangely, and asked in a trembling voice, Old Jew, are you going to break through? Yang Kai looked up at him, took a deep breath, and nodded solemnly. Tang Yushanshen was shocked, and suddenly became a little uneasy. Yang Zhao laughed, his smile was bitter, his fists clenched tightly, and he gritted his teeth. Do you think the second brother will let you break through and make you stronger? I didn't think so. Yang Kai shook his head. Second brother wants to block, even if you come to block it, as long as you can bear the price. Yang Zhao's face turned cold, his eyes were full of fear and hesitation. He could not make up his mind whether to go to war with Yang Kai here. Just relying on himself and the 2 blood servants can no longer stop Yang Kai. At this moment, he is already so terrifying. Once he breaks through to the immortal ascension realm, he will only become more powerful. At that time, he may never be able to catch up with him. Right now is a great opportunity. If he doesn't give it a shot, Yang Zhao feels that he may regret it for the rest of his life. Rumbling. The sound of muffled thunder came again, and Yang Kai's face changed slightly, becoming a little painful. Above the head, the tumbling black cloud slowly spun and turned into a huge vortex. From the vortex, there was an irresistible suction force that sucked Yang Kai's body upwards. Violent, destructive, cruel, bloodthirsty, and evil aura burst out from his body with Yang Kai's rise, filling the entire battle city. It seems that this city has become an Asura purgatory-like existence in an instant. Of the tens of thousands of people in the war city, about 60% of them suddenly had their heart beat faster at this moment, the evil hidden in their bodies moved stupidly, and their feelings were affected. After a while, Yang Kai stopped at a height of several dozen feet and stood still. The swirling black cloud turned faster and faster. Suddenly, a jet black energy slammed into Yang Kai from the air strike. A muffled hum came, and Yang Kai's body seemed to have turned into a bottomless pit, and in just a few breaths, the energy of this violent destruction was swallowed up. Yang Zhao suddenly changed. He didn't expect Yang Kai to deal with it so easily, and the hesitant expression suddenly firmed up a lot. Shang Chu's shout came over. Second young master, don't miss this opportunity and don't come again. Nansheng died in front of him. He was worried that he would follow in Nansheng's footsteps, but he didn't want Yang Kai to break through at this critical moment, and he suddenly saw a chance of life, so he was naturally eager for Yang Zhao to order an attack. Yang Kai is immortal, he will die sooner or later, that is a man who can speak and do it. Moreover, Yang Kai, who is breaking through, may not have enough energy to deal with him. Seeing this clearly, Shang Chu naturally encouraged him loudly. To be continued. Chapter 523. I'm guilty. I uploaded the chapter, but I forgot to post it. It was purely an accident. Fortunately, I came over to read it. Chu Yimeng and the others suddenly showed nervous expressions, and they all saw that Yang Zhao was about to move. Moreover, under the influence of the evil energy in Yang Kai's body, it is difficult for Yang Zhao to correct his mentality and properly handle the current situation. He was also affected. He is also a disciple of the Yang family, and he is the second child of the younger generation. At this moment, his own achievements are far less than Yang Kai's, and he can't help but feel envious and jealous. This negative emotion was amplified, and Yang Zhao's eyes were a little red. Second son, if you keep breaking, you will suffer from chaos. Shang Chu coldly drank, striking while the iron was hot. Yang Zhao finally made up his mind, nodded heavily, waved his hands towards the sky, and said coldly, stop him at all costs. The two blood servants beside Yang Zhao were stunned, and they all showed a bit of embarrassment. As one of them said before, everyone in the blood servant hall is very grateful to Yang Kai, but at this moment, Yang Zhao ordered them to prevent Yang Kai from being promoted, and they suddenly didn't know what to do. Yang Kai is now at a very critical juncture. If he is really disturbed and fails during the promotion process, it is very likely that he will die and his soul will disappear. Even if such a bad result does not occur, he may stop at the end of his career. The 9th floor of the True Yuan realm. How could the two blood servants bear such a vicious hand? I can't help but feel some resentment. But Yang Zhao was still their master in the end, the son they followed, and he had to move when he heard the order. When the old man doesn't exist. Old demon Jia smiled strangely, watching the play next to him and seeing now, old demon was already boiling with blood and murderous intent, and at this moment, seeing Yang Zhao giving such an order recklessly, he immediately gave a cold drink. Together with Tang Yushan, they stopped the two blood servants. Yang Zhao, you are insane. Chu Yimeng was also angry, and with a coquettish cry, she led everyone in the house to the sky, surrounded Yang Kai in groups, vowing to protect his safety. Whoever dares to block, whoever will die. Yang Zhao gave the order to attack the warriors in his house with a grim expression. After the evil in his heart was magnified, Yang Zhao was already unscrupulous. At the back of the crowd, Shang Chu grinned sinisterly and looked at Yang Kai, who seemed unable to move in the sky and could only accept the baptism of heaven and earth energy, his face surging with joy. Yang Kai glanced at him coldly, and said lightly, Nansheng is dead, you can't run today. Shang Chu couldn't help but take a few steps back, but then he stabilized his pace again, and roared inwardly, Yang Kai, don't scare me, let's go through the difficulties before you first. The warriors on both sides had already fought. Old Demon and Tang Yushan joined forces, not only resisting the two blood servants beside Yang Zhao, but also containing more than a dozen masters of the Immortal Ascension realm in his house. Although Chu Yimeng and the others were small in number, they could gather around Yang Kai to watch and help each other. For a while, they wouldn't be able to break through the defense of various secret treasures and martial skills, and the lights of the pitch-black battle city were brightly illuminated. The violent energy is reckless, and the offensive and defensive battle starts instantly. Inside the tea house, Yang Wei shook his head sadly. The second child has done too much. Lu Qingyao also nodded lightly. Although the battle for the succession can be done by any means, but now is the most critical moment for Yang Kai. If there is any accident, it will affect the whole life. While speaking, Yang Wei slowly stood up and threw away his disguise, revealing his original appearance. Are you going to make a move? Lu Qingyao squinted at him and asked lightly. Yang Wei nodded. As the eldest son of the Yang family, take action. After he finished speaking, he swayed and rushed towards the battlefield with the blood servant beside him. Lu Qingyao was stunned and suddenly laughed. Young master is really a gentleman. Yang Wei was saying that he acted as the young master of the Yang family, not as the young master of the battle for succession, which meant that this action only represented himself. He can completely mobilize the troops and horses in the mansion and take the opportunity to attack Yang Kai's mansion or join forces with the warriors of Yang Kai's mansion to attack Yang Zhao. But he didn't do that. Obviously he didn't want to take advantage of others' danger and deserve Lu Qingyao's praise. After a while, Yang Wei arrived at Yang Kai's side. When he saw him appearing here, Chu Yimeng was extremely vigilant and coldly shouted, "Why are you here?" Yang Wei saw her suspicions and fears, and didn't answer. He just nodded lightly at the blood servant beside him. The blood servant on the 8th floor of the Immortal Ascension boundary immediately bent down and rushed down into the chaotic battlefield. Chu Yimeng couldn't help but look slightly hazy, and said slightly red, "Thank you for your help." Yang Wei took the lead lightly, without any intention of taking credit. This scene was also caught in Yang Kai's eyes, and he couldn't help but feel a little warm in his heart, nodded to the big brother. The two brothers looked at each other, and everything was silent. Below, Shangchu has been making rude words at Yang Kai, provoking trouble, trying to use words to interfere with Yang Kai's mood at the moment. He didn't have the guts to rush up, and could only use this despicable way to vent his unease and anger in his heart. It was best to make Yang Kai's situation unstable and fail in promotion. That was the scene he most wanted to see. Everyone here in Yang Kai's mansion was made ugly by his foul language, but no one could pull out his hand to attack him, causing Shangchu to become more and more arrogant and defiant. Yang Kai glanced at him in disgust, suddenly reached out and took out a little man made of light blue hair, and flicked his fingers a few times. In the distance, in the crowd of onlookers, a seemingly petite woman in black clothes and black robes suddenly screamed, stretched out two hands to cover her forehead, and looked up at the sky aggrieved and helpless. In the air, Yang Kai curled his fingers again. The woman no longer dared to hesitate, and hurried forward, shouting loudly while rushing, "It's here, stop playing." Hearing her irritated voice, Yang Kai's movements also stopped. Seeing that he didn't want to continue playing, Shuiling Kai took a deep breath, with an angry look in his eyes, and gritted his teeth. "You bastard, what are you doing? Help me this time, this thing will be returned to you." Yang Kai endured the huge pain, and raised the villain in his hand as he spoke. Really? Shuiling was overjoyed, looking at him excitedly and expectantly. Yang Kai raised his hand, and threw the little man made of her hair in his hand, and Shuiling took it away with his hands, like a treasure in his arms. He couldn't help laughing. Since the last time he was tortured by this soul curse a few times, Shuiling hated this thing to the bone, and he always fantasized about being able to steal it back from Yang Kai's hands and regain his freedom. That's why she stayed in War City, secretly looking for opportunities. But after so long, she couldn't find a suitable opportunity, and even Yang Kai's mansion didn't dare to set foot there easily. But she didn't want this change today, but let her get her wish easily. Shuiling suddenly felt that the layer of shackles that bound him had disappeared with the start of the villain, and he had regained his freedom. He solemnly put the villain into his chest, and reached out and patted it. Shuiling was relieved, tilted his head, looked at Yang Kai curiously, and said with a smile, "You are not afraid that I will take something and run away? Whatever you want, without your help, I will be fine. But those who dare to fool me have never had a good end." Yang Kai snorted coldly. Shuiling curled his lips. "It's already time, and I'm still in the mood to talk big, After a pause, he said again, "But if you are lucky, you didn't misunderstand. This girl is not the kind of person who doesn't believe her words. Although Yang Kai has tortured her many times, he is very measured every time he makes a move. It will only make her feel some pain, and it has never hurt her. What's more, in the long time that the villain has been grasped by Yang Kai, if Yang Kai really wanted to do something to her, Shuiling was powerless to resist." It was for this reason that Shuiling realized that this man was not too hateful. He controlled himself only because he was afraid of himself. "Tell me, what do you want me to do?" Shui Ling asked. Bring that man to me. Yang Kai glanced at Shang Chu from a distance. It's a small matter. Shui Ling giggled, and with a wave of his hand, a nearly transparent stream of water suddenly shot out, and the stream of water was like a spiritual rope, bypassing the chaotic crowd, and it would still be on the ground with unparalleled precision. The shouting Shang Chu directly entangled. Shang Chu turned pale in shock, and used his true essence to resist, but the means displayed by the 8th level warriors of the Immortal Ascension boundary, how could Shang Chu be able to resist? No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't stop the shackles of that stream of water. Come here, Shui Ling Zhao shouted, her little hand pulled back, and Shang Chu was quickly pulled to Shui Ling's side in a panic shouting. Be good, don't move, or you will look good. Shui Ling frowned, grabbed Shang Chu's shoulder, and threw him to Yang Kai. Trivial things. Looking at Yang Kai's indifferent face, Shang Chu's face turned pale, jumping in midair, and hurriedly shouted, Ninth young master, spare your life. Yang Kai sneered. I regret it now. It's too late. Yes. Another jet of dark energy fell from the dark clouds in the sky and slammed into Yang Kai's body. Under the rampant energy, Shang Chu, who had just approached Yang Kai, was affected, and his exposed skin quickly spread out a layer of black energy. His eyes bulge out, it seems that there is a huge expansion force in the body to explode. Wow! A muffled sound came out, and Shang Chu's whole body exploded into a cloud of blood, and there were no bones left. The fierce battlefield suddenly stagnated for a moment, and everyone looked at the bloody light that bloomed in the sky in disbelief, and seemed to have never thought that the young master of Zhang's family would die so bleakly. Nansheng was killed first, and now Shang Chu has no bones left. Yang Kai really did what he said. Even Yang Zhao couldn't save those two people. We've cleared things up. Shui Ling said proudly to Yang Kai. Yang Kai nodded, and slowly closed his eyes. Promotion was imminent, he didn't have the time to pay attention to the outside world. At this moment, he can only bear the world with all his strength, the baptism of power, waiting for the opportunity to open up the sea of AA consciousness so as to break through to the immortal world. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come. This article is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Group at Watchengkong to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 524. It's your blessing. Chapter 524 is your blessing. After Shang Chu was killed, the destructive energy contained in the dark clouds in the sky seemed to be completely activated, one after another, bombarding Yang Kai uninterruptedly, making everyone tremble, not knowing the age of the Yang family. Whether the youngest son can be reborn in this baptism, or be destroyed. Yang Zhao looked at the midair absent-mindedly, and roared, Brother, are you also on the side of Lao Ju? Yang Wei shook his head and said coldly, It's not that Big Brother wants to stand on Lao Ju's side, it's Lao Tu that you have done too much. You are sober, think about it, what the hell are you doing now? In the battle for succession, you can do everything you can. Of course I know what I'm doing. Yang Zhao snorted coldly. Yang Wei looked disappointed and said sadly, You have to protect Nansheng and Shang Chu from Lao Ju's subordinates, eldest brother, I have nothing to say, but if you want to ruin Lao Ju's achievements, eldest brother can't sit idly by, I think, replace Lao Ju, and will not disturb you when you are promoted to a big realm. Yang Zhao was stunned for a moment, his red eyes were slightly awake for a moment, and a painful expression appeared on his face, but soon, it was replaced by hideous and became extremely crazy. He can't stabilize his mood at all now. If he is awake, he may be able to realize something. Right now, only the idea of AA defeating Yang Kai is surging in his heart, driving all his will. Boom! When the two brothers were talking, a loud sound suddenly came out, and with the sound, the unparalleled evil spirit energy spread out from Yang Kai's body again, thicker than before, and even more difficult to resist. Affected by this breath, it is difficult for all warriors to suppress the evil in their hearts, even those masters of the Immortal Ascension boundary. Old Demon burst into laughter, traversing like a duck to water in this evil energy, and his own strength seemed to have suddenly improved a notch. What the hell is going on with this kid? In the distance, Meng Wuyashen was solemn and muttered to himself. He never knew that Yang Kai had accumulated so much evil energy in his body, so where did his former true Yang Qi go? That should be the nemesis of evil. Is there any danger, master? Sha Ning Chong was so anxious that she was about to cry. After such a long distance, she was affected by evil energy. The light blue gem on her forehead was exuding soft rays of light, dispelling it. The darkness around her. I don't know. Meng Wuya was also stunned, his consciousness should be immersed in his mind now, and he can't control the burst of energy in his body at all. This promotion is different from the usual promotions. This time, it is the promotion of the Immortal Ascension realm, which can open up the promotion of the martial artist's own sea of AA consciousness. Now Yang Kai's consciousness must be in his mind. It can be said that he can't control his body at all, and he can't control the energy in his body. Those evil forces naturally pour out madly. It's not good to go on like this. Seeing that the battle over there is getting more and more violent and bloody, Meng Wuya's face shows a deep worry. He is not worried about whether Yang Kai can survive this disaster, but worrying about what will happen to the entire war city after being affected by this evil force. If the tens of thousands of people in Zhancheng were greatly changed because of Yang Kai's promotion, then he would be a sinner through the ages. The consciousness spread, and Meng Wuya's face became more and more hazy. He noticed that there were some battles taking place in all directions in the war city. These people may have nothing to do with the battle for the succession, but after being pulled out of their own evil by the energy in Yang Kai's body, they could not control their emotions a little bit. Small festivals can lead to huge conflicts. At this moment, the entire battle seemed to be a little turbulent, with swords everywhere, and blood splashing on the ground. And as time goes by, this situation will only get worse and worse, unless Yang Kai can bring those evil spirits back into his body. The promotion of a person can actually affect a city. This is really an ancient story, and Meng Wuya was deeply shocked. Suddenly, his face changed, and he looked intently at the place where Zhancheng was, and sighed. Finally, they were disturbed. Who was it disturbed? Sha Ningchong asked eagerly. A few old people don't die. Meng Wuya took a deep breath and said, Tutor, you go back to the manor first. I'm afraid it will be a little unsafe here. I don't want to go back. Sha Ningchong shook her head and looked in the direction of Yang Kai. Junior brother is still there. Go back. Meng Wuya looked at her. Don't worry, I will bring Yang Kai back safely. Sha Ningchong hesitated and struggled for a while, then nodded gently. Master, if you can't bring it back, the disciple will die. After all, the whirlwind generally rushed towards Yang Kaifu. She knew that not only would she not be able to help Yang Kai by staying, but she would also become a burden on the master, so she did not dare to stay. Looking at her disappearing back, Meng Wuya gave a wry smile. I really don't know what I owe Yang Kai to actually do this for him. In the distance, 8 figures flew over towards Yang Kai. Meng Wuya sighed lightly, and walked over there. 8 figures belong to the immortal wanderers of the 8 great families. All of them are 100 or 200 years old. They sit in the conferred temple and ignore external affairs. Today, they didn't want to pay attention to this conflict. Yang Zhao and Yang Kai fought. Life or death has nothing to do with them. But now, they can't sit still. The entire war city was covered with demonic aura, and everyone was more or less affected, forcing them to come forward to deal with the matter. The expressions of the 8 people were indifferent, and some of them seemed to be disturbed because of Yang Kai, and they were a little unhappy. Flying to Yang Kai's side, the 8 people stopped. No one noticed the approach of these 8 people, so when they suddenly appeared, everyone was stunned. Enough. Yang Liding sighed lightly. With this sigh, the warriors of Yang Zhao's mansion and Yang Kai's mansion, who were fiercely attacking each other, stopped involuntarily, as if there was some magical power in that voice, forcibly stopped their movements. Yang Weishan condensed, and hurriedly bowed to salute. I have seen 8 seniors. Yang Zhao's eyes were red, and he quickly restrained the fierceness on his face, became docile, and also bowed. In front of these 8 people, he didn't dare to make trouble. Lu Qingyao in the tea house also hurried out and took the initiative to greet him. Everyone behaved quite respectfully. Yang Liding glanced at Yang Zhao lightly. His expression was indifferent. He raised his hand and shot a burst of energy, which rushed into Yang Zhao's body. Under the action of this energy, Yang Zhao's eyes immediately returned to clarity. He stared blankly at everything in front of him. Recalling his previous orders and actions, fine sweat instantly oozes out of his forehead. After waking up, he finally regained his sanity. I can't bear the aura of a mere demon, and such a heart is also qualified to be a child of the Yang family. Yang Liding scolded lightly. Yang Zhao changed abruptly, lowered his head, clasped his fists and said, I have disappointed the elders. Yang Liding snorted lightly. Without even looking at him, Yang Zhao couldn't help but turn pale and was extremely ashamed. This ignorance made him suffer a lot, and he couldn't help but give birth to a subtle feeling that he was indeed inferior to Lao Ju. After thinking about it for a lifetime, he quickly dispelled it. He was afraid that he would be affected again. If that was the case, then he would probably not be able to make his debut in the Yang family in the future. You're pretty good. Yang Liding glanced at Yang Wei and nodded lightly. Yang Wei was not surprised by the humiliation, and said calmly, the elders are wrong. Yang Zhao was affected by the evil spirit for various reasons. On the contrary, Yang Wei was able to keep his heart unchanged, which naturally made Yang Liting take a high look. This little girl is not bad either. The slightly chubby old man looked at Chu Yimeng and laughed. She was also one of the few people who was not influenced by Yang Kai. My Chu family's people, of course, are good. Chu Daoist's face showed a hint of pride, and Chu Yimeng's performance also made him quite satisfied. I've seen the elders. Chu Yimeng stepped forward and asked immediately after salute, I don't know what the 8 seniors are here, what do you want to do? When he spoke, his face was also tense. The 8 of them have never shown mountains or waters, and they don't ask about world affairs. Now they suddenly appear, obviously because of Yang Kai. At the moment, Yang Kai's state is also a little wrong. The people of the 8 great families are even more incompatible with the Kenyan evil land, especially the older generation, who are deeply disgusted by the demon disciples. Let them see the current Yang Kai. Chu, how can Yimeng not worry? Chu Daorin straightened his face and said, you have to ask Brother Yang what you want to do. After all, this is something that their Yang family caused. Chu Yimeng immediately turned her attention to Yang Liting. The latter did not say a word, staring at Yang Kai, who was baptized under the violent power of heaven and earth. His expression gradually became cold. Chu Yimeng couldn't help but feel a sudden panic in her heart. His current face is clearly disgusted, but Yang Kai is a member of the Yang family after all, and he is Yang Liting's younger generation. If it was someone else who had such a situation, I am afraid that he would have been bombed and killed. Old guy, look back, don't hit my young master's idea, or the old man won't agree. Old demon seemed to know whether to live or die, and grinned at Yang Liting. Everyone's face changed. How could someone dare to speak such nonsense in front of Zhenwu? Hearing old demon's words, the 8 people looked over at the same time, and the 8 senses locked on old demon's body instantly. Old demon's demonic energy was stimulated fiercely, echoing the evil energy in Yang Kai's body, and suddenly everyone was born. A feeling that the end is coming. Is his evil art practiced with you? Yang Liting asked lightly, without the slightest intention of taking old demon in his eyes. Hey, you are wrong. Old demon shook his head slowly, without any sign of fear. This old man can't teach the young master, his achievements are from his own cultivation. It is a blessing for you to have someone like the young master, you must cherish and care for it. You can count on the young master for the future of your Yang family. To be continued. Chapter 525. Under the watchful eyes of all the people, old demon uttered nonsense and talked in front of the 8 great immortal tournaments, causing everyone to stare at him unceasingly. I don't know what it is. Yang Liting snorted coldly, waving his hand and hitting it with a palm. Under the palm of his hand, old demon couldn't help but slumped and almost fell to his knees, but he still held on strong. But the puppet Gorfiend not far from him suddenly exploded, just like Shang Chu. No bones left. Old demon's eyes suddenly burst into a cold light, looking at Yang Liting coldly. All the 8 immortals were startled. It seemed that they did not expect old demon to have such a strong ability to resist pressure. Even if Yang Liting's move did not use all his strength, it was not something that a warrior in the immortal world could resist. At least it should also be the end of the broken bone and blood, which was severely injured and fell to the ground. But old demon just shortened his body. This is not something that Shu Yujing martial artist can do. Although Yang Liting was unhappy with old demon for a long time, he was still one of the characters standing at the peak. He failed to perform a single move, and he couldn't even keep his face away and continued to attack old demon. He just snorted and ignored him. Old demon couldn't stop laughing, and looking at Yang Liting, his eyes became dangerous. Puppet Gorfiend is not easy to refine, so Yang Liting beat him into a strange powder, and he was naturally annoyed. Concerned about Yang Kai's state and situation at the moment, old demon could only swallow his anger and dare not entangle. Senior Yang Chu Yimeng called out cautiously, feeling uneasy in his heart, pursed his dry lips and said softly, when Yang Kai is breaking through, if you have any advice, can you tell this junior first? The junior will tell you later. Quote. She could see a little bit of what Yang Liting was thinking, but she didn't dare to confirm it. She could only use such rhetoric to buy some time for Yang Kai. She also hoped that Yang Liting would remember the blood and family affection and not be too decisive. Unexpectedly, Yang Liting didn't pay attention to her meaning at all, and his eyes were still staring directly at Yang Kai, who was being baptized with the power of heaven and earth, and his expression was as cold as before. The evil energy in the proud golden body has been pouring out without interruption since Yang Kai's consciousness was immersed in his mind. Yang Liting's brows were furrowed, and the faces of the other 7 immortal travelers were not very good looking. Brother Yang, I'm afraid this kid is really crazy. The fat old man sighed, it's a pity such a good seedling. He had asked Yang Liding to come out to stop Yang Kai's riot, but Yang Liding didn't listen. Delayed until now, there is no room for recovery. Just how can there be such a huge evil in his body? The other person frowned, a little puzzled. A warrior at the 9th level of the true essence realm is simply impossible to possess so much true essence. His dantian and meridians are not bottomless pits. Such a huge amount of energy is almost comparable to a peak of the immortal ascension realm, and it is still bursting out. It seems that he has been cultivating evil arts for a long time. An old man with a dark face said solemnly, turning his head to look at Yang Liding, "Brother Yang, what are you going to do? Quickly come up with an idea, let him be like this. If we go on, the tens of thousands of people in Zhancheng are afraid that they will fall into the way of the devil, although he is the blood of your Yang family, but because of him, life cannot be ruined. Why do you need to tell me?" Yang Liding snorted coldly, it seemed that he had a plan. "Senior, what are you going to do?" Chu Yimeng hurriedly stepped forward and asked in a deep voice, feeling more and more uneasy and worried. Taoist Chu frowned and slowly stretched out a hand. Chu Yimeng suddenly felt that he was bound by an invisible force and pulled his bow to Taoist Chu's side. "Tu elder." Chu Yimeng Warong paled. "You don't want to interrupt about the Yang family." Chu Taoist shook his head slowly. While speaking, he injected a burst of energy into Chu Yimeng's body. He looked up, his eyes filled with confusion and anxiety. "Shut up for me, too." The superintendent of the Huo family saw that Huo Xingchen was about to speak, and hurriedly did the same, pulling him to his side and imprisoning him. Huo Xingchen couldn't help rolling his eyes. The two young ladies from the 8 great families in Yang Kai's residence lost their right to speak in an instant, and the rest immediately realized that something was wrong. These 8 people obviously want to do something to Yang Kai, otherwise it would be impossible to do so. "Brother Yang, it's not too late, if you want to do it, hurry up," someone urged. With impatient expressions on their faces, they sat in the function temple and only cared about their own cultivation, hoping to spy on a higher level in their lifetime. But today was disturbed by Yang Kai and had to be dispatched. Naturally some people were in a bad mood. Not everyone is like the fat old man. Si Qing sympathized with Yang Kai's experience and regretted his aptitude. Yang Liding nodded lightly, glanced at the leaders of the younger generation who were not far from Yang Kai, and said, "Get out of the way." At the critical moment, Fatty Dong stood up. His slightly obese face was a little nervous, but he still stood firmly in front of Yang Kai, and asked, "What is the senior wanting to do, can you tell me?" Hu the sisters also took a step forward, stood beside Dong Qinghan, and looked at Yang Liding solemnly. The 4 girls of Wanhua Palace, Luo Xiaoman of Zui Valley, the left of Wenxin Palace, Chu Jingshan of Feiyu Pavilion, the 5 immortals of Duanmu family. Everyone came forward and lined up. The 8 immortal ascension leaders couldn't help but be surprised. They didn't expect Yang Kai's popularity to be so good, and at this juncture, someone would dare to speak up for him. They believed that if Chu Yimeng and Huo Xingchen were not imprisoned, they would definitely become one of them, and they would be the 2 leading people. Yang Liding didn't get angry, just nodded lightly and said patiently, "I want to stop him from promotion." Everyone's color changed. Dong Qinghan asked in shock, "Why? If Yang Kai's promotion is blocked here, then his cultivation base may be completely abolished and become an ordinary person. Falling from the cloud to the bottom of the world, I am afraid that no one can bear such a blow." Yang Liding shook his head slowly. He has already gone crazy, and once he breaks through to the immortal ascension realm, he will only become an existence like him. While speaking, he stretched his finger to the earth demon and continued, "My 8 great families swear with the demons. There is no conflict, and such people cannot be allowed to appear in the clan." Quote. Is this just the conjecture of seniors? Dong Qinghan frowned. Yang Liding suddenly looked unhappy, and snorted coldly. This is the experience of the old man and others, and it has happened before. The 8 great families, it is not that there has never been a person who has practiced evil power. Every person who practices evil power will gradually change their xinxing as their strength increases. The stronger the strength, the more evil they will become. Once such a person appears, the 8 great families will destroy or abolish their cultivation bases while they are still young, so as to avoid future troubles. It happened in the past, it doesn't mean it will happen this time. Dong Qinghan's emotions were also excited. Because of this reason, these 8 people actually wanted to kill Yang Kai at the moment of death. He can't accept it no matter what. The old man didn't come to reason with you, and you are not qualified. Yang Liding's patience has reached the limit. The reason why he explained that sentence just now is only because they are so loyal to Yang Kai, and their hearts are touched. Now that a group of young people actually stood in front of him and prevented him from cleaning up the door, how could Yang Liting not be angry? I believe that Yang Kai will control his own temperament and will not fall into the way of the demon. Dong Qinghen shouted loudly. We believe it too, the Hu sisters shouted at the same time. We are too. The voices came out in unison, which made everyone feel slightly moved. Yang Zhao lost his mind for a moment. The power gathered by his men is several times more than that of Yang Kai. But Yang Zhao felt that if he was in Yang Kai's position now, the people gathered under his command would not be as steadfast as Dong Qinghen and the Hu family sisters in protecting him. The relationship between myself and those forces is only a link to future interests. On the other side of Lao Ju, it seems that they are sincere friends and friends who can share weal and woe. Aware of this, the bitterness in Yang Zhao's mouth filled Huang Lian, and he looked at Yang Kai, who was unconsciously wrapped in black energy, with an envious look in his eyes. He also wanted such a friend. Yang Wei frowned, bowed and said, Old elder, just now Lao Ju was also engulfed by evil spirits, but the disciple saw that he was quite sane and did not lose his nature, why don't you? There is no place for you to speak. Yang Liting snorted coldly. Yes, Yang Wei had no choice but to keep his mouth shut. Senior, if you really want to destroy Yang Kai, then you will pass our level first. Dong Qinghen took a deep breath, his expression calmed down, and he never flinched. So did everyone else. The imprisoned Chu Yimeng, with a tear in her eyes, looked at those people with relief and satisfaction. Huo Xingchen was also excited and his blood was boiling. It is more appropriate to use the mantis arm as a card to describe the current situation. But I don't know why, this seemingly self-defeating confrontation has won the favor of Mr. Huo, making him wish he could stand there in person, high-pitched and passionate, knowing that he was going to kill himself, but he still did not turn back. Huo Da Gongzi suddenly felt that he was very cheap. Just you. Yang Liting shook his head slowly, his expression indifferent. He is above the level of immortality. Although there are a lot of these people, trying to stop him from doing something is a fool's dream. They are not enough, what if we are added? A loud shout came, and with the shout, 7 figures quickly flew over. Boom boom is. The 7 people were like meteorites that fell from the sky, carrying a violent aura, fell down, lined up in a line, and blocked in front of Dong Qinghen and the others. Fatty Dong's eyes lit up, and his tense mood could not help but relax a little. Because these 7 people are not others, they are the 7 blood servants in Yang Kai's house who are not qualified to participate in the Battle of the Inheritance. Headed by Tu Feng, Ku Gaoyi, Xiao Shun, Luo Hai, Yan Lingxing, Wu Ju, Fu Kong. All are here. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come. This article is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Group at Watchengkong to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 526 What if I count the old man? Chapter 526 What if I count the old man? The appearance of these 7 powerhouses immediately made Dong Qinghen and others relax a lot. Relying on their group of young people to fight against the gods, they are also frightened. Now that there are 7 strong men, they can't help but feel that they have a backbone and a backbone. Tang Yushan also flew lightly beside Tu Feng. Except for Yingju who disappeared at the moment, the remaining 8 people gathered here. In the face of the 8 immortals above, I am not afraid. 8 to 8, although the number is equal, the strength is very different. The 8 people on the opposite side are all above the gods, and they are the supreme elders of the 8 great families. As for the 8 blood servants, only 4 were at the 9th level of the Immortal Ascension boundary, and 4 were at the 8th level of the Immortal Ascension boundary. Blood Tyrant. As soon as Tu Feng and the others came here, without any hesitation, they directly performed the forbidden technique of Yang family blood servant. The violent energy fluctuations came out, and everyone's face showed a touch of red light. The power of one's own chi and blood rises rapidly. Yang Zhao's mansion and the warriors who were watching the fun were dumbfounded. The 7 blood servants used the blood tyranny technique together. What a spectacular scene! Blood servants themselves are synonymous with strong people, and they are basically invincible in the same order. They fight against people, unless they encounter some special situations, they will use forbidden techniques, and they will not use them when they are free. It can be said that it is enough to feast one's eyes on seeing a blood servant perform the tyrant blood mad technique, but now, it is 7 people using it at the same time. The combined momentum and energy impact almost completely disrupted the spiritual energy of the entire battle city. The 8 immortal travelers were also slightly moved, but they didn't expect them to be able to do this to such an extent. Presumptuous! Yang Liting shouted angrily, do you still know who you are? Don't blame the elders. Tu Feng's face turned red, his qi and blood were extremely strong, and he said loudly, although you are the elders of the Yang family, I am also the blood attendant of the Yang family. But since the elders hall has ordered me to wait if you follow the young master, I will be the one who is the young master, and at this moment, it is natural to protect him. In your eyes, his safety is more important than the honor of the family. Yang Liting looked forward with a cold face. The 8 blood servants nodded at the same time. Tang Yushan said, Grand Elder, according to the meaning of the Elder Hall, we are only loyal to the young master now. His safety is naturally more important than the family honor. If anything goes wrong with him, I will wait for 10,000. The death cannot be blamed. If there is anything to be offended today, please also ask the Elder Haihan. Reverse you. Yang Liting laughed in anger, his face twitched slightly. With his status and strength, no one has ever dared to disobey him. The pronoun, but I didn't expect that the blood servants who were hailed by the world as the right-hand man of the Yang family this time would come to confront him at all costs. Especially in this public view, Yang Liting suddenly felt that his majesty was violated. Yu Zhang, the Shenyu who had urged Yang Liting earlier snorted coldly, looking down on the stupid behavior of the blood servants. In his opinion, although the strong people of the Yang family blood servants are strong and loyal, they are still in the dark. On some occasions, it seems a little stubborn, such as the current situation. I have no objection, but if the seniors want to embarrass the young master, we don't agree. Tu Feng stared at the 8 people in front of him and slowly shook his head. Even with you, I'm not qualified to stop this elder. Yang Liting shouted angrily, apparently determined to clear the door here. What about the old man? A voice that seemed to be a little ethereal came from far and near. Hearing this voice, the 8 immortals above couldn't help but stunned, and looked at the source of the voice. I saw that in the darkness, there seemed to be a person, floating like a fairy, strolling here, not in a hurry, with a calm and unrestrained expression. He didn't walk fast, but it was only 3 or 2 steps before he came to the crowd. I don't know if it was intentional or unintentional. Standing still, he looked down at the 8 people in front of him condescendingly. The faces of Yang Liting and the others became solemn, staring at Meng Wuya tightly, frowning gradually. Although the person in front of him only had the cultivation of the peak of the immortal ascension boundary, they always felt that this person was not simple. The few steps he walked over seemed to be stepped out at will, but it was hidden in the sky, and there was no trace to be found. This kind of mysterious feeling is a little difficult to see through even the immortal ascension of the 8 great families. How could a warrior at the peak of the immortal ascension realm have such a profound understanding of martial arts? Everyone was secretly startled. The 8 people are well aware of the existence of Meng Wuya. After all, he has been in War City for a long time, but the understanding of him is only based on his cultivation. I thought he was just an ordinary immortal ascension boundary peak warrior. But looking at it now, the 8 talents have come to their senses. This peak of the immortal ascension boundary is somewhat unusual. In the face of him, a person as strong as Yang Liting has a hint of crisis and pressure from the bottom of his heart, as if he is not his opponent at all if he fights alone. And the old man, another voice came over, and this time, the immortal tour of the 8 great families couldn't help feeling a little terrified. When Meng Wuya appeared, they still knew a little bit. The powerful consciousness of the 8 people penetrated every corner of the battle city, and they could naturally detect his breath. But the person who is talking now seems to have emerged out of thin air, and his breath has not leaked out. If they can't notice it, there is no need to guess the person's cultivation base. Above the gods, only the gods can do this. In the battle city, there has been a hidden master of the gods. If this person has the intention to be detrimental to the leaders of the younger generation in Zhanchang, then the consequences, the 8 people broke out in a cold sweat instantly. Fortunately, he doesn't appear to be malicious. Turning his head and looking around, he saw an old man with white hair and beard, quite like a fairy, walking from the other side, just like Meng Wuya's appearance just now, eye-catching and shocking. What made the 8 people a little puzzled was that the mysteries of heaven contained in the steps he stepped out seemed to be somewhat similar to the person who came out first, exactly the same. The man stood a few dozen feet away, looking at Meng Wuya with a smile on his face. Manager Meng smiled wryly and shook his head. I knew you were in Zhanchang for a long time, but now I can't help it anymore. The old man smiled apologetically. Brother Lao Meng has been bothering for a while, it's really inconvenient for me to come forward. I know. Meng Wuya nodded slightly. I would also like to thank Brother Meng for discussing martial arts with me over the past 10 years. Since I was promoted, I have benefited a lot. Many things that I didn't understand before, I now understand. It's serious. Meng Wuya smiled lightly, the 2 of us, no need to be polite. Seeing that the two of them regarded the world's heroes as nothing, they reunited here after a long absence, and they talked very happily. They didn't take themselves and others in their eyes. Although they were annoyed in their hearts, from the brief conversation between the two, the 8 people also heard something unusual. These two should be old acquaintances, and the zhenwu, who came out later, seemed to be quite polite to the one who came out first. What happened? In terms of cultivation, shouldn't the latter be lower? What qualifications and ability does he have to discuss martial arts with the former? Make the former more grateful. He also looked right, not taking credit for himself. Everyone was bewildered. Dare to ask the names of the 2 Gao surnames? Chu Daorin asked solemnly. Although it was determined that these 2 people were not malicious, they just came out to protect Yongkai, but such a powerful master, they also wanted to know the identity and origin of the other party. Meng Wuya smiled slightly and said indifferently, the treasurer of the High Heaven Pavilion Contribution Hall, Meng Wuya. This self-introduction makes everyone who doesn't know the details of Meng Wuya feel a little cramped. The shopkeeper, a mere shopkeeper, with such an aura and cultivation, could this High Heaven Pavilion really be the sect of Hidden Dragon and Crouching Tiger? Where's this one? Taking a deep breath, Chu Daorin looked at the other old man. The man nodded lightly, the head of Lingxiao Pavilion, Ling Taishu. The powerhouses of the 8 great families have changed abruptly. The head of the High Heaven Pavilion, Ling Taishu. The only one who came from a second-class sect, but was able to advance to the Immortal Ascension boundary. It is a unique honor in the historical records of the whole world. There has never been a record of a second-class force going above the Immortal tournament before. Even the Liu family's Liu Si, only after the Liu family was promoted to the first-class family, did he break through to the top of the Immortal travel, and it was also thanks to the guidance and promotion of the strong Chu family that he had this achievement today. Ling Taishu, these 3 words represent a legend, a living legend. Moreover, he has an apprentice. His apprentice is the evil master of the current Kangyan evil land. Controlling a radius of tens of thousands of miles, 6 evil kings, and countless evil masters of evil demons. When the evil master was angry, the world changed, and life was charred. So when they heard the 3 words Ling Taishu, the 8 people couldn't help but feel a little nervous, especially Chu Daoist. His Chu family led people to Lingxiao Pavilion at that time, and a torch set the family's sect on fire, and now the family's sect master is standing there here. After all, there are also festivals between each other. If there is a fight, this battle city will probably be over. However, what the 8 people could not have imagined was that this Ling Taishu had not been promoted for a long time. How could he feel that his understanding of the heavenly Tao and his study of the martial Tao were more profound than his own and others? If not, how could they have been unaware of Ling Taishu's existence? Each of these 8 people has been promoted for at least 50 years. In the past 50 years, it cannot be said that the strength has not improved at all, but it has increased somewhat, but compared with others, Ling Taishu, that little improvement is simply insignificant. How did he do it? It turned out to be Brother Ling. Chu Daorin restrained his expression and nodded lightly, I have admired the name for a long time. Don't dare. Ling Taishu smiled warmly, not intending to find fault, but rather humbly. Really, several of them are also Ling's seniors, thanks to the seniors who look up to them and call him Brother Ling, he is already Ling. A human honor. To be continued. Chapter 527. Seeing Ling Taishu's attitude, the strong faces of the 8 great families turned pale, and the fat old man smiled and said, Brother Ling is too modest, there is no seniority above the immortal wandering, and everyone is from the same generation. Speaking of it, the seniority of the 8 of us is also very confusing. Yes and yes, someone echoed. After a few words were spoken, the atmosphere suddenly eased a lot. Brother Ling appeared this time, why is it? Yang Liting still asked with a cold face. Naturally it's for this kid. Ling Taishu smiled slightly, pointing to Yang Kai's position and said, how can I say, I'm also his apprentice, and the disciple and grandson are at such a critical juncture that they are promoted to the Immortal Ascension boundary, so I naturally have to take good care of them. 1. You want to protect him too? Not bad. Ling Taishu nodded slightly. Yang Liting suddenly felt a little difficult. Ling Taishu, who is above zhenwu, Meng Wuya, who has a strange breath, old demon, who is full of demonic energy, and 8 blood servants who use the blood tyrant mad technique. The power of these people gathered together is not something he can ignore. After the blood servant on the 9th floor of the Immortal Ascension boundary casts the blood tying mad technique, he will be able to make 2 moves with the Immortal Ascension. The power of the 8 blood servants should not be underestimated. Ling Taishu's strength is obvious to all. Yang Liting estimates that if he is one-on-one with him, he is afraid that he will be at a disadvantage. That Meng Wuya is even more mysterious and unpredictable. Even Yang Liting does not know how to evaluate his combat effectiveness. Eyeing on the side. This fight can't be fought. If it really fights, even if it can be won, it will lead to the loss of life in the war city. Yang Liting's eagle-like eyes finally trembled, and he looked towards Yang Kai through the endless darkness. He didn't understand that the younger boy of his own family, He Nang, could actually gather so many powerful experts to speak for him and deal with him. Several, can you allow me to say something? Ling Taishu looked solemn. Brother Ling, please tell me. Chu Daoran nodded his head, facing Ling Taishu, who was also above the gods. They were no longer able to grasp their status. Ling Taishu was qualified to have an equal dialogue with them. Several people want to prevent my disciple and grandson from advancing to the immortal ascension realm because they are afraid that after he gains a powerful strength, his heart will also change, so he will fall into the way of the devil, become inhuman and non-ghost, and will be a disaster. Several people nodded, admitting that Ling Taishu was right. Old Demon rolled his eyes, and whispered in dissatisfaction, those who can't control their own power and are enslaved by their own power are the real disciples of the demons. How about the gas? It's just that everyone has a different way of pursuing power. The so-called Tao is different. It's a group of short-sighted guys. Quote. Speak louder. Shui Ling didn't know when he ran to Old Demon's side, and insisted, you are so quiet, they can't hear you. Old Demon glared at her and said with a strange smile, you little girl, don't come here to fool the old man, don't think that the old man can't see your origin. Shui Ling was surprised and said in surprise, you know. HMPH, of course the old man knows. Not only does the old man know, but the immortal Meng Wuya above also knows that we all come from the same sky. Old Demon snorted coldly, with a proud look on his face. Shui Ling's eyes suddenly lit up, and he grabbed Old Demon's arm, with an expression on his face that seemed to have found a bosom friend, tears in his eyes, and he was very excited. Senior, do you know how to get back? Old Demon looked at her up and down. He laughed. Why, you can't go back. Yeah, I've been trapped here for a long time, and I don't know how to get back. If you know, Senior, can you tell me? Old Demon Jia laughed, very proud. The harsh laughter made Shui Ling feel like a cat scratching his heart. I won't tell you. Old Demon waved his hand suddenly. Shui Ling was stunned, and pursed her red lips in disappointment. Why? Old Demon shrugged his shoulders, because the old man has to wait for the young master to be with him. Wait for him? Shui Ling was startled. Do you think he can break through the bondage of this world? Old Demon snorted. If young master can't, then no one can. Shui Ling's expression became dignified, and he looked towards Yang Kai. After a long while, he nodded lightly and murmured, if it's this man, it's really possible. Look, it's 10 years long, and 3 or 5 years short. The young master will definitely be able to reach that step. Old Demon is full of confidence and has infinite expectations for Yang Kai's future. Shui Ling's face turned black, and his body couldn't help feeling a little weak. So long. If you want to go back, you can wait, but whether the young master wants to take you with you, it is not up to the old man to decide. After all, you had a bit of trouble with him before. The young master is very vengeful. Old Demon gave Shui Ling a sidelong glance and slowly shook his head. Shui Ling thought about it carefully, and suddenly felt that with the man's brutal temperament and realistic face, he probably wouldn't be kind enough to take him, so he hurriedly prayed, with a very respectful attitude, I also ask Senior to give me some advice. Old Demon laughed loudly. Good to say, good to say. After a pause, he said in a low voice, young master, even though he holds revenge and his methods are fierce, he has nothing to say to his friends. You should have seen a little bit of his temperament after you have been in War City for so long. Shui Ling nodded lightly, her eyes slightly blurred. This time, it is almost the best example. Shui Ling didn't know the specific thing, but it was probably guessed. For the sake of a High Heaven Pavilion disciple, Yang Kai was able to go to war so much that he did not hesitate to hand over the soul confinement curse to himself, but also asked himself to help capture Shang Chu. It can be seen that this man is indeed a man with a true temperament. He is cruel and bloody to his enemies and generous to his friends. Courageous and extreme character. You see this, don't you know what to do? Old Demon looked at her deeply. Shui Ling's heart moved, and he immediately understood, and nodded quickly. I know, I also want him to treat me as a friend. As long as you can be friends with him, are you afraid that he will leave without you? The Earth Demon laughed, young master has always been open to women, especially beautiful women. You should be fine. I think that with your background, you are a good match for the young master. Alright. Try harder. Shui Ling blushed and glared at old demon. What nonsense is he talking about? How can he be worthy of this girl? Old demon said with a sneer, after 10 years, you won't have the right to say that. Shui Ling was stunned, and secretly felt that Shu Yemo was too blindly optimistic about Yang Kai, so he didn't talk to him anymore, just made up his mind and must have a good relationship with Yang Kai. The skill of the two of them talking, those above the gods are also discussing. Ling Taishu said, someone Ling thinks that even if my disciple and grandson are promoted, my temperament will not be affected. Why do you judge so? Yang Liting snorted coldly. Because he grew up under my eyes, I know him better than you. Ling Taishu smiled slightly. He was different from others, he had seen Yang Kai's evil side and discussed it with Yang Kai. This question, of course, is very reassuring to him. It makes sense. Chu Daoran nodded lightly, stroked the beard on his chin, and pondered for a while before saying, but what if things develop as I expected? When the time comes, there will be no need for a few people to take action, and someone will clean up the door by himself. Ling Taishu shouted with a straight face, and suddenly his face became a little sad. This situation has happened once under my door, and there must be no second time. The powerhouses of the 8 great families could not help frowning, knowing that what he said was definitely the evil master, and could not help but understand his mood. You can't even wait for this time, can you? Ling Taishu looked at the 8 people. Okay, Yang Liting nodded heavily, just do what you want. After he is promoted, if his temperament really changes, then brother Lao Ling will take the shot. Don't worry, if that's the case, I will abolish his cultivation. I didn't even want to take his life. Yang Liting snorted softly, and waited quietly with the other 7 people, and said no more. Even if Yang Kai really changed his temperament after being promoted, he is still in the Immortal Ascension boundary. With so many masters here, can he still fly? So it's okay to wait a while. On the contrary, Ling Taishu shook his head lightly, without the slightest nervousness on his face. Obviously he had full confidence in Yang Kai and was not worried about any accidents happening to him. The two sides reached an agreement. The blood servant, Dong Qinghan and the others who had been standing in front of the 8 powerhouses all involuntarily breathed a sigh of relief. When the breath was spit out, everyone realized that they were soaked in cold sweat and the wind was blowing. Come on, it's freezing cold. Fighting against immortal wandering, this was something they didn't dare to think about before, but today, they did it without hesitation. Ling Taishu and Meng Longya nodded slightly at them, and everyone hurriedly walked to the temple with excited expressions. Taoist Chu released Chu Yimeng, who had been imprisoned, and the master of the Huo family also released Huo Xingchen. The two quickly returned to their camp, commanded and dispatched, and told everyone to retreat. The warriors of Yang Zhao's mansion also couldn't help but avoid a distance. After a while, only Ling Taishu was left beside Yang Kai. Meng Wei also had 8 experts from the 8 great families. The negotiation that everyone negotiated just now, watching the excitement, has not paid much attention to Yang Kai. At this moment, everyone's eyes are condensed on Yang Kai alone, only to find out that the baptism of heaven and earth power he has endured this time is how terrifying. A huge amount of energy slammed down from the clouds without interruption, slamming on Yang Kai. These heaven and earth powers are enough to make any powerhouse at the peak of the Immortal Ascension boundary, but Yang Kai has been quietly suspended in the clouds. Underneath, there is a crazy suction in the body, like a bottomless pit. How much power from heaven and earth is added to it, all of them are absorbed. There was no waste, and there was no imaginary hardship. His body coped with this easily. To be continued. Latest chapter list. Chapter 528, Immortal Ascension Realm. Not only that, but his body is still emitting a steady stream of evil energy. This breath and release caused the energy in his body to strangely reach a state of balance. Everyone's color changed, and they were secretly frightened. They couldn't figure out how a true Yuan realm warrior could have such a magnificent vision when he was promoted to the divine movement realm. Good seedling, good seedling. The fat old man's eyes lit up, and he kept muttering, seemingly annoyed that there was no such person in his family. But thinking about Yang Liting's previous attitude and practice, the fat old man felt a little unworthy for Yang Kai. The indifference of the Yang family's affection, I don't know if it will make this kid chill. If this kid is his own descendant, then he will definitely take care of him, and he will teach him everything he has learned all his life, and he will take and ask for the family's materials. The head of the Yang family is a piece of shit. Judging from his posture, he will definitely grow to the peak of this world in the future. At that time, the head of the 8 great families, the Supreme Elder, and the Immortal Wanderer will not be enough to see in front of him. Yang Liting is really a fool. The fat old man complained in his heart. Yang Kai's consciousness was immersed in his mind, and he was in a daze, surrounded by darkness, just like a war city shrouded in evil spirits and dark clouds. Even darker than the battle city at the moment, that is the real lack of light. Just like before heaven and earth opened, in this darkness, it was empty and nothing existed. But there are some peculiar changes happening quietly. In the darkness, there seems to be some power that is secretly gathering, such as seeds buried in the soil, about to sprout and grow. I don't know how long it took, when a ray of light suddenly burst out in the darkness, faintly like the light of fireflies, and like the candlelight in the wind and rain, it flashed away. But this flash of light dispelled all the darkness at this moment. Yang Kai's spirit was gathered there, and he felt that there was something pulling his mind there. He looked over there attentively, and vaguely, he saw a trace of outline. Another ray of light burst out, but the color of this ray of light was slightly different from just now. The next moment, the light was annihilated, Yang Kai's soul was no longer calm, and some mysterious fluctuations were born with the sudden disappearance of this light. A third color of light appeared, followed by a fourth, a fifth. When all the 5 kinds of light appear, this process is infinitely reincarnated, and the subtle and weak lights, like new spores after rain, use their fragile torso to open the cover of the soil and want to tear this chaotic darkness. The frequency of the 5 colors of light bursting out is getting faster and stronger, and Yang Kai's soul fluctuation is also increasing little by little. Light up the space. Suddenly, 5 kinds of lights lit up a multicolored lotus flower at the same time, emitting a soft light, appearing in front of Yang Kai's eyes out of thin air, and twirling. Yang Kai was shocked. Multicolored warming lotus. This supreme sacred plant that warms and nourishes the senses finally reveals its full picture and rotates dribbling. After that, it soon filled the entire dark space, so that the space was no longer chaotic and empty, and there were countless vitality in plain white. These gossamer-like energies are the power of your own consciousness. Yang Kai realized something. When he was promoted to the true Yuan realm, Yang Kai had already cultivated the power of divine consciousness. But the power of spiritual consciousness is invisible and invisible, just like true essence, it needs a storage location and carrier. The true essence is stored in the dantian and meridians, and the power of divine consciousness is stored in the sea of Aa consciousness. But Yang Kai's sea of Aa consciousness has not yet been completed, and the 5-colored soul-warming lotus acts as this carrier. Now, Yang Kai is relying on the power of divine consciousness that he has cultivated over the years to open up his own sea of Aa consciousness. One after another, subtle, almost untraceable powers of divine consciousness were radiated, and there was a steady stream. With the release of these threads of spiritual consciousness, Yang Kai felt that he had broken free from some shackles, and the power of his spiritual consciousness also increased several times. Although the Wenshan lotus is rare, after all, it is only a foreign object, and it is the carrier that carries Yang Kai's consciousness. Through this carrier, Yang Kai can also use divine sense, but he is unable to exert his full power invisibly. Now that this carrier has completed the mission of the transfer station, the power of consciousness can be fully improved. Extremely strong fluctuations in the soul suddenly came out of his mind, instantly flooding the entire search city. The powerhouses gathered around him all changed their color, feeling the power of this divine sense, and they all looked at them. The faces of the powerhouses of the 8 great families were extremely solemn, but Meng Wuya and Ling Taishu were surprised and relieved, and their expressions were uplifting. The fluctuation of Yang Kai's consciousness power has completely exceeded the level that his current cultivation base should have, leaving the same level of warriors far behind. In his mind, the 5-colored soul-warming lotus was still spinning, and the power of divine consciousness stored in it was also uninterruptedly turned into a gossamer and released. Time flies. At a certain moment, the divine consciousness stored in the Wenshan lotus finally burst out. The originally chaotic and dark space has now been filled with silk threads emitting soft rays of light, thick and thick like a swamp. Yang Kai clearly saw that these divine soul threads, under the action of a magical force, suddenly changed. One after another, the threads of the divine soul shone with light, and they held each other's bows, gradually converging into a more powerful one, and then pulling and converging again, and a little bit of strength became stronger. Yang Kai couldn't help recalling that time in Tang Yuxian's Sea of Aa Consciousness, when she saw her demonstration of opening up the Sea of Aa Consciousness. Compared with his current situation, it was very different. The development of Tang Yuxian's Sea of Aa knowledge has grown and expanded bit by bit, step by step, arduous but slow. But at this moment, he is fully blooming, fast and fierce. In the entire chaotic space, the power of divine consciousness is gathering in every corner, from quantitative change to qualitative change, extremely quickly. Wa la la. The sound of water flow came out. Yang Kai looked at it intently, and saw that in all directions, there were streams of clear river-like fluids gathering towards the center. That is the position of Wen Shenlian. The condensed fluid turned into a small splash, turned into a river in the blink of an eye, and soon, turned into a lake, and grew into an ocean. The wind blew up, rolling up the waves 3 feet high, and the seawater contained Yang Kai's terrifying spiritual power. The soul-warming lotus was quietly suspended above the ocean, emitting a multicolored soft light, covering the entire ocean. The seawater was crystal clear. Yang Kai's thoughts moved in the monotonous ocean, and there were many reefs in an instant. The waves slapped on the reefs, scattered into waves, and scattered down. In the seawater, all kinds of strange-shaped fish were swimming freely, and birds flew over this world in the sky, which suddenly became exciting. The sea breeze is blowing, and the heart is pure and natural. Yang Kai's spiritual body, suspended in midair, quietly watched all this and couldn't help feeling ups and downs. Reaching out, Wen Shenlian suddenly turned into an isolated island in the sea, exuding colorful rays of light, as eye-catching as a treasure island. Everything here, Yang Kai can evolve at will, which is created by the power of his divine sense. The next moment, Yang Kai suddenly felt that something deep in his heart was immersed in the ocean. Looking at it secretly, Yang Kai found that it turned out to be a memory in his mind. The sea of AAAA knowledge contains Yang Kai's life, filled with traces of his life over the years, with his life experience and understanding, the martial arts skills he has cultivated and the hardships he has suffered. After taking a few casual glances, Yang Kai saw a few past events, which were clearly displayed in front of his eyes like an event replay, as if he had experienced it again. A martial artist's sea of AA consciousness contains all the secrets of a person, so no one will open their defenses to others and let others enter the sea of AAA knowledge to spy on unless it is absolutely necessary. That is equivalent to presenting himself naked in front of the other party. Shan Qinglo let Yang Kai see it that day, which shows that she is really undefended against Yang Kai. The sea of AAA knowledge has been completed. At this moment, Yang Kai had a strange feeling in his heart. In the dark, he seemed to see himself climbing up a lot on the rugged mountain road of martial arts. Huo Di opened his eyes shone brightly, as sharp as a falcon. Everyone was shocked and looked solemn. At first glance, Yang Kai saw Ling Taishu and Meng Wuya with soft eyes, looking at him with a gratified smile. Nodding at them, Yang Kai looked grateful. Although he was breaking through and being promoted just now, Yang Kai still felt their arrival and knew what kind of efforts they had made for him. Heart is warm. Master Shi really supports him unconditionally and without reason, and believes in himself. Taking a deep breath and withdrawing the fluctuations of his consciousness, Yang Kai's whole person suddenly became bland, like an ordinary person who had never cultivated at all except for the evil energy that was still radiating from his body. The dark clouds in the sky have not yet dissipated, and the terrifying power of heaven and earth continues to baptize Yang Kai's body. Are you a human or a demon now? Yang Liting asked in a deep voice. Yang Kai glanced at him lightly and answered his question with practical actions. After controlling the initiative of own body, under Yang Kai's intentional guidance, the swallowing ability of the proud golden body has become countless times more tyrannical than before. A gust of wind suddenly swept up the entire battle city, with Yang Kai's body as the center. The huge suction spread around, sucking back all the evil energy that was emitted. Even the power of heaven and earth contained in the thick dark clouds in the sky could not escape. A violent tornado formed. Yang Kai stood in the center of the calm. The dark clouds in the sky swirled, were sucked into the vortex, and disappeared into Yang Kai's body. In less than a quarter of an hour, the battle city suddenly became clear. The sky was cloudless, the sky was blue, and the evil aura that was suppressed in everyone's heart disappeared. Invisible air waves rushed out from under Yang Kai's feet, rolling up thousands of meters of dust. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come. This article is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Group at Watchengkong to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 529. In front of Yang Zhao's mansion, there was no sound. Countless pairs of eyeballs were staring at Yang Kai with a very wonderful expression. The shock that Yang Kai's promotion brought to everyone this time is simply indescribable. Everyone has huge doubts in their hearts, looking at Yang Kai with a dull expression. Promoted to the immortal ascension boundary, can you draw out the vision of heaven and earth like a catastrophe? A martial artist who has just broken through to the immortal ascension realm and opened up his own sea of AA consciousness, can he possess such a powerful and rich spiritual power? Those who have seen all this, can hardly understand it. Lu Qingyao, the #1 son of the central capital, who has always been unwavering in the ancient well, finally smiled bitterly. He found that at this moment, Yang Kai had given him a huge and unparalleled pressure, causing him to have a feeling that he could not fight against it. With his current strength, he is not even qualified to touch the corner of his clothes. With a bitter expression, Lu Qingyao said softly to Yang Wei who was standing beside him, "Young master, you are right, the achievements of your 9th son are much greater than mine." After speaking, he shook his head again. What a monster. Yang Wei's expression was all right. The powerhouses of the 8 great families frowned and looked extremely solemn. If they didn't know that Yang Kai had just broken through to the first level of the immortal ascension boundary, and they couldn't even see his depth, the tyrannical power of divine consciousness had isolated everyone's prying eyes. This discovery made them stunned. Being able to isolate them from their prying eyes means that Yang Kai's spiritual power is no worse than them, at least half a catty, or even a little bit stronger. How did you do it? How did you practice? Each of these people is over 100 years old, and has cultivated divine sense for countless years, but now it is on par with a young man who is less than 20 years old in terms of the power of divine sense. No matter who the 8 were, they couldn't help but feel ashamed. Is this kid a human or a demon now? I think Brother Yang should be able to tell, right? Ling Taishu choked Yang Liting with a smile. At this moment, Yang Kai's aura was bland and unremarkable, and there was no fluctuation of true essence, nor the state of being full of evil energy before. His eyes were clear, black and white, and it was normal except for his abnormal power. If he had to force the notoriety of going crazy on his head, then Yang Liting would be really blind. With a cold snort, Yang Liting said, "It's probably just luck that he can regain his sanity now. One day he won't be able to control his power. At that time, don't blame the old man for being merciless." After that, it turned into a stream of light and rushed towards the position of the function temple. He didn't want to stay any longer. As the supreme elder of the Yang family, this time he felt like he was a villain. He was only thinking about the honor of the family, and he didn't want the demons to appear in the Yang family, but he could not clear the door, but was hated by many people. Even if Yang Liting's mentality is good, he is still a little out of balance. As soon as Yang Liting left, the other 7 had no reason to stay and left. Before leaving, Chu Daoran frowned at Yang Kai and said lightly, "Don't practice evil arts anymore." The fat old man also alerted Yang Kai, "Be obedient, cultivating evil arts is not good for you. With your aptitude, cultivating any exercises will have a bright future in the future, there is no need to pursue some quick methods." The fat old man obviously thought that the reason why Yang Kai was so powerful at a young age was because of his cultivation of evil arts. Although this is not the case, he is also kind in the end. Yang Kai can only nod his head lightly without explaining anything. He has never practiced evil arts, and the evil energy in his body is only because of his proud golden body. What's more, he didn't want to distinguish between good and evil so clearly, it's just that everyone's way is different. Power is always cultivated by oneself, and where to use this power is the most important. Yang Kai, congratulations. Chu Yimeng stepped forward with a smile on her face and said. Others also stepped forward quickly, and a congratulatory voice sounded. Yang Kai looked at everyone with a smile and said earnestly, "Thank you." Even in the promotion process, the consciousness is not very clear. Yang Kai can also detect how hard the people here are doing for him, and in the face of Yang Kai's thanks, everyone accepts it with peace of mind. Looking beyond the negative person, Yang Kai-chong nodded slightly to the 8 blood servants. The 8 blood servants who were originally majestic and mighty, all looked pale at this moment, and their vigor and blood were floating. This is the price of using the tyrannical madness. Although they paid a great price and failed to fight with Yang Liting and others in the end, the tough stance of protecting Yang Kai without hesitation played a big role. If they didn't act so tough, Yang Liting and others would not back down. Although weak, the 8 blood servants still smiled happily. Finally, Yang Kaikai faced Ling Taishu and Meng Wuya and gave a respectful gift. "Master, Treasurer Meng. Get up." Ling Taishu stretched out his hand and stroked his long beard, "Just be safe." Shopkeeper Meng snorted softly. "You stinky boy, don't make trouble for this old man in the future." "Definitely." Yang Kai nodded again and again. During this period of time, he had troubled Meng Wuya many times, which made him feel a little guilty. Turning to Ling Taishu, Yang Kai asked, "Master is not leaving, right?" Yang Kai never knew that Ling Taishu was hiding in the battle city, and he didn't know when he came. I am afraid that only Meng Wuya understands a little bit about this matter. He has not heard from him for such a long time. Seeing this now, Yang Kai is also relieved. Ling Taishu nodded. I don't plan to leave for the time being. That's good. Yang Kai laughed. The disciples also found Su Yan and the others a few days ago. I'm afraid they will arrive at the battle city in a few days. With you here, then I can rest assured. The disciples of High Heaven Pavilion still have to. It's up to you to teach. Don't be afraid of my flattery. This old man is here to stay with Brother Meng. Ling Taishu smiled slightly, turned his head to look at Chu Yimeng, and suddenly said, I remember the breath of your girl. It's you who led the way. Set fire to my sect. Chu Yimeng was so embarrassed that she could not wait to find a hole to burrow in. In a hurry, she pulled Luo Xiaoman over and blushed. She also has a share. Luo Xiaoman was about to cry. Was it a loss for a while? Ling Taishu laughed loudly, but did not intend to pursue further investigations. Chu Yimeng then realized that the other party did not intend to settle accounts with him at all, just casually said. Yang Kai laughed, turned his head and glanced not far away, took a deep breath and said, Second brother, take your leave. Over there, Yang Zhao's face was gray and defeated, as if he had lost his soul, and he was indifferent until all the men and horses on Yang Kai's side left, and he did not respond. Yang Wei glanced at him and shook his head slowly, knowing in his heart that the second child was hit a bit miserably this time, and he might not be able to accept such a result for a while. Nan Sheng, Shang Chu, he couldn't keep it. Yang Kai killed the two in front of his mansion in front of him. This is secondly, the personality charm and potential that Lao Ju showed this time is the most terrifying. When one person is in trouble, and countless people stand up for it, who can do it? Even in the face of the powerhouses above Shenyu, those people never took a step back from beginning to end. Those warriors in Yang Zhao's mansion would not pay such a degree for Yang Zhao, and Yang Wei felt that it was impossible for those in his mansion. This time it wasn't just Yang Zhao who was hit, Yang Wei was also hit hard, but in comparison, his ability to bear was not bad, at least he didn't collapse directly. This battle for succession, is it necessary to continue? Yang Wei's always resolute look suddenly became confused. It took 8 or 9 months. From now on, Lao Ju is far ahead in terms of personal means, strength and aptitude, and interpersonal relationships. Other brothers have no qualifications to be compared with him at all. Perhaps, in the early stage, the brothers were still ahead of Yang Kai, stronger than him, and gathered more warriors than him, but with the passage of time, his mansion has grown into a behemoth. Under his leadership, those warriors have unrivaled cohesion. The Yang family needs such a person to be the head of the family. In the current environment and strength comparison, the battle for the succession is indeed no longer necessary. With a sigh, Yang Wei suddenly felt a little disheartened, said goodbye to Lu Qingyao, and hurriedly left with his own blood servant. Second young master, go back to the manor. The blood servant who had previously singled out Tang Yushan pursed his lips and comforted him. Yang Zhao remained motionless, his face extremely pale. Second young master, please forgive me for not being able to participate in this battle for succession. A young man had a hard look and walked up to Yang Zhao and said, looking ashamed. Nan Sheng and Shang Chu just wounded one of Yang Kai's subordinates, but they were killed abruptly. What else are they participating in this battle for succession? Who would dare to fight against Yang Kai again? The two blood servants looked cold and were about to shout angrily, but they suddenly held back. From their standpoint, the two blood servants can also understand how hard it was for them to make such a choice. After such a long period of hard work, to withdraw at this last moment, not only did I not get any benefits, but I even had to bear the infamy, but compared with my own life, what was all this worth? The two blood servants could look down on their weakness, but they couldn't open their mouths to accuse them of falling into trouble, and they chose to leave Yang Zhao when he was so down. Farewell. After the man finished speaking, he didn't have the face to stay any longer, and hurried away with his own people. Second young master, I'm sorry, we can't participate anymore. Another person stepped forward, pleaded guilty, and left immediately. Before and after the tea time, the martial artist power in Yang Zhao's mansion had shrunk significantly, and they had walked for about a year. Before each faction left, they would say hello to Yang Zhao, but he didn't say a word and didn't seem to hear it. Who else wants to go? If you want to go, go quickly. One of the blood servants shouted coldly, holding back his anger. Immediately, several other forces who had been hesitant left. Is there no time to go? The two blood servants glanced at the crowd with cold eyes. Everyone stood up straight. Okay. The two blood servants nodded lightly, with a look of satisfaction on their faces, and they also looked at those who were willing to stay. But Yang Zhao still looked like he was lost. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come. This article is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Group at Watchengkong to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 530. Will you be down? I'm going out today, but I can't come back at noon, so I don't have to wait at noon. In the crowd, Yi Xinru looked at Yang Zhao with a look of disappointment. He didn't expect this second son of the Yang family to become like this after a single blow. For no reason, I felt bored in my heart, and Fang Xin secretly hated it. In order to win Yang Zhao's favor, she paid a lot, but she didn't want to, and now there is no hope of him winning the inheritance war at all. Looking up in the direction of Yang Kai's mansion, Yi Xinru's eyes flashed a strange light. Her pretty face was about to move, she bit her thin lips, and seemed to think of something. Her cheeks were slightly red. Yang Kai's mansion. Less than half a day after the talents returned, someone came to report that more than 100 people in High Heaven Pavilion have arrived. Yang Kai was overjoyed and quickly went out to greet him. As expected, Su Yan and the others had already arrived. After Shanning Shang got the news, her excited little face fluttered red and ran out of the pill room. The two girls hadn't seen each other for a long time. At this moment, they reunited after a long absence. Naturally, they had a lot to say, especially since there was a man in common between them. After talking about the topic, they turned to Yang Kai, whispering and laughing. Yang Kai pointed and pointed. Qinzi from Yaowengu chased after him with a burning ass. He wanted to take Shanning Shang back to make alchemy, but after seeing her happy expression, he went back alone. He didn't have the heart to disturb Shanning Shang to chat with acquaintances. In his memory, this uncle, who was very young in alchemy skills, didn't seem to have many friends. In addition to alchemy in the alchemy room on weekdays, he would nothing else. For such a young girl, apart from alchemy, there should be more important things, Qinzi sighed. The house was lively, and the people from the Blood War Gang and Fengula were already familiar with the High Heaven Pavilion, and everyone quickly became one. Yang Kai secretly glanced at Su Yan and Shanning Chang who were standing by the side talking, and suddenly felt a little pleasing and satisfying. Brother-in-law, Su Mu rushed over, and he was no longer in serious trouble. After taking the myriad medicine spirit milk, the injury quickly healed and he quietly came to Yang Kai and asked in a low voice, "What do I think of Sha Sha? The relationship with you, senior sister, doesn't seem to be ordinary, doesn't it?" Yang Kai snorted and squinted at him and said, "Don't ask about this, children, this is the world of adults." Su Mu couldn't help but pouted. "You're not much older than me." Straightening his face, Yang Kai said lightly, "The person who hurt you is already dead. If you encounter this kind of thing in the future, you can endure it as long as you can. It's easy to break, understand?" Su Mu chuckled. "I know." He shook his head again and said, "Unfortunately, I originally wanted to practice hard to seek revenge on them in person, but now it seems that I have no chance, and those two guys are not very powerful." "Did you get some opportunities in Inheritance Cave Heaven?" Yang Kai tilted his head and looked at him, with a smile on the corner of his mouth. He and Su Yan obtained the final inheritance in the Inheritance Cave, and the Hu family sisters also obtained the same Qi Liangji magic art and even Lan Chudi, and there were some gains. To say that Su Mu didn't meet Yang Kai's chance there, he wouldn't believe it. He has cultivated very fast in recent years, and he is completely different from before. Su Mu laughed a few times, scratched his head, and nodded. "There is one thing, I also told my sister." Yang Kai nodded slightly, not asking too much detail. "Work hard, don't let down your chance to inherit the chance in the cave, not ordinary." "What do you mean?" Su Mu didn't understand. "It's nothing, just remember it." Yang Kai shook his head and did not explain. It was only during this period of time that he felt faintly that the inheritance of the things in the cave seemed to have transcended the level of this world, whether it was the acacia power of himself and Su Yan or the magic power of the Hu family sisters, it should not be this. The warriors of the world can create. And during this time, Yang Kai has also seen a lot of unexpected things, and his vision is greatly broadened, so he can naturally judge some unconventional information. The people of High Heaven Pavilion were arranged by Chu Yimeng to live in the mansion. In Zancheng, not only Ling Taishu was alone, but the 4 remaining elders in the sect were also in Zancheng. Under the protection of Ling Taishu, they were never discovered. After Ling Taishu's appearance, the 4 of them also came to the mansion. After 2 or 3 days of noise, Yang Kai's mansion gradually calmed down, and everyone performed their duties in an orderly manner. After a few days of suffering and sharing weal and woe, the forces in the mansion have become more and more cohesive. Even if the sects are different, they live together peacefully like brothers and sisters. In some cases, for example, when a new batch of medicinal herbs was released, everyone pushed each other and the atmosphere was harmonious. In the past few days, Yongkai has only done one thing. Clean up the bamboo gang. The news of the hiding place of the High Heaven Pavilion disciples was leaked by the Bamboo Jia gang. After Pang Kai returned to the central capital, he immediately found out the culprit, Mu Nando. The next day, Mu Nando's head was personally delivered to Yongkai's house by Pang Kai. According to Pang Kai, the reason why Mu Nando betrayed the information was only because Yi Shinru of the Yi family promised him some benefits and gave him 2 young and beautiful maids of the Yi family. Because the 2 maids were from the Yi family, Pang Kai didn't dare to make trouble, but just sent them over to Yongkai to deal with them. For someone like Mu Nando, Yongkai didn't want to worry too much. Everyone had already been killed. Naturally, there was nothing to say. The 2 maids, Yongkai, didn't kill them, they just detained them and used them in the palace. After all, they couldn't help themselves, and in this vortex of right and wrong, they were only used as bargaining chips to absorb Mu Nando, and there was nothing wrong with them. Pang Kai immediately returned to the central capital to gather supplies for Yongkai. After Pang Kai left, Chu Yimeng approached Yongkai, pulled him into the room, closed the doors and windows, and looked solemn. Looking at the nervousness on her face, Yongkai couldn't help laughing dumbly. If others saw this, they might misunderstand something. Chu Yimeng was also busy for several days. After the war, many things had to be dealt with, such as statistics on casualties, reassurance and reconciliation, and arranging accommodation for the people in the High Heaven Pavilion. After the 2 took their seats in her room, Yongkai reached out and gave her nephew a cup of tea. Chu Yimeng drank it, and gasped, as if she suddenly relaxed a lot. "What do you have to say?" Yongkai asked softly, sipping his tea. Chu Yimeng sighed and said, "About Nansheng and Shang. Think I've done too much?" Yongkai interrupted her. Chu Yimeng nodded lightly and said the truth. After all, they are the future heirs of a first-class family. You just killed them so hastily. How will you end it? Do you think the Shangnan family will give up? They won't. Yongkai shook his head. Before killing Chu and Nansheng, he had expected this, but he still killed it. But there is no way for the Shangnan family to take me. Yongkai chuckled. If they really dare to attack me, I admire their courage, but they dare not. Not to mention that the behemoth of the Yang family is not something that the Shangnan family can compete with. It is said that there are so many powerhouses gathered in Yongkai's house, and it is definitely not a match for the Shangnan family. 8 blood servants, 1 above the gods, 2 top masters of the gods. Even if the Shangnan family wants to avenge their dead heirs, they have to weigh whether they are enough. You. Chu Yimeng looked at Yongkai with a look of love and hate, and smiled intentionally, but to be honest with you, I also feel very sorry that Shangchu and Nansheng were killed by you. Refreshing. Those 2 people are really insidious and despicable, and if the Shangnan family is really inherited by him, they will never be able to succeed. Quote. Yongkai snorted. People like them, even if I don't kill this time, I will be killed by others in the future. Hey, that's what I said, but the problem is that it is absolutely impossible for the Shangnan family to compromise. On the Yang family's side, pressure will probably be exerted. In the battle for the succession, the heirs of the first-class family have never died. This matter can be big or small. However, in my opinion, with the arrogance of the Yang family, they may not pay attention to them, but it is impossible to cover up you. That is to say, the Yang family will not interfere in the grievances between the 2 families with you. Quote. Of course I know that. Chu Yimeng's expression was solemn. If I were them, I would have to wait until Jin was waiting for you to go down the drain. Could you be down? I can't say for sure. Yongkai shook his head. Chu Yimeng raised her head, looked directly into the depths of Yongkai's eyes, and said softly, it seems that we are worried about the same problem. Yongkai smiled slightly. Women are too smart to be liked. You like stupid. Chu Yimeng stood up and turned around. Xiaoman is stupid, so it doesn't mean you like her. I like it, the chest is so big as you are. Yongkai said without shyness, while speaking, staring at Chu Yimeng's chest, suddenly thoughtful, touched his chin and murmured, take with my head buried in it, I don't know if I will be suffocated to death. Chu Yimeng's face darkened, she quickly raised her arms to cover her chest, and said angrily, be serious. Yongkai's face suddenly became solemn, and he said helplessly, this time, it was beyond my expectations. I didn't expect such a big commotion when I was promoted to the Immortal Ascension boundary. It is enough to expose some of his strength and background. The key is to arouse the vigilance of the 8 people in the function temple. This is not what Yang Kai wants to see. Hey, you're too careless. Chu Yimeng also smiled bitterly. She and Yang Kai were worried about this. The 8 great families are incompatible with the demons, and Yang Kai's evil side naturally makes them extremely jealous. Once the 8 great families appear to practice evil arts, they will either be directly destroyed or their cultivation bases will be abolished. This time Yang Kai can survive the disaster. It was also thanks to Ling Taishu and the others that Yang Liting was not concerned about blood and kinship. I can't hide it. Yang Kai shook his head. There is no airtight wall in the world. Being able to hide until now, Yang Kai is already very content. Judging from the situation at the time, even if he hadn't cast a demon before, when he was promoted to the Immortal Ascension boundary, the energy in his golden body would erupt uncontrollably, and the 8 people would also know this. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come. This article is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Group at Watchengkong to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 531. Unless Yang Kai finds a location far away from the battle city and avoids their eyes and ears for promotion. Now that the situation has developed into this, Yang Kai does not know whether the battle for the inheritance war will be affected, and it is not impossible if the family record deprives him of his qualification to participate in the inheritance war because of this. Chu Yimeng was scruples about this, so she pulled Yang Kai to close the doors and windows to discuss quietly. However, no matter how worried it is now, it is useless. The decision of the family is not something that Yang Kai can interfere with. Just like the previous issue of the Blood Servants, the family said that they would not be allowed to participate. Still have to compromise. Although he also got a lot of benefits at the time, it was really annoying that things couldn't develop as he expected. It was fruitless to discuss with Chu Yimeng and the 2 of them, so he could only take precautions early. Is there anything else? If I have nothing to do, I will go first. Yang Kai hurriedly stood up, ready to leave. Chu Yimeng glanced at him dazedly, and suddenly snorted, pouted, "Are you in a hurry to find that icy and beautiful woman? This is so sour." Yang Kai ignored her and walked out. Pay attention to your body, don't overwork yourself. Miss Chu said yin and yang strangely with a straight face. You care about me so much? Yang Kaixi laughed, stopped his steps, stared at Chu Yimeng with burning eyes, and tilted his head. You don't really like me, do you? Chu Yimeng blushed and snorted, so what? Yang Kai was stunned. He didn't seem to expect that she would admit it so bluntly, and suddenly he didn't know what to do. Although he had spoken to tease Chu Yimeng many times before, but it was only a verbal teasing to suppress Chu Yimeng's aura. Now that he suddenly got such an answer, Yang Kai suddenly felt a little uneasy. I stood there, not knowing what to say. On the contrary, Chu Yimeng had an unconcerned expression on her face, and snorted softly, I like you, but it doesn't mean I want to be with you. Unless you can join the family and come to Chu's house, then I can give up everything and follow behind you. Be a good wife and mother with peace of mind. Can you join the Chu family? Yang Kai shook his head. That's right, so the 2 of us can only get to the point where I like you. In the future, I will marry a certain young master in Zhongdu, and then the Chu family will form a marriage alliance with his family, watch and help each other, and support each other. Join hands to bring down your Yang family and step on your feet. At that time, maybe we will become enemies. Chu Yimeng said calmly, as if he was talking about other people's affairs, maybe we will marry Huo Xingchen. Such people, N, Gao Rangfeng, Kong Zan, Lu Qingyao, Meng Shanyi, are all possible. They are not worthy of you. Yang Kai shook his head, suddenly feeling a little boring. Chu Yimeng giggled, some shining tears overflowing from the corners of her eyes. She didn't wipe it, she turned her head, and said softly, what if I don't deserve it? I'm not worthy of you, am I? You are so powerful and have a bright future. Bright, capable, attractive, and so powerful, there are almost no women who can match you. I used to be a man who looked down on the world, but now, I can only look up at you. 6. Yang Kai suddenly felt that he couldn't continue talking to her anymore. If he went on, this strong and wise woman might really cry. He grinned and said, let's just have fun if we don't talk about feelings. These words are not as good as beasts, and Yang Kai himself despised himself. Not now, I'll find you when I get married. Chu Yimeng shook her head solemnly. Yang Kai looked at her in amazement, are you kidding me? Chu Yimeng pursed her lips and smiled, and said, what do you think? Let's take a step ahead. Yang Kai broke into a cold sweat and fled out in a panic. In the corridor, there was a crisp sound. Under the moonlight, there was a graceful figure lying on the armrest of the corridor, looking up at the starry sky, holding some hazelnuts in his hands, which he had obtained from nowhere, and kowtowed with relish. The light blue hair made Yang Kai look a little lost, but the beautiful but slightly charming face was seductive, the red mouth was open and closed, the white teeth were looming, and the two slender legs were more than half exposed to the air. The skin is as white as jade, which is eye-catching. Yang Kai's head wrinkled, staring at the woman in front of him. Would you like to have some? Shui Ling reached out his hand to signal, but his mouth was not idle, and he was still very skilled. No need. Yang Kai shook his head. Why are you here? I live next door. Shui Ling pointed to the next room. I'm bored at night, come out and see the stars. I asked why you were in my house. Yang Kai snorted coldly. What's the matter? Your mansion is so big, it doesn't matter if I come to live here. Shui Ling pouted and whispered softly, you won't be so stingy. Don't play tricks on me. It doesn't matter if you live here. If you let me find out what your intentions are, you'll be dead. Oh, people are so scared. Shui Ling bit her thin lips and looked at Yang Kai with horror, her big eyes filled with fear. Snort. Knowing that she was pretending, Yang Kai didn't go into it, and Shen Xing asked, have you heard what you said just now? Quote. Shui Ling continued to slap the hazelnut, and he laughed. I didn't hear the first half, but I finished the second half. Go accompany her. Yang Kai winked. The hazelnut in Shui Ling's mouth slipped down silently, and said, aren't you? Either go stay with her, or get out of here now. Shui Ling gritted his teeth for a while, and quickly turned over, stuffed the hazelnut in his hand into his arms, raised his chest and glared at Yang Kai, and said bitterly, I remember you. Quote. After speaking, he walked into Chu Yimeng's room angrily. After a while, the voice of two young girls chatting came from the house, and Yang Kai left with satisfaction. Shui Ling returned to the mansion with everyone 3 days ago. Yang Kai knew that, but he didn't care about her. The origin of this woman is mysterious, her cultivation is not in line with her age, and she has light blue hair that is unconventional and maverick. No matter how you look at it, she doesn't look like an ordinary woman. She said that she was born in the Water Temple, and Yang Kai had never heard of this sect. Yang Kai has been keeping Old Demon vigilantly paying attention to her actions, and Yang Kai has other intentions, just to find out her secrets. He could feel that Shui Ling had no ill will towards the people in the house now. So she was allowed to live here. I just didn't expect Chu Yimeng to arrange her in the room next to him, apparently planning to monitor her personally. The moon is bright and the stars are sparse, and the night wind is blurred. Yang Kai came to little senior sister's room. Su Yan is also here. In the evening, when they suddenly saw Yang Kai visiting, the two girls were a little shy. Su Yan was better, but Shanning Shang blushed to the neck. During Su Yan's absence, she often slept with Yang Kai. Although she had never done anything out of the ordinary, Shanning Chong still felt ashamed to meet people. He lowered his head and said nothing. Su Yan glanced at Yang Kai and asked softly, why are you here? I've always lived here, Yang Kai replied calmly. Su Yan suddenly gave birth to a clear expression, pursed her lips and chuckled. She has no objection to Yang Kai and Shanning Shang's affairs. It can even be said that in the relationship between men and women, she has never bound Yang Kai or asked him anything. If it weren't for the tea poison of acacia gong, Su Yan's cold temper would not have demanded that aspect. On the contrary, it was Yang Kai, who practiced the cultivation technique of zigen jiang, and he was a man with strong blood and energy, and his needs were definitely much stronger than hers. Yang Kai's status is not low. It can be said that he can have as many women as he wants, especially in the house. Now there are many beautiful women, and there are even more women who have a good impression of him. But as far as Su Yan knows, Yang Kai has only been a woman so far. For such a man, Su Yan would not ask him for anything. Are you going to rest? Su Yan smiled and looked at Yang Kai. Double repair, there was no double repair last time. Yang Kai said. Oh, Su Yan blushed and remembered this. I'm resting, Shanning Shang suddenly said, and she was lying on the bed, covering her face with the quilt, motionless, and seemed to fall into a state of sleep in an instant. Yang Kai and Su Yan looked at each other and couldn't help laughing, recalling that in the cave dwelling under the trapped dragon stream in the High Heaven Pavilion, Shanning Shang often did this. Shaking his head, without explaining too much, Yang Kai and Su Yan sat down cross-legged face to face, and stretched out their palms against each other. Heihuan Gong has already reached the second stage, and it does not require the combination of the physical body to cultivate both. The true essence in the two people's bodies peculiarly blended together in an instant, flowing from Yang Kai's body to Su Yan's body, and then from Su Yan's body to Yang Kai's body, endlessly circulating. A war a few days ago made the entire war city boil, and it has not completely subsided until this moment. Yang Kai, the 9th member of the Yang family, suddenly showed his unrivaled heritage and advantages. He killed Shangchu and Nansheng in front of Yang Zhao's mansion. The evil energy spread throughout the war city, and finally involved the 8 powerhouses of the Function Temple to stop them, but they did not want to compromise before Yang Kai's incredible connections and the strength gathered by his subordinates. Afterwards, Yang Kai successfully broke through to the Immortal Ascension boundary, and the 8 people from the Function Temple retreated. The front of Yang Zhao's mansion was in a state of dilapidation. The next day, the boss, Yang Wei, communicated to the public that he would not do anything until the end of the battle for succession. When the information came out, Zancheng was in an uproar. Yang Wei's meaning was obviously that he felt that he could not win the battle for succession, so he took such a passive response. But everyone can understand, and there is no meaning to accuse and despise him. In the face of the absolutely overwhelming power of Yang Kaifu, even if Yang Wei resisted, it would be useless. As long as Yang Kai is willing, he can take down Yang Wei in an instant and make him out of the game. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come. This article is provided by the Breaking Dawn update group at E+or- A to vote for the recommended vote and monthly pass. Your support is my biggest motivation. Closing parenthesis. Chapter 532 Breakthrough again. It's the middle of the month, ask for a monthly pass. Yang Wei's mansion spread the news of negative response. Although there was no news from Yang Zhao's residence, in the eyes of the discerning person, his situation was undoubtedly the worst. Nansheng, someone like Shangchu, was killed in front of Yang Zhao's mansion. After that battle, the power in the mansion shrank dramatically, and many forces withdrew from the battle for succession and left Yang Zhao's mansion. The front door of the mansion is quiet and cold. At this moment, the remaining power in Yang Zhao's mansion is less than half of what it was in its heyday. In terms of the number of warriors, Yang Zhao's mansion dropped from the most to the bottom in an instant. Moreover, at the master level, the overall strength cannot be compared with Yang Kaifu. There are even more rumors that Yang Zhao himself has lost his former style since that day, and he has been lost all day, like a walking corpse, horrible to watch. The warriors left in the mansion are also listless and have no fighting spirit. The battle for succession has continued to this day, and the winner has basically been decided. As Yang Wei thought that day, this time the battle for the future head of the Yang family was no longer necessary. Zancheng, including most people in the central capital, felt that Yang Kai would definitely be the next head of the Yang family. In the past few days, the front of Yang Kai's mansion can be said to be very lively, and there are countless guests who come and go like slashing across the river. These people all want to have a relationship with Yang Kai at this last moment. Although they did not help in the inheritance war, and some were even the former enemies of Yang Kaifu, but seeing that the inheritance war was about to end, they naturally wanted to take advantage of this last east wind. Don't expect to really reach any agreement with Yang Kai. What kind of alliance is formed, at least you have to be familiar with it. In this way, when Yang Kai becomes the head of the Yang family in the future, it is easy to discuss anything. These people have brought a lot of gifts, hoping to meet Yang Kai and have a few words with him. There are many more people who are here for matchmaking. Of these large and small forces, which family does not have a few beautiful women? Yang Kai is also a man who likes beautiful women. This is an eternal truth. In case Yang Kai falls in love with the girl of his own family, she will be the mistress of the Yang family when she marries her in the future. Who wouldn't be jealous of such an honor? The threshold in front of Yang Kai's mansion was almost smashed. In the face of those people's visit, Chu Yimeng was busy again. She was not prepared to receive those people. Chu Yimeng also hated these people who were speculative and changed their face faster than turning over a book. But after Yang Kai heard the news, he actually let her treat her warmly, although Chu Yimeng didn't understand why, she could only do as she did. All the forces that came with gifts, Chu Yimeng personally welcomed them into the mansion, said a few words, left the gifts, and got out. Those who came to the matchmaking Miss Chu unceremoniously stopped them from the door and refused to receive them. In just a few days, Yang Kaifu welcomed more than 100 forces, and gathered a large amount of wealth and materials at an incredible speed. Chu Yimeng was deeply shocked. Even though she was the eldest miss of the Chu family, she was shocked by the quantity and grade of these supplies. 5 days later, Yang Kaifu gradually calmed down. Everyone who was busy suddenly felt that there was a tyrannical aura spreading out from the depths of the mansion. This aura was mixed with energy fluctuations that made people palpitate. In a short time, many people gathered together. What's the situation? Huo Xingchen shouted. He had just obtained a new secret treasure from the treasure artifact sect, and he could not help but be a little surprised when he encountered this before refining it. It seems that someone has been promoted. Chu Yimeng frowned slightly, and there is more than one person. I also felt it, 2 people were promoted at the same time. Fatty Dong nodded lightly. But how do I feel? There is an aura of Kai Xiao. Huo Xingchen doesn't understand. Yang Kai just broke through to the Immortal Ascension boundary a few days ago. No matter how good his aptitude is, no matter how powerful his skills are, it is impossible for him to be less than a few days apart. Another breakthrough, right? Is this going to let other people mess with it? Go and have a look and you'll know. Chu Yimeng couldn't help but be curious, and led a group of young people towards that direction. Not long after walking, he came to Shan Ningshang's room, and before he reached out and knocked on the door was opened. Yang Kai walked out from the inside, followed by Su Yan with a cold temperament. Although the 2 of them looked calm, anyone could see the joy and excitement in their eyes. What? There are so many people here. Yang Kai frowned. Who has been promoted here? Chu Yimeng looked into the house, but couldn't see anything. She couldn't help but swept around Yang Kai with her weak consciousness, and her face suddenly changed color. You actually. In this group of young people, in addition to Chu Yimeng, there are also several who have been promoted to the Immortal Ascension realm. When they noticed the abnormality of Chu Yimeng's tone, they also used their spiritual sense to investigate, and they were immediately moved. Yang Kai has actually reached the 2nd level of the Immortal Ascension boundary. In other words, the aura that burst out during the breakthrough just now was indeed caused by him. A pair of eyes instantly widened, and everyone looked at Yang Kai incredulously, their faces filled with shock. Breaking through a small realm, why make such a fuss? Yang Kai snorted. What a fuss? Huo Xingchen screamed, Kai Xiao, do you know when you broke through last time? Who doesn't know this question? The last time Yang Kai broke through, he was still guarding by the side, and he also contradicted the 8 immortals above. That just happened 7 days ago. 7 days, just 7 days, and breaking through the 1st floor, this kind of cultivation speed can no longer be described as abnormal, it is simply a monster. She broke through with you. Chu Yimeng stared at Su Yan blankly. Yang Kai nodded. The double cultivation this time allowed both of them to make progress. Yang Kai broke through to the 2nd floor of the Immortal Ascension boundary, Su Yan broke through to the 4th floor of the Immortal Ascension boundary, and this cultivation base was directly stabilized. In terms of harvest, Su Yan is even bigger than Yang Kai. After all, Yang Kai has not been in a big realm for a long time. Huo Xingchen suddenly said vulgarly, you guys are staying in the house these days, shouldn't you be? Before she could finish her words, Su Yan stared at her with cold and stern eyes. Young Master Huo suddenly became dumbfounded. Although he was quite interested in that kind of woman with a cold temperament and a noble image, Huo Xingchen was still a little bit instinctively afraid of this Su Yan. This woman is extraordinary. I am afraid that Lu Qingyao of the Lu family is not necessarily her opponent. I don't know why Huo Xingchen is so sure of his guess. What's more, he is still Yang Kai's woman. Huo Xingchen has always avoided Yang Kai's women, and even those women who have a good impression of Yang Kai, and never dared to have any crooked thoughts. If you have time to ask this or that, just go and cultivate yourself. Yang Kai reprimanded, although his breakthrough this time seemed too abrupt, but it was also the result of accumulation. Everyone was said to be ashamed for a while, and they quickly dispersed, and they all vowed to retreat to attack their current bottleneck. Chu Yimeng's face was also a little red, but she had the intention to cultivate, but after all, she was entangled in all kinds of things, and she didn't have much time at all. Little young master, I have something to say. Shang Tianxiao stayed alone without leaving, looking at Yang Kai with a serious look. Since the end of the war that day, Shang Tianxiao has been looking for opportunities, but Yang Kai is busy, and it is not until this moment that he can talk to him. Glancing at him, Yang Kai nodded slightly. I'm going to find junior sister Sha. Su Yan said and turned to leave. Su Yan didn't want to interfere in the affairs of Yang Kai's house. Only Yang Kai, Chu Yimeng and Shang Tianxiao were left. The atmosphere suddenly seemed a little dignified. Chu Yimeng seemed to suddenly realize what Shang Tianxiao wanted to say, and quickly said, Second young master Shang, I hope you can carefully consider what you are going to say later. Shang Tianxiao looked indifferent and nodded slightly. What's the matter, tell me. Yang Kai looked at him. Shang Tianxiao gently drew a breath and said succinctly, I want to leave here and withdraw from the battle for succession. Chu Yimeng sighed deeply, although he had reminded Xiangtian to laugh, but he still said this sentence, and he couldn't help feeling a little sad. Have you considered it? Yang Kai didn't have too many surprises, as if he already knew it. Kindness. Since you've considered it, then let's go. Yang Kai didn't mean to hold back. Chu Yimeng was shocked and stomped, Yang Kai. Yang Kai turned his head to look at her, and said lightly, no matter what, I also killed his elder brother. If second young master Shang still stays in my house to work for me, I am afraid that he will be criticized by others. It is best to leave here. Choose. Shang Tianxiao's expression moved, and he couldn't help showing a hint of gratitude. Although Shang Chu is his eldest brother, the battle between the two brothers is not a secret. Shang Chu has tried his best to get rid of his younger brother, but in the end, the two are still brothers. Shang Chu died in Yang Kai's hands, and Shang Tianxiao is still here, which is really inappropriate. Even if the people in the house understand him, and those who know what he has encountered understand him, can there be so many people in the world who can understand him? Hearing what Yang Kai said, Chu Yimeng's expression was startled, and she didn't know how to say anything to keep her. Others are now breaking their heads and want to squeeze into Yang Kai's house, but there is no such opportunity at all, and they can't squeeze in at all. But at this juncture, when the final victory of the inheritance war was approaching, Shang Tianxiao chose to leave here. At first glance, such a choice was quite irrational. But Yang Kai knows that Shang Tianxiao has his own persistence, and he is not the kind of person who is driven by profit. If he was such a person, he would not have resorted to himself when he was at his worst. The number of people he brought was really small, and the strength was not high, but they had also given all their efforts to fight big and small. Thank you for this half a year. Yang Kai rushed to Tianxiao and nodded lightly. Shang Tianxiao's face, which has always been undisturbed, filled with a smile. Either each other, during this time, I have also been taken care of by the young master. The medicinal pills in the pill room, the secret treasures refined by the treasure artifact sect, and the warriors of the Shang family have also shared a lot. Thanks to such a blessing, their level has risen by several grades. The smile gradually subsided, and the cold face was restored. Shang Tianxiao's voice was low. Little son, if we meet again, we will be enemies, and then I will not be merciful, farewell. I'll send it to you. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come. This article is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Group at Huachengkong to vote for a recommendation vote and a monthly pass. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 533. Don't let her eat all the bones you eat. Outside the mansion, Shang Tianxiao led his family's warriors to bid farewell to Yang Kai and Chu Yimeng. As the sun went down, Shang Gongzi's back was straight, strode forward, and walked towards the front. He has no guilt. Behind him, only less than 10 people followed. When he came to rely on Yang Kai that day, he brought 4 boxes full of supplies and more than 20 warriors, but after such a long time, large and small battles were fought, and there were only so many people left. The others have all died in battle, and they have used their own flesh and blood to forge the brilliant victories of Yang Kaifu again and again. After seeing the backs of him and the Shang family disappear, Yang Kai took his eyes back. Of those people, the only one he knew was Shang Tianxiao. He didn't even say a word to the others, but he still couldn't obliterate the respect and gratitude in his heart. This is true for the Shang family, and the same is true for the warriors of other forces in the mansion. Yang Kai is very grateful to them. If these people are not gathered together, he alone, no matter how strong the strength is, will not be able to turn it over in the battle for succession. What a spray! Chu Yimeng suddenly felt a little sad. This is the first batch of warriors to leave Yang Kaifu, not because of disputes of interests, not because of life and death hatred, but because of moral and family constraints. The Shang family has Shang Tianxiao as a leader, so it should be much better. Yang Kai took a deep breath. At the very least, he is more reliable than someone like Shang Chu. If the Shang family is to be inherited by him in the future, Yang Kai doesn't mind alliance with the Shang family to turn the fight into jade. Chu Yimeng stroked the hair next to her ear, and said with a chuckle, so, you have done a good deed for Shangjia. It's a pity that Shangjia won't appreciate it. Yang Kai laughed at himself. Go back. Turn around. Before he could walk into the mansion, his expression suddenly turned cold, and he reached out and grabbed it to the side. That hand seemed to grow invisibly, and an energy invisible to the naked eye rushed out like a rope. A squeak came. Chu Yimeng was startled, and followed the voice. Cannot help but frown slightly. More than 10 meters away, a person wrapped in black clothes and black robes was suspended in midair, struggling. Her neck seemed to be pinched by an invisible big hand, and she was allowed to kick her feet. Can't get rid of Yang Kai's shackles. Huh, Chu Yimeng was surprised. The exclamation of this person just now came into her ears, which made her feel a little familiar. She fixed her eyes and couldn't see her face, so she couldn't help but be a little curious. Yang Kai snorted coldly. With a wave of energy, the hat that covered the face of the captured person flew out. After seeing her true face, Yang Kai couldn't help narrowing his eyes, and a cold light flashed away in the depths of his eyes. Chu Yimeng was calm. Looking at the struggling posture of the man in front of him, he giggled and said, "Why are you? Don't let go." The man bit his thin red lips. Ignoring Chu Yimeng's teasing, she glared at Yang Kai, her face flushed red, her towering chest rose and fell violently, and there was a layer of temptation. Yang Kai frowned and didn't want to do too much. He just felt that someone was approaching him quickly without saying hello, and he suddenly started. With a wave of his hand, he let go of the other party, the woman exclaimed, and fell to the ground with an imageless buttocks. After standing up, she stared at Yang Kai hatefully. There is a trace of resentment hidden in his eyes, very hidden. She has never been treated like this. Miss Yi. Chu Yimeng was slender and slender, standing beside Yang Kai with a remarkable demeanor, narrowly looking at Yi Xinru opposite her, her tone indescribably strange. "You don't want to stay in Yang Zhao's mansion and serve you well. Second young master, what are you doing here?" Hearing her words, Yi Xinru was secretly resentful, but she didn't show the slightest bit on her face. She just smiled softly, and said delicately, "What are you talking about, Sister Chu? I'm only an ally of the second son, how can I serve him? That's the business of the servants in the house, and I don't need to intervene." Really? Chu Yimeng had a surprised expression on her face. Why did I hear that my sister's relationship has gotten better and better since she formed an alliance with the second son, and it's almost to the point of talking about marriage? Yi Xinru smiled and said, covering her mouth, "Sister must have heard wrong. I'm not just marrying myself, elder sister, but you are not too young, should you also consider finding a good one? Returning home. If elder sister is interested, younger sister can say a few words on behalf of elder sister to the second son. The second son is also quite disappointed recently. If he hears this news, he will definitely cheer up again, right?" "No need." Chu Yimeng chuckled and turned to look at Yang Kai. "If you want to get married, there is a person by my side." Yi Xinru was stunned, didn't expect Chu Yimeng to be so bold. She showed her love directly in front of Yang Kai. She was stunned for a while before she said with admiration, "Sister is really unusual. Sister is embarrassed to say this. Sister has a thin skin. Woolen cloth." Chu Yimeng's expression was warm. Yi Xinru smiled lightly, and the eyes of the two girls met, creating a string of invisible sparks. At the entrance of the mansion, there stood two guards who did not know which faction they were from. Listening to the two of them shouting one after another, "Sisters and sisters," they shouted more affectionately than anyone else, and they spoke in a very gentle tone, as if they were really like sisters. What happened? I still felt a kind of illusion of swords, and I couldn't help breaking a cold sweat. "If you have something to say, if you have a fart, let it go. I don't have time to listen to you guys fighting here." Yang Kai interrupted their verbal confrontation impatiently. Naturally a little anxious. "Young master treats people so coldly," Yi Xinru said with some dissatisfaction, "but since I'm here, I must have something to say." Yang Kai looked straight at her without expressing too much. Yi Xinru was stunned. "You won't let me talk here, will you? Is there any inconvenience?" "Of course it's inconvenient." Yi Xinru looked depressed. She originally came here secretly, and it would not be good for her if she was seen by someone with a heart to contact Yang Kai here. After all, she was from Yang Zhao's side. Chu Yimeng obviously also took this into consideration, stood on tiptoe, and said something in Yang Kai's ear. She was worried that if the news of her meeting with Yi Xinru was spread, it would be used by others, and it would not only be bad for Yi Xinru but also bad for Yang Kai's reputation. After listening to Chu Yimeng's words, Yang Kai could only say, "Then come in and talk." As soon as she finished speaking, Yi Xinru rushed into the mansion, wrapped in a fragrant wind, and when she walked past Yang Kai, she giggled and smugly threw a charming wink. Yang Kai looked strange, and suddenly felt that this Yi Xinru was completely different from what he imagined. "Do you think she is a pure woman?" Chu Yimeng snorted coldly. "I think so." Yang Kai nodded. No matter Yi Xinru's name, appearance or the few times she had met before, Yang Kai felt that although she was an enemy, she was not bad. Now it seems that it is his own mistake. HMPH, be careful, don't let her eat you with all the bones left. Chu Yimeng warned in a sour tone. "I'm that kind of person." Yang Kai glanced at her with a calm expression. Chu Yimeng burst into laughter, and felt that she was thinking too much. If Yang Kai is really a gangster like Huo Xingchen, she may have to worry about not being able to resist Yi Xinru's temptation, but Yang Kai is a bit hateful and obsessed, but in the end he is still a very principled person. If she seduces Yang Kai herself, it is estimated that Yang Kai will not refuse anyone who comes and eat her, but Yi Xinru, she doesn't have that ability. Chu Yimeng felt a sense of pride in her heart. Walking into the mansion, outside the side hall, Chu Yimeng stopped and said with a chuckle, "Tell her yourself, I'm a little bit disagreeable with her, I'll definitely have a fight when we meet, it's better not to see her." Yang Kai nodded slightly, he had also experienced it just now, and knew that what Chu Yimeng said was true. Both of them were daughters from the 8 great families of the central capital, so naturally they meant to compare with each other, but Chu Yimeng's fame undoubtedly had an overwhelming advantage, and Yi Xinru couldn't compare with her in this regard. In the side hall, Yi Xinru has taken off her disguise, panting heavily, her face relaxed, it can be seen that she has been carefully dressed up, and she is beautiful as a person. Looking at it now, she is quite radiant, a feeling of. The 2 snow-white arms are exposed, the skin is pure and white, and the chest is full, not too big or not too small, just right, the waist is graceful, the buttocks are round and upturned, and the legs are slender. There are some bell-like decorations on the ankles of the 2 jade feet. Although they do not make any sound, they look small and cute. Moreover, the first impression of her as a person is also the kind of docile and delicate feeling of being a little bird. But when Yang Kai looked at her again at this moment, he could find the charm in her clear eyes. "If you have anything, just say it." Yang Kai showed a look of impatience. "Young master is really a cold person." Yi Xinru smiled tenderly. "Then you are wrong." Yang Kaixi laughed. "I am not cold, and I am more interested in beautiful women, but I have something to do now, and I don't want to waste time." "Young master, is this a compliment that someone is a beautiful woman?" Yi Xinru's face showed a gleam of light, and she asked with her teeth lightly biting. "Carrots and vegetables, each has its own love. In my opinion, you are a beautiful woman." Yang Kai nodded, "But even if you are a beautiful woman, you can't waste my time." "If that's the case, then I'll just say it straight." Yi Xinru doesn't bother much. She knows a little bit about Yang Kai's character. She knows that this person is relatively strong. Strong people don't like to be led by others. In terms of left and right, he is only afraid that the gains outweigh the losses. Yang Kai put on a look of listening intently. The battle 7 days ago, the second son has completely lost his fighting spirit. Although I am an ally of the second son, I should support him at this time and restore his confidence, but I think no matter how hard I try, there is no way, that is, said that the second son is destined to be out in the battle for succession. What do you mean? Yang Kai smiled playfully, the corners of his mouth raised. Could it be that you want to abandon my second brother and come to me? Chapter 534 What can you give? In the side hall, Yi Xinru blinked her big eyes, looked at Yang Kai, and was stunned for a while before she suddenly covered her mouth and smiled. While laughing, he said, "Young master is too contemptuous, why would I want to turn my back on second young master to join you? If I do, then what kind of person I am, Yi Xinru, and how does the world view our Yi family?" "Just kidding, don't take it seriously." Yang Kai smiled and shook his head. He also knew that Yi Xinru was impossible to do so. The battle for the succession was presided over by the Yang family. In order to select the next successor to the family head, all the forces in the world were involved, most of them wanted to take the opportunity to hug the Yang family's thigh. But the other 7 majors in the central capital did not plan this way. They have a solid background and strong strength, even if they are not as good as the Yang family, they are not much different. Moreover, they were in the central capital with the Yang family, and they were inextricably linked with each other, so they could not please the Yang family. The sons and daughters of the 7 great families participated in the battle for succession, and the most important thing was to hone themselves and train their abilities. They didn't care too much about winning or losing the inheritance war. Of course they were happy if they won, and they wouldn't lose much if they lost. Therefore, although the current situation of Yang Zhao's mansion is not very optimistic, Yi Xinru is unlikely to betray him and turn to Yang Kai, which will cause a great loss to her Yi family's reputation. "Then what do you want to do?" Yang Kai stared at Yi Xinru. "If I guessed correctly, you should have been waiting outside for a long time, right? It doesn't make sense that she just came out of the house when she found her. The only explanation is that the woman is waiting on the sidelines." "Actually, I don't want to do anything." Yi Xinru shook her head. "It's just that the situation is clear now. It's only a matter of time before the young master wins. It can even be said that if you want, you can defeat the other 2 opponents now." Yang Kai was silent, but there was a hint of vigilance in his eyes. he didn't know if this Yi Shinru was here to seek information. The future master of the Yang family must be the young master. Yi Shinru's beautiful eyes were shining, she seemed to have seen the demeanor of Yang Kai's reign, her breathing was a little short, and her face was flushed with an intoxicating red. It happens that I am here. People are more interested in the strong. The little boy is such a person. You're so boring. Yang Kai pouted with a look of disdain. A trace of coldness flashed in Yi Shinru's eyes, but she quickly converged and chuckled. Let's be honest, this time, I only want one thing. What's up? When the young master becomes the head of the Yang family, he will be able to take care of my Yi family. Yang Kai's expression became weird, and he squinted at Yi Shinjudao. Your Yi family is also one of the 8 great families, you don't need me to take care of it, right? Yi Shinru slowly shook her head. With a gloomy expression, he said, young master doesn't know anything, the 8 great families are going downhill now. Many masters in the clan are dying, and the strength of the new generation is mixed, most of them are domineering and do nothing. In the first battle, our side suffered heavy losses, but failed to eradicate the evil land. The reputation of the 8 great families also lost a lot. I don't know how long this brilliance can last. I always felt that the young master was the one who could bring miracles. The inheritance war is the battlefield where you have repeatedly created miracles. Under your leadership, the Yang family will most likely become stronger than it is now, while the other 7 masters. I don't think anyone has this ability, eh? At that time, one thing will change and another one will grow, and your Yang family may really dominate the central capital. Control the world, not as it is now, just in name. Yang Kai was slightly moved, and suddenly realized that he had underestimated this woman's ability to see far and wide. As expected of the 8 great families. Regardless of her personality, she is still very discerning. Although the current 8 great families are also headed by the Yang family, the other 7 families are not weak, and each wants to replace the Yang family. But no chance. But no matter which one, they are indeed going downhill. The question Yi Shinru said, Yang Kai occasionally thought about it, but didn't think about it, because he felt that this kind of thing had little to do with him. Listening to her analysis now, it immediately makes sense. The 8 great families have been enjoying themselves for too long. The so-called wealth is only 3 generations, it flourishes and declines, and sooner or later it will weaken. There are already signs of this. The young masters and young ladies of the central capital all thought that they were superior to others, forgetting the hardships and obstacles that their ancestors had to create such a prosperous world. People like Chu Zeruo may become the helm of the Chu family in the future. What hope does the Chu family have? Gao Rangfeng, Kong Zan, Meng Shanyi, Lu Qingyao and others all have some abilities, but under their leadership, will their respective families not weaken? This is also something that no one can predict. Perhaps, we won't see this in our lifetime, but I'm just taking precautions. It's better to be prepared than not, isn't it? Yi Shinru looked at Yang Kai confidently. Yang Kai nodded lightly. Anyway, I think the young master is not an ordinary person. Under your leadership, the Yang family will definitely be better than now. If they don't take advantage of the fact that they have a good relationship with you now, I'm afraid they won't have a chance in the future. Yi Shinru told the truth. Her expression and tone were all there is no falsehood, it can be seen that she is really sincere. I admit that what you said makes sense. After pondering for a moment, Yang Kai looked up at her, and the corner of his mouth rose, but what will I gain by doing this? Yi Shinru bit her teeth lightly, and said delicately, what do you want, little son? When he said this, there was a blurry color in his eyes, and there was spring love and charm on his face, and the meaning was self-evident. Yang Kai looked at her calmly and slowly shook his head. I don't know, it depends on what you can give. Yi Shinru giggled, stood up, and walked towards Yang Kai step by step. When he came half a foot in front of Yang Kai, he stood on his heels, turned his body, and fell on Yang Kai's thighs, his hands wrapped around Yang Kai's neck, put his mouth close to him, and exhaled like Lan, little young master wants to I can give anything. Really? Yang Kai's eyes lit up, with an expression of lustful soul, he stretched out his big hand and kneaded on Yi Shinru's plump chest. A humming came out. Yi Shinru looked at Yang Kai angrily, and pouted, little young master, I will be crushed by you. Those lips were red and gorgeous, and it was really alluring. In the eyes filled with spring love, a glimmer of pride flashed. No matter how good Yang Kai is, after all, he is only an 18-year-old boy. Yang Zhao has become her servant under the skirt and is conquered by her body, how can Yang Kai be spared? Yi Shinru snorted coldly in her heart. After saying that, he left Yang Kai's embrace in a fluttering manner. Yi Shinru is very good at playing hard to get the play, knowing that if you want to whet a man's appetite, he can't let him do it too easily. She is not a pure woman, how can she not know the mind of a man? Yang Kai didn't stop, just looked at her with a smile. His face was full of anticipation, although his eyes were color, there was no sign of emotion. Just as she stood firm, Yi Xinru's clothes suddenly turned into strands and shattered. The proportions are perfect snow-white asterisk, and it is suddenly exposed to the air. It is as exquisite as silky satin, shimmering with a seductive luster and thrilling. Yi Xinru exclaimed, completely not expecting such a thing to happen. Suddenly woke up. Just now Yang Kai squeezed his own hand, it seemed that he had moved something, but she didn't notice it at all. Feeling panic and fear in her heart, Yi Xinru hurriedly raised a jade arm across her chest, covering her lower body with the other hand. Her face flushed red, gritted her teeth and glared at Yang Kai. You. Just after uttering a word, Yi Xinru quickly restrained her anger again, with water in her eyes, stomping her feet and saying, "Little young master, why are you doing this? You brought it to the door yourself." Yang Kai snorted lightly, raised his head slightly, and said in a powerful tone, "Take your hand away." Yi Xinru suddenly looked embarrassed and looked hesitant. "Didn't you just say that you can give anything?" Yang Kai sneered, "Why, that's just for fun." Of course it's true. Yi Xinru secretly hated and bit her thin lip. She really didn't care about having sex with Yang Kai, and even longed for it, but before she got the actual benefits and Yang Kai's promise, she would also I don't want Yang Kai to take advantage. But now, I don't want to. Ruthless, Yi Xinru said softly, "That little son, don't laugh at me." Yang Kai was noncommittal, still looking down at him with a look that seemed to be a bit superior. Yi Xinru then slowly released her hands and lowered her head, looking extremely shy. Yang Kai's eyes were full of aggression, and he didn't hide it at all, staring at it. The plump twin peaks, the flat and smooth belly without a trace of fat, the private part of the green grass, the pure whiteness of the frost and the snow, revealing the seductive spring light that makes any man burst into the blood, the beauty makes people feel lingering, the index finger moved. Yi Xinru did not wear any strands like this, cocked her body and stood in front of Yang Kai, like a work of art, allowing him to appreciate it, curvy and touching. I have to admit that this woman is indeed very wealthy, especially her shy demeanor now, which makes people feel a subtle mood that one can't wait to push her to the ground and ravage her to appreciate her senseless struggle and resistance. Seemingly aware of Yang Kai's gaze, Yi Xinru's pure white gradually appeared a strange red light, and her breathing gradually became faster. Although she is not pure, she is still a woman, and standing in front of a man like this is somewhat shy. Is it beautiful? Yi Xinru let his eyes wander unrestrainedly on her body, raised her head and asked softly. Yang Kai nodded heavily and his breath was heavy. As long as you give me a promise, it's all yours. By now, Yi Xinru could no longer play hard to play tricks, and could only throw the bait. Moreover, looking at Yang Kai's appearance and state, it is obvious that she can't refuse such a temptation. She is full of confidence in this regard. She is the eldest miss of the Yi family, and her status alone makes many men want to have sex with her, not to mention, she is also a beauty. Chapter 535 Black Book page 7. In the side hall, facing Yi Xinru's blatant temptation, Yang Kai stood up and walked straight towards her. Yi Xinru raised her eyes and glanced at him shyly. There was a violent heartbeat in her chest, and there was a faint expectation on her face. Yi Xinru is really interested in Yang Kai, and it must be a joy to share the love of fish and water with such a young overlord. As Yang Kai approached, Yi Xinru's breathing gradually increased. After a while, Yang Kai passed her by, and a low sarcasm entered her ears. Sorry, I'm not interested in broken shoes. The expectations on Yi Xinru's face quickly subsided, her beautiful face suddenly turned gloomy and terrifying, her delicate body shuddered, Huodi turned her head, and shouted, Yang Kai, stop for me. Yang Kai ignored her and continued to walk out. Yi Xinru was furious and took steps to chase, but before she got close to Yang Kai, she was swept away by an invisible air wave. After falling to the ground, Yang Kai disappeared. Yang Kai, if you dare to treat me like this, I want you to die. Yi Xinru roared, hysterical like a mad woman. Outside the side hall, Chu Yimeng looked strangely at Yang Kai who came out, blushed and said, You are too much, right? This is a woman. What's too much? Yang Kai snorted softly, it's already benevolent for her not to call Huo Xingqian. I have always been kind to women. Well, she is yours now. He ka. Chu Yimeng laughed, a look of anticipation appeared on her face. Although with Yi Xinru's status, Chu Yimeng couldn't do anything to her, but the two women who were able to give her some pain and suffering would not have dealt with them very much. Yi Xinru is now blatantly trying to seduce Yang Kai. Chu Yimeng's heart gave birth to a fire of ignorance. After Yang Kai left, Chu Yimeng gently clapped her hands. Immediately, several guard-like warriors rushed over and asked respectfully, "What are your orders from Sister Chu Xiaolu?" The corners of Chu Yimeng's mouth rose, revealing a devilish smile, and she raised her voice. "Stay outside the side hall, no one is allowed to enter without my orders." Yes. In the side hall, Yi Xinru's face was pale, and she couldn't help crying. Sister Chu, go around my sister this time, my sister is wrong, Sister Chu. Chu Yimeng murmured to herself, "Hey, I'm getting old, and my ears are a little weak. Have you heard anything?" The guards guarding the side hall shook their heads solemnly. "That's why I heard it wrong. I thought someone was calling me." Chu Yimeng giggled and walked away. Several guards suddenly felt cold all over. They suddenly discovered that Chu Yimeng also had such a dark side, and looking at the side hall, they couldn't help showing a sympathetic look. Inside, there is a naked Yi Xinru. In the room, Yang Kai sat cross-legged, and his rare mood fluctuated. Not because of Yi Xinru, but because of what to do next. 7 days ago, when he was first promoted to the Immortal Ascension boundary, Yang Kai hadn't noticed it yet. When he noticed it, there were many things that were entangled, and he never had time to deal with it. Until now, he was free. Wordless black book, there is another reaction. With a thought, the wordless black book made of soul-requiring stone appeared in his hand. After obtaining this wordless black book, Yang Kai made great progress on the road of martial arts, and his momentum continued to advance. Among them, there is the help that the woozy black book brings every time it is unsealed, and the bigger reason is the result of Yang Kai's own efforts. To this day, Yang Kai still remembers it clearly. The first page of the black book was unsealed, and he got a proud golden body. On the second page, the arrogance of the golden body. The third truth, that magical incense burner. On the fourth page, I got the true Yangju, a practice that established my true essence achievement. On the fifth page, he directed himself to the valley of the King of Medicine and obtained the peerless treasure under the pond of 10,000 medicines. At the same time, the sixth page was unsealed, opening up a black book space. For a long time, there has been no movement in the wordless black book. It was not until he was promoted to the Immortal Ascension boundary that Yang Kai felt that the prohibition on the seventh page could be spied on. Being able to spy on it means that with your current strength and cultivation, you can break through its restrictions, unseal it, and dig out the secrets buried on the seventh page. It can be said that the unsealing of each page of the wordless black book has greatly benefited Yang Kai. Now that this moment has come, how can Yang Kai not be excited? He took a deep breath and calmed down the ups and downs of his mind. He held the black book without words in his hand, opened it, and poured true essence into it. But soon, Yang Kai discovered an abnormal situation. In the past, when the black book was poured into the wordless black book, the black book was swallowed up. When it reached a certain level, the restriction would be lifted. Yang Kai fell into deep thought. Is it the way to pour it in by yourself? Or is the amount of real essence poured into it not large enough? Or not at all? The seventh page was only after he was promoted to the Immortal Ascension boundary and opened up the sea of AA consciousness that he sensed the existence of the ban. In this way, the sea of AA consciousness and divine consciousness are the biggest keys. Thinking of this, Yang Kai suddenly became concerned, no longer uselessly pouring true essence into the black book, but condensed the power of his own consciousness and charged towards the seventh page. The dark pages of the book, at the moment when the power of the divine sense hit, a faint light appeared, and at the same time, the power of the divine sense was also swallowed clean. Seeing this scene, Yang Kai immediately affirmed his inference. To unlock the restriction on the seventh page, it must be the power of consciousness. One does not do the other endlessly, frantically gathers spiritual consciousness, and constantly impacts the black book. Every divine sense that hits the past will be swallowed up by the black book, but Yang Kai can clearly perceive that the black book's restrictions are loosening little by little, becoming weaker, like the immortal iceberg being violently placed on the ground. Under the hot sun, it melted little by little. Slow, but noticeable. Time passed, the sun rose faintly, and Yang Kai didn't know how long it took. He took several pills to supplement the power of his spiritual consciousness. After squandering all his spiritual power 3 times, he finally broke the black book. Banned. On the seventh page, streak-like rays of light flickered, crisscrossing each other, complicated and mysterious. It seems to be an array. When all the lines on the formation were lit up, a small vortex appeared in the center of the page. The vortex seemed to have the ability to swallow everything and rotate slowly. As it rotated, something emerged from the pages of the book. Yang Kai suddenly felt a sense of palpitations and panic. The soul in his sea of AAAA consciousness seemed to be pulled by an invisible force and wanted to rush out of the sea of AAAA consciousness. Yang Kai turned pale in shock, and quickly held his breath to stabilize his state of mind before resisting. If the soul is sucked away, that person will definitely become an unconscious idiot. At this moment, everyone in the mansion, even Meng Wuya and Ling Taishu, felt the same uneasy feeling. This feeling was only for a moment, it came and went quickly, but it aroused the deep vigilance of the two powerhouses. At the same time, he focused on the direction of Yang Kai's location, but there was nothingness there, and it seemed that something was isolating their spiritual detection. This made both of them suspicious, wondering why this happened. Inside the house, Yang Kai stared blankly at the things that emerged from the 7th page of the Black Book, with a strange expression. This is a thing about the size of an egg. It has sharp ends, a rounded center, and a flat edge. There are many lines on it, such as human wrinkles and crisscrossing ravines on the back of a 10,000-year-old turtle. At first glance, this thing looks like some kind of fruit. But Yang Kai thought it was a closed eye. There was a chill in my heart, and countless goosebumps appeared all over my body. He also didn't know what it was. In the past, when the Black Book was released from the ban, a message would be circulated to let him know what benefits he got, but not this time. The difficulty of unlocking the ban this time is beyond Yang Kai's expectations. Faintly, he felt that this must be an incredible thing, but after thinking hard about it, he didn't know its purpose. He could only feel that it was somehow related to his soul. With a thought, the closed eyes and fruit-like things in his hands disappeared leisurely. At the same time, Yang Kai noticed that there were some traces in his sea of AA consciousness. Immerse yourself in your mind and investigate in the sea of AAA knowledge. Sure enough, that thing had already settled into his sea of AA consciousness, and floated quietly above the island transformed from the multicolored soul-warming lotus. There was no incongruity at all, as if he had refined it. In the sea of AAA knowledge, in addition to it and Wen Shenlian, there is a small sword. It was the divine soul treasure that killed Nan Shang. Refining this little sword, Yang Kai spent a lot of effort, but the unknown thing entered his consciousness without any effort. Shaking his head, Yang Kai couldn't understand the meaning of it. There was a sound in his ear, and Yang Kai moved out of the sea of AAA consciousness. The door opened, and outside, Ling Taishu and Meng Wuya walked in with a dignified look, and glanced at Yang Kai blankly. The last one was puzzled, didn't ask anything, and walked out without saying a word. "Young master, are you all right?" Then, old demon also probed his head and asked. "It's okay." Yang Kai shook his head, knowing that these people were worried about him, and he couldn't help feeling warm. "It's fine." Old demon was relieved and shrank his head back again. "Wait." Yang Kai suddenly stopped him. "Do you have any other orders, young master?" "Go and call Lang Shan over." "Yes." After a while, Lang Shan from Ghost King Valley walked into the house under the leadership of Old Demon. Looking at Yang Kai curiously, Lang Shan asked, "What's the matter?" "Sit." Yang Kai motioned to her without getting up. Lang Shan was stunned for a moment, not understanding Yang Kai's intention. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to A Unknown Currency Starter Ascent to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 536. Give you back your freedom. I said, when I get promoted to the Immortal Ascension boundary, I will give you back your freedom. Looking at Lang Shan with a suspicious look, Yang Kai chuckled, his expression friendly. Now, it's time to fulfill this promise. Lang Shan's eyes lit up, and her eyes were filled with anticipation. A few years ago, when she was practicing in a different place, she and Zemo from the Heavenly Wolf Kingdom were planted by Yang Kai and were at the mercy of him. At the very beginning, Lang Shan and Zemo tried every means to get out of Yang Kai's control, but after an experience of sharing weal and woe, Lang Shan gradually changed her views and attitude towards Yang Kai. Afterwards, in the fierce evil cave, Yang Kai turned the tide and rescued 7 or 8 disciples of the Ghost King Valley by himself. Lang Shan was even more grateful. During the battle for the succession, the Ghost King Valley disciples came to help, and Lang Shan just wanted to reciprocate and thank Yang Kai for his kindness to the Ghost King Valley disciples. She doesn't care much about Yang Kai's soul imprint in her mind. It doesn't matter if she doesn't understand it. After all, Yang Kai can't be detrimental to her. She really uses that imprint to order her to do things that she doesn't like to do. Although she didn't care, when she heard Yang Kai say this, Lang Shan was still a little happy. This man is a man who keeps his promises. Chang Yang Kai nodded lightly. Lang Shan walked over to him and sat down cross-legged. Relax. Yang Kai chuckled, seeing that she was a little nervous. The next moment, the huge and pure divine consciousness condensed into a stream and rushed directly into Lang Shan's mind. Lang Shan has now reached the 9th floor of the True Essence realm. Although she has not yet reached the Immortal Ascension realm and has not opened up the sea of AA consciousness, as a living being, her spirit is innate. Divine consciousness turned around in Lang Shan's mind, and Yang Kai immediately found a ray of energy that was exactly the same as his original aura. That is the imprint of the soul that has been planted in Lang Shan's body for several years. Like a cocoon, Yang Kai carefully held the brand, and used his original breath to attract it and let it return. This is not a hassle, it is easy for Yang Kai who has been promoted to the Immortal Ascension boundary. After only half a cup of tea, Yang Kai withdrew his consciousness and said with a smile, "Okay." Lang Shan slowly opened her eyes and stared at Yang Kai with a very delicate mood. Restoring her freedom should be a happy event worth celebrating, but Lang Shan always felt that she was suddenly missing something, which made her a little uncomfortable. "Thank you." Lang Shan stood up and thanked gently. From now on, she and Yang Kai have no contact at all. After the inheritance war is over, she may bring her disciples back to the Valley of the Kings of Ghosts, and she will no longer be able to set foot in Zongdu and Zancheng. It should be. Yang Kai nodded lightly. Lang Shan smiled silently, turned and walked out. Outside the house, old demon laughed. "Miss Lang, congratulations." But he didn't want to. Lang Shan glared at him, causing old demon to be confused, and he didn't know where he had offended her. "Old demon, come in." Yang Kai's call came from inside the house. Old demon walked in quickly, bowed and asked, "Young master, what other orders do you have?" "You sit too." "Ah." Old demon was shocked, and suddenly realized what Yang Kai was going to do. His face flushed with excitement, he stared at him in a daze, and murmured, "Young master Chuan. I'll let you sit down, there's so much nonsense." Old demon was smart and rushed to sit in front of Yang Kai, with a solemn expression on his face, nervous and expectant. "Let go of the defense of the sea of AAAA consciousness," Yang Kai said lightly. Old demon hurriedly followed suit. The next moment, Yang Kai's divine consciousness invaded, and in the sea of AA consciousness, he was looking for a thread of divine soul that belonged to him. After a while, Yang Kai and old demon opened their eyes at the same time. The former looked strange, the latter looked shy. Hee. Yang Kai looked at old demon with a smile. "I seem to have seen something incredible." Just now he invaded old demon's sea of AA consciousness, and all he saw was blood red. Old demon's sea of AA consciousness, the whole is watered with blood, is filled with unparalleled evil spirits, stronger than Yang Kai's current consciousness, and there is a sense of anxiety in it. While traveling through the bloody sea of AA consciousness, Yang Kai had a faint insight into some of old demon's distracting thoughts, including the thoughts that he wanted to be detrimental to him in the past. However, everyone is a man after all, and Yang Kai didn't dare to spy on it too much, otherwise it would be too disgusting. After finding the thread of soul that belonged to him, he hurriedly evacuated. Old demon died of embarrassment. "Young master, calm down, that is what this old slave thought a long time ago, and now the old slave is loyal to the young master. This heart can be learned from the world, and the sun and the moon can show it." "Okay." Yang Kai stood up. "You don't need to show loyalty to me, if I don't trust you, I won't let you free." Young master Mingjian. Old demon was moved. From now on, this old slave will still serve the young master, and he will never have a second heart. Yang Kai nodded lightly and said no more. Old demon didn't intend to leave immediately, and rubbed his hands together as if he had something to say. Yang Kai turned to look at him, waiting for his next words. "Young master, this old slave has to admit a mistake to you." Old demon chuckled. "If you still refer to your previous thoughts, then you don't need to say it." "No." Old demon shook his head sternly. "It's about your means of controlling others." "That's your means?" "Yes, it's the old slave's method." Old demon nodded again and again. Whether it was him or Lang Shan Zimo, it was old demon's actions that allowed Yang Kai to control the three of them. During this process, Yang Kai was only responsible for providing a strand of his own soul thread, and he sat back and enjoyed the success, all of which were contributed by old demon. At that time, Yang Kai's strength was still relatively low, and he couldn't use the power of divine consciousness to plant a brand in the minds of others. "Old slave, what should I say about this method? There are pros and cons." Old demon glanced at Yang Kai quietly, and seeing his silent expression, he couldn't help but feel a sudden shock, and continued, "The good side is convenience, young master. I'm afraid I also realize that with the help of this old slave, you can easily control others with just a wisp of your soul thread. What about the drawbacks?" Yang Kai felt that this was the point. He had never heard Old Demon say this before. Old Demon scratched his head in embarrassment, and after a long while he said, "The disadvantage is that everything is lost." "Speak clearly." Yang Kai frowned. "If the consciousness of the person under control is destroyed, you may also be injured, young master," and Earth Demon will grit his teeth and tell it all. Yang Kai was stunned and wanted to understand. "Because my soul thread is still in other people's minds, right?" "That's right, but fortunately, both the old slave and the girl Lengshan are safe and sound these days." Old Demon wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and whispered, "But, it seems, there is another one. The girl named Zemo." Yang Kai grinned and knew what Old Demon wanted to say. "If the young master is not at ease, the old slave will now go to the Heavenly Wolf country and bring her here." Old Demon said quickly. "Do you have this ability?" Yang Kai glared at him. Although the Heavenly Wolf Kingdom is not as vast as the Dayan region, it is, after all, a place where warriors gather. Even if Old Demon was strong, he couldn't snatch anyone out of Sen Luo Temple. He didn't tell him this before, and he was afraid that he wanted to use this to bring him down. Yang was happy and didn't mean to pursue it. Now he is willing to tell himself, which has shown his frankness and loyalty. Moreover, in Yang Kai's view, this is not a big deal. As long as Zemo doesn't die, he won't be hurt. "Let's go there when there is time." Yang Kai sighed. "Yes." Old Demon could only nod his head with a guilty look on his face. It is not a thing for the thread of one's own spiritual knowledge to be planted in the minds of others. Yang Kai can only wait for the end of the inheritance war to see if he has free time to find Zemo. Thinking of that open and bold woman, Yang Kai couldn't help but look weird. In that remote place, I almost picked her up. Younger is not more important. Yang Kai shook his head again and again. 2 days later, in the early morning, a group of uninvited guests came to Yang Kai's residence. The guards outside the mansion hurriedly reported that when Yang Kai arrived at the side hall, he was surprised to find that the elder Yang Zhen from the Yang family elder hall actually came in person and was sitting in the first place. Along with him, there are some people that Yang Kai has never seen before. All of them are extraordinary in strength, at least at the level of the 8th level of the Immortal Ascension boundary. There were about 4 or 5 people. With a frown, Yang Kai stepped forward and bowed. "I have seen the elders." Yang Zhen nodded slightly and looked solemn. "Elder, these are." Only Yang Kai looked at the others and asked. "They are all elders of my Yang family." Yang Zhen explained. The members of the Yang family elder hall are not only the bad old men that Yang Kai has met. Those people have worked hard for the Yang family, and they are old. They are assigned an elder seat and sit in the elder hall. Apart from handling some chores, enjoy the rest of your life. There is another group of elders who really manage the affairs of the Yang family. These people are the ones who hold the power of the Yang family. Just like the people in front of you. Yang Kai nodded slightly and greeted them one by one. All of those people had a high expression on their faces and did not respond. Yang Kai didn't take it seriously either. Most of the senior members of the Yang family were like this. Not only the Yang family, but all of the 8 great families. "Dare to ask the elders to come to my house this time, what advice do you have?" Yang Kai asked in a deep voice, with a bad premonition in his heart. The last time Yang Kai was summoned back by the family because of the blood servants problem, this time it was the elders who came in person. Obviously, the problem was more serious than the last time, otherwise it would never be the case. Knowingly asking, Yang Zhen snorted coldly and shouted dignifiedly, "You killed the heirs of the Nan and Shang families in front of tens of thousands of people in Zhanchang. You are simply lawless. Do you really think you are a person?" Just for this, Yang Kai looked at Yang Zhen stunned, and chuckled. "The elders are making too much of a fuss. Making a big deal." A man in a blue gown on the left suddenly sipped coldly. "Those are the heirs of 2 first-class families, not some kind of cat and dog to kill." To be continued. If you like this is a work, you are welcome to come. This article is provided by the Breaking Dawn Update group at Watchengkong to vote for the recommended vote and monthly pass. Your support is my biggest motivation. 537 What the hell do you want to do? To me, they are no different from cats and dogs. Yang Kai turned to look at the person who spoke, with a sneer at the corner of his mouth. Crazy. The man snorted coldly, and the others slowly shook their heads, with expressions of disappointment on their faces. They have been in the central capital all the time, but they are also paying attention to the situation on the War City side every day. Judging from Yang Kai's past performances, these people regard him as a reliable candidate to inherit the position of patriarch. But now that I suddenly found out that this is actually a little arrogant kid. Disappointment is bound to arise. Although the Yang family is arrogant and domineering, they will not do anything to offend the anger of the public. Yang Kai killed 2 heirs of the first-class family in the battle for succession this time, which undoubtedly violated the taboo. In this way, in the future, if the Yang family will preside over the battle for succession, which family would dare to send someone to participate? It is precisely because the participation of the sons and young ladies of the great family will not put their lives in danger, and they can hone themselves and have the value of investing, so every time the battle for the succession will be crowded with countless forces. Now that Yang Kai has done it like this, if you don't give the world an explanation, I'm afraid no one will dare to come to support in the future, so what kind of battle will there be? By relying on the identity of the direct disciple of the Yang family, you dare to kill the heirs of other aristocratic families. Your actions make the family very cold and passive. A middle-aged woman in her 40s and 50s stared coldly at Yang. Open, said in a hoarse voice. She is not ugly, although she is a MILF, she is quite charming, but this is the voice, I don't know how to do it, it makes people feel very uncomfortable to hear it. Even if I'm not a direct disciple of the Yang family, if those two provoke me, they'll have to die. A cold light flashed in Yang Kai's eyes. Several elders kept shaking their heads, and the woman said, it seems that it doesn't make sense to you at all, town elder, come on. Yang Zhen nodded lightly, took the words, and said, Yang Kai, you have really gone too far this time, you are young and energetic, I understand. This old man has also had such an experience, so I also not going to accuse you of anything, but as a man, you have to take responsibility for what you have done. How can I be responsible? Yang Kai smiled, could it be that those two families want me to pay for my life? Yang Zhen nodded slightly. The people from the Nan family and the Shang family arrived at the central capital a few days ago and entered the Yang family. That's what they really meant. What does the family mean? Yang Kai's mouth curled into a playful smile. It's naturally impossible for the family to agree to such a rude request. Yang Zhen snorted coldly, they didn't even weigh their weight, and they actually wanted my Yang family's children to pay for their lives. It's ridiculous. Yang Kai's face was expressionless, the family's rejection of their request was not to protect himself. It is about the honor of the family, which is not clear to Yang Kai. If it is not himself, but other Yang family children who commit this kind of thing, the Yang family will also protect it. So Yang Kai didn't mean to be grateful. But this matter must always be dealt with, otherwise the Yang family will not be able to stand up to the outside world. Yang Zhen said solemnly, the family ordered you to apologize to those two families. Apologize. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes. Good. What if I refuse? This is the order of the family. The man in the blue shirt shouted in a deep voice, you dare to refuse. What about the family's order? Yang Kai gave him a sideways glance. It's against you. The man sneered again and again, I've heard that you are rebellious, but I didn't expect it to be even worse than the rumors. I've come here on purpose this time, I've given you enough face, don't play with fire. As he spoke, his aura suddenly dissipated, glaring at Yang Kai. The next moment, countless Taoist consciousness and powerful coercion attacked from all directions. Cover the entire side hall. Clap la la. The side hall swayed for a while, and a lot of sand rustled down from the top. The aura that the man in the blue shirt radiated was instantly shattered under the pressure of these divine senses and coercion, just like Haruyuki under the scorching sun. Several elders suddenly changed color. It seems that I suddenly remembered that there are many powerful warriors gathered in Yang Kai's mansion, and they use force to demonstrate here, and it feels like a class door is getting an axe. Go back, Yang Kai shouted angrily. The terrifying pressure dissipated in an instant, and all those Taoist consciousnesses were withdrawn. The man in the blue shirt couldn't help oozing cold sweat on his forehead, looking at Yang Kai with a complicated expression. He is the elder of the Yang family. He holds great power. He can almost describe his status as under one person and over 10,000 people. He thought it was an easy job to come to Yang Kai's house to give him orders, but now it seems that this is simply quite a dangerous thing. The prestige of this kid in front of the strong people in the mansion seems to have reached an unparalleled level. No wonder the patriarch ordered several elders to come with him. Originally, he thought it was a bit of a fuss, but now it seems that the patriarch is far-sighted. If he were to come alone to give orders, it was uncertain whether this kid would take care of him. What is the name of this elder? Yang Kai stared at him and asked. Wei Qing. Unconsciously, the elder followed Yang Kai's words, and his face turned red when he came back to his senses. The other elders couldn't help rolling their eyes, and their evaluation of Wei Qing was greatly reduced. Elder Wei. Yang Kai flashed a trace of disdain in his eyes, and said coldly, Please don't show your subtle strength in my house, these people in my house are dangerous people, you know. Wei Qing's complexion kept changing, especially wonderful. Enough, Yang Zhen shouted angrily, staring at Yang Kai with a gloomy expression. Although Elder Wei is not from my Yang family, he has made a lot of contributions over the years. Slandering and despising him is equivalent to slandering and despising the Elder Hall. Can you take this responsibility? Yang Kai stopped talking and looked indifferent. It's important to talk about it. The woman quickly reminded that when everyone came this time, they had already discussed how to put pressure on Yang Kai on the way, and some people sang red. Someone sings a black face, and several elders go out at the same time. Are you still afraid that the expected goal will not be achieved? Unexpectedly, after 3 or 2 sentences, Yang Kai actually pulled the topic to another direction. Continue on, I'm afraid it will be difficult to end. This kid really can lead others by the nose. The woman couldn't help but glanced at Yang Kai with some interest, but his attitude really made people angry. No wonder Wei Qing couldn't hold back. As a disciple of the Yang family, he dared to ignore the family's orders. Dare to contradict the elders of the clan. Is this still a disciple of the Yang family? Yes, it's important to talk about it. Yang Zhen was also suddenly shocked, and suddenly became vigilant, and said with a sullen face, let's not talk about the Shangnan family. Yang Kai, let me ask you, there is a powerful demon in your house, apprentice. Yes, is he from the evil land of Kenyan? No, I have already made it clear to the Grand Elder of the conferred temple. Yang Zhen nodded. Of course I know that. We also sent people to the evil land of Kenyan to inquire, although judging from the information we got, he is indeed not from the evil land of Kenyan, but the news can be faked and cannot be taken as true. You said that he is not from the Kenyan evil land, so where did he come from? I don't know. Yang Kai shook his head. Wei Qing stopped talking, but another person in yellow snorted coldly. I don't know why he still accepted him. I heard that he and you are master and servant. I'm not someone who likes to spy on other people's. Everyone has secrets in their hearts. Don't the elders? If I ask now, are you willing to tell me everything about yourself? Presumptuous. The man burst into flames. Angrily slapped the chair. Yang Zhen stretched out his hand and pressed it, and he was able to see it. In the battle of words, none of the elders who came here was Yang Kai's opponent. This kid only needs a word or two to make these usual high-level Yang Kai's opponents. Parents are out of balance. Let's not mention this for the time being. Yang Kai, are you really from the High Heaven Pavilion? Yes. Yang Kai frowned. Some realized what Yang Zhen wanted to do. The remnants of High Heaven Pavilion, they are all in your house now. Exist. Ling Xiao's is an evil sect. There are so many people from the evil sect gathered in your house, including some people from the Valley of the Ghost Kings. I will not mention these for the time being. I will ask you again. Have you ever practiced evil arts? At the end, Yang Zhen's eyes gradually became dangerous, looking at Yang Kai aggressively. The corners of Yang Kai's mouth rose, playing with the taste. If I say that I have never practiced, will the elders believe it? All of them slowly shook their heads. Less than 10 days ago, Yang Kai was promoted to the Immortal Ascension boundary, and the evil energy bursting out of his body spread to the battle city, causing countless people to feel terrified and implicated. Everyone thinks that Yang Kai has practiced evil arts, and even if he denies it now, it has no effect. Then I don't have to answer. They have already decided that they are practicing evil arts, and no matter how much they say, it will not help them but will only waste their saliva. I'll take it as your acquiescence. Yang Zhen took a deep breath, his face was a little gloomy, and said, Yang Kai, to be honest, the old man was not very optimistic about you at first, because of the strength you showed. And the help is too small, but you have repeatedly created exciting miracles, and the old man feels more and more that the next head of the Yang family should be inherited by you. The Yang family is huge, but bloated, only in the hands of outstanding people, only then can you go further, and you are such a person. The elder has raised his love. Yang Kai was slightly moved. But now, the old man has to ask a question. Yang Zhen took a breath and shouted, Yang Kai, what do you want to do? Yang Kai looked at him calmly and said nothing. Yang Zhen stood up, walked towards Yang Kai step by step, and said, the disciples who take in the High Heaven Pavilion have a close relationship with the people in the Valley of the Ghost Kings. There is also an evil demon servant of unknown origin, but still stubborn. A few days ago, you were just promoted, but now, you have reached the 2nd floor of the Immortal Ascension realm. Your quick accomplished evil art is really amazing. Yang Kai, tell this old man, what do you want to do? Are you going to turn over the central capital and turn against the 8 great families? When opening in front of him, his eyes stared at him like hawks, capturing his attention. Chapter 538, Unacceptable Consequences. Overturning the central capital, the 8 great families were turned upside down. Yang Kai never thought that although he did not have much sense of belonging to the family and participated in the battle for succession, he just wanted to rectify the name of the sect, but he was not rebellious to this extent. Hearing Yang Zhen's stern question, he quickly realized something. Family, that's how it looks at me. Yang Kai stared at Yang Zhen in front of him and asked in a deep voice. With a distressed look on Yang Zhen's face, he shook his head and said, "Don't blame the family for thinking too much about you, it's your performance these days that makes people have to think about it. It is undeniable that you are indeed a good seedling, but if a good seedling becomes a demon, the family doesn't mind cleaning it up to keep the family pure." After a pause, Yang Zhen sighed again. If it's just the family's worries, it's a good idea to discuss it. The big deal is to let the elders in the clan perform mysterious arts to dissolve the evil spirits in your body and relieve you from worries. However, you know it's not just me, the Yang family, who are worried about this now. Yang Kai's expression turned cold. I might as well tell you that after your promotion, the 7 great families have sent people to have contact with the Yang family, and they are also very worried that you will become a person like the evil lord. Yang Zhen sighed deeply, learning from the past and the future teacher. The sect you came from is Lingxiao Pavilion. You have practiced evil arts, and your aptitude is against the sky. Before that, there was an evil master in Lingxiao Pavilion. The magic power is sky high, and the profound arts are exquisitia under the heavens. There is no one above the gods who is his opponent, and you and the evil master belong to the same source, so it is still the relationship between the uncle and the nephew. One evil master will make the 8 great families a little helpless, if there is another one. Yang Zhen slowly shook his head, with a deep sense of jealousy on his face, and even the look in Yang Kai's eyes became bitter. These factors are linked together, how can you let them not worry? Worried that I will become the second evil master? Yang Kai looked gloomy. Yes, and your aptitude may be even more powerful than that of the so-called evil master. You have really reached that point, hee. Yang Zhen smiled bitterly, his eyes confused. It's really reached that point. 2 evil master level people are coming to the central capital, what will the 8 great masters do to resist? The other elders in the room were also full of fear and awe, and seemed to have seen the scene of Zhongdu being destroyed and the earth groaning. In the end, this is just your speculation. Yang Kai also suddenly lost interest in defending and said lightly. The people of the 8 great families are all pedantic and stubborn, and they live high and high all year round, making them think that they are always right. They think like this, no matter what they say, they can't change their views and suspicions. Even if you can change the mind of 1 or 2 people, it will not interfere with the overall situation. Preventing problems before they happen, this is the secret of the 8 great families standing up for so many years and not falling. Yang Zhen seemed to be open and honest, and he trusted him. 8 great families, we must guard against you. My way, I will walk by myself. Yang Kai's mouth showed a hint of sarcasm. At that time, I was born with insufficiency. Chi's miraculous washed the sutras for me, but he worked so hard for so many years and submitted so many applications to the Chenglu Old Palace, but he was never approved, even if he contributed enough to the family. The Chenglu Old Palace, there is only one response to my father, waste is not qualified to waste the efficacy of the dragon transformation pond. Yang Zhen's expression froze. 4th Master Yang submitted the application in the past and was sent back by him. Now that Yang Kai's old affairs have been brought up again, he naturally has some old face that he can't bear. Now that I have this achievement and cultivation base, the family wants to tell me what to do. Mayor Lu Lao, don't you think it's too ridiculous? Yang Zhen's face was ashen, and he was embarrassed to answer. Yang Kai said again, a few days ago, I was promoted to the Immortal Ascension boundary. If it wasn't for my friends and the elders to help me, I would have already been abolished by the old Tai Chenglu on the spot, and even if I didn't die, I would probably become an ordinary person. To guard against me, you must destroy me. Old man, don't you think the family has done too much? Presumptuous. Yang Zhen couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed and angry. The family is supreme, what does it matter if you sacrifice yourself for the family? Old Chenglu has a deep sense of righteousness, high winds, and the disciples are far behind. The disciple is a relatively selfish person. Yang Kai suddenly took a step forward, murderous, and said coldly, if this is the case, the disciple will fulfill several Chenglu. Lao, after killing a few elders, you pled guilty to the family and let the family deal with it, so you can be regarded as sacrificing yourself for the family. Everyone's color changed suddenly, and they all stood up suddenly, looking at Yang Kai vigilantly and terrified, and their strength secretly condensed. Yang Kai laughed loudly. The elders seemed to be relatively selfish people. Everyone couldn't help blushing, feeling ashamed for their performance just now. It's easy to talk about it, but when it's time to do it, it's not as easy as it sounds. Speaking of business of speaking. The horsewoman quickly changed the subject. Yang Zhen looked at Yang Kai, smiled wryly, shook his head and said, "It's very tiring to deal with you. This old man will stop beating around the bush, and asking you to apologize to the Shangnan family is just a cover. Even if you want to do it, the family can't agree, and even stop you. What does the family want me to do? Back to the central capital, several elders of the clan will act together to disperse the evil spirits in your body. From now on, you don't have to worry about whether you will become a demon, the clan and the 7 major families will also. I won't guard you anymore." Yang Kai was silent. He didn't think that the evil energy in the arrogant golden body could be dispelled by the means of the elders. No one could detect that energy when he was not using it. Moreover, it is not harmful to himself, and Yang Kai does not feel that he needs to expel it. You can continue the inheritance war, but it is impossible for you to inherit the position of the Yang family's future patriarch. The patriarch said that after this inheritance war is over, he will come forward to rectify the name of High Heaven Pavilion. I hope you can understand the pains of the family. The family has been jealous and suspicious of Yang Kai in every possible way, and naturally they will not let him sit on the position of the patriarch. If one day Yang Kai becomes a character like an evil master, wouldn't the Yang family lose all face? Don't be too busy to refuse, the family does this, and there is another layer of consideration. Yang Zhen took a deep breath. What consideration? It's about the mystery of how quickly those warriors in your house can improve their strength. Yang Zhen's voice was low and his eyes were staring at Yang Kai. The breathing of the other long-haired elders suddenly became a lot faster. Do you think you can hide it? Yang Zhen smiled. Although everyone doesn't know why the warriors in your house can quickly improve their strength, everyone knows that they are inseparable from you. People from the Blood Servant Hall, there are people who have been promoted to the 9th floor of the Immortal Ascension boundary one after another. This phenomenon is too abnormal, and it has also attracted the attention of many people. In addition, there are your parents. A trace of cold light appeared in the depths of Yang Kai's eyes, and it disappeared in a flash. Yang Yingfeng has a chronic illness, and his strength has stayed at the 3rd level of the Immortal Ascension boundary all the year round, but now he has reached the 8th level of Immortal Ascension boundary, and all of this has happened since you returned to the central capital. It's just less than a year. How dare you say that it has nothing to do with you? Although Dong Suzu's strength growth is not as scary as Yang Yingfeng's, it is many times faster than before. Do you really think that our Yang family is blind? Yang Kai is indifferent. Before giving his parents Wanyao spiritual liquid and Wanyao spiritual milk, he had already considered this issue, but he still used them because they were his own parents. What you are cultivating is evil, it is a quick method, and your strength grows rapidly, we can understand, but what means did you use to make other people who follow you, even your relatives, quickly improve their strength? This is not what we can do. I understand. My Yang family cares about this, and the other 7 families are also very concerned. Yang Zhen looked playful. Otherwise, why do you think the 7 families will join forces to put pressure on my Yang family and want to deal with you? You, however, it has the potential to become an evil master, and the strength is not too high. They have not yet been idle to the extent that they will target you now. There is no profit, no early. The 8 great families of Zhongdu are families with a keen sense of smell. If they move, it means they have interests. And the hidden myriad medicine spirit liquid is what attracts them. Which family is not jealous of the means that can quickly improve the strength of a warrior? Let you return to the central capital, the family is also out of this consideration. Only when you return to the Yang family, under the protection of the masters in the family, can you sit back and relax. The main thing the family wants is that secret, right? I don't deny this. Yang Zhen nodded calmly, but this time the family has done its best, because we came to you, not a letter asking you to go back. You should be able to understand the difference between the 2 approaches. Yang Kai nodded lightly. They came to them and explained all this to themselves, obviously expecting their cooperation, obediently returning to the Yang family to hide, offering the secret and bringing the good news to the family. If you send a letter to let yourself go back, directly force the suppression, and imprison yourself, then it is absolutely impossible for you to compromise. At that time, the fish will die, the net will be broken, and the jade will be burned. The Yang family is also well aware of Yang Kai's temper, and naturally hopes to resolve the matter peacefully in the first way. Think about it clearly. After Yang Zhen finished speaking, he stopped talking and waited quietly. Yang Kai shook his head. Since I know this, it is even more impossible to return to the central capital. It doesn't matter if the family wants the myriad medicine spiritual liquid, there are so many myriad medicine spiritual liquid, Yang Kai can just get some out. Although he didn't have much sense of belonging to the Yang family, after all, it was the Yang family that provided him with a stage to display his talents in the battle for succession, and it was a thank you for giving the family some elixir. But after returning to the Yang family in the central capital, I am afraid that I will never be able to come out again, and this strength will definitely be abolished. This is a consequence that Yang Kai cannot accept. To be continued. This text is provided by the Breaking Dawn update group at vansh.saran. If you like this work, you are welcome to a unknown currency first release a cent to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 539. Something incredible happened. After listening to Yang Kai's answer, Yang Zhen didn't take it seriously. It seemed that he had expected it, but nodded lightly. Since this is your choice, the old man doesn't say much, you can do it yourself, but the old man wants to just to remind you. Since the 7 great families smell a bit of tricky stuff, it is impossible to let it go, and my Yang family will not break with the other 7 families because of you. After speaking, Yang Zhen stood up and left together with several other elders. The woman looked back at Yang Kai before leaving, and said softly, you should think about it again, this is not harmful to you, even if your strength is abolished, you can still live in the Yang family safely, the family is willing to satisfy all your requests. Yang Kai glanced at her coldly, his eyes filled with coldness. The woman slowly shook her head, said no more, and left quickly following the others. After they left, Yang Kai took a breath, and a look of exhaustion appeared on his face. It is the best way to describe Wanyao spirit liquid, which is why he has been hiding Wanyao spirit liquid, except for the few people he trusts most who know its existence, never told anyone else. However, the 8 great families saw doubts through some phenomena, and it was not something Yang Kai could stop. You can't say that if you have something good, you don't even care about your parents, right? The strength of those people in the mansion increased rapidly. It was also because Shanning Shang used Wanyao spiritual liquid in alchemy, marrow, optimize qualifications. However, the speed of their strength improvement is relatively slow, after all, they did not take spiritual liquid directly. Judging from the tyranny of the 8 great families and the degree of coveting the myriad medicine spiritual liquid, the matter this time is very difficult, and it is very likely that it will turn into a very bad situation. Walking out of the side hall, he met Chu Yimeng who looked panicked. Yang Kai rarely sees Chu Yimeng showing such a bewildered expression. Miss Chu has always been calm and composed, no matter how big or dangerous she encounters, she will not disturb her. But now, her anxiety and fear are on her face, as long as she is not blind, anyone can see it. Yang Kai, Chu Yimeng called out softly, her voice trembling slightly. Yang Kai looked calm and looked straight at her. What happened? My father sent someone to deliver a letter, asking me to return to the family quickly. Chu Yimeng replied hurriedly. It's so fast. Yang Kai smiled, but his eyes were as cold as a blade. Yang Zhen didn't leave until the front foot, and the Chu family sent someone to send a letter to Chu Yimeng, asking her to return to the central capital quickly. What do you mean? Chu Yimeng looked at Yang Kai suspiciously. When she received the letter just now, Chu Yimeng didn't know what to do, and she panicked, so she hurried to see Yang Kai, but heard him after saying such an inexplicable sentence. Fang Xin became more and more anxious. It's nothing. Yang Kai straightened his face and asked with a smile, when will you leave? I'm leaving soon. Chu Yimeng bit her red lips lightly, and Daddy sent a letter asking me to bring back the people from Chu Yutang. Chu Yutang was the only group of assistants that Chu Yimeng brought when she settled in Yang Kai's mansion. I see. Chu Yimeng shook her head gently, her expression painful. I don't know why, I always have a feeling of restlessness, as if something major happened this time, and, if I leave here, I'm afraid. I'm afraid I'll do it again, I can't come back either. Chu Shusheng asked Chu Yimeng to bring back the people from Chu Yutang, which has already explained a lot of problems. Chu Yimeng is not a fool, but rather shrewd, where he can't smell the mystery. It's just that she doesn't know why all this is at all. She came to help Yang Kai participate in the battle for the succession, temporarily leaving the family, not the Chu family, but herself. The true ally of the Chu family is Yang Shen, the 6th of the Yang family. You think too much. Yang Kai grinned at her. Chu Yimeng nervously grabbed Yang Kai's arm, looked at him with a pleading look, and said softly, "Do you know something?" Yang Kai shook his head. "How would I know about your Chu family? Does it have something to do with the arrival of the Yang family's old palace?" Chu Yimeng asked. Miss Chu's insight is astonishing as always. "No." Yang Kai still shook his head. "It's probably because Uncle Chu hasn't seen you for so long and missed you, so he called you back to have a look." Chu Yimeng stared at Yang Kai in a daze, and slowly let go of the hands that grabbed him, and smiled bitterly. "You've always been like this, you won't tell me anything." Yang Kai opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. "In this case," Chu Yimeng took a deep breath, "then I won't ask, take care of yourself. This time, you have worked hard for you. I will send you," Yang Kai said in a low voice. Outside the mansion, Chu Yutang's people were ready to go. Chu Yimeng and Yang Kai looked at each other, neither of them said a word. The atmosphere was eerie. After a long while, Chu Yimeng's eyes gradually darkened, she smiled bitterly, turned around, and led Chu Yutang's people towards the center. Until the end, she didn't hear any words of retention from Yang's mouth. If Yang Kai is willing to keep it, she would rather ignore the Chu family's recruitment and stay here. Yang Kai watched her leave. Both of them knew that Chu Yimeng would not be able to come back once he left. A group of 3 suddenly approached head-on. The leader walked steadily and his eyes were like electricity. He was followed by 2 masters from the peak of the Immortal Ascension boundary. This is the attitude of a true high-ranking person. Chu Yimeng stopped immediately, looked at the person in amazement, bowed, "Uncle Huo." Huo Zheng, the head of the Huo family, stopped, glanced at Chu Yimeng with a smile, and nodded lightly, as the eldest niece going back to the central capital. "Yes." Chu Yimeng nodded lightly with a smile on her face. "It's good to go back early, your father is waiting." After finishing speaking, he led the 2 masters of the Huo family and strode towards Yang Kai's residence. Chu Yimeng turned around with a look of shock on her face. She didn't expect that not only would she be recalled by the Chu family's order, but Huo Xingchen would also be brought back. Huo Zheng appeared here, obviously to catch the dandy son of Huo Xingchen. Huo Zheng didn't go out, no one in the Huo family could do anything to Huo Xingchen, so he had to come over in person. Outside the mansion, Yang Kai looked at the person who came, just like Chu Yimeng, and said hello to Huo Zheng. Huo Zheng nodded lightly and looked at Yang Kai with a complicated look. "If you look for young Master Huo, he will be in the mansion," Yang Kai said calmly. "Well, I'll go by myself." Huo Zheng nodded and didn't say much, and led the 2 masters of the clan into Yang Kai's mansion. After a short while, Yang Kai heard Huo Xingchen's tragic howl like killing a pig. Soon, Huo Zheng came out again, and Zongdu Wolf, the eldest son of Huo, was being held under his arm by a 9th-level master of the Immortal Ascension boundary, without resistance. "Old guy, let me down," Huo Xingchen shouted while struggling, but it didn't work, the master ignored him. "If you offend Lao Su, you are dead. Do you believe that Lao Su castrated you and chopped it up to feed the dog?" Huo Xingchen continued to shout. "How old are you? Call yourself lousy in front of lousy." Huo Zheng gave his son a determined glance. Huo Xingchen suddenly became dumbfounded and said with a smirk, "Dad, I didn't talk to you." "But what are you doing? It's so embarrassing to be in the public eye. Shut up for me and follow me back to the central capital." "Why?" Huo Xingchen was confused. "If you want to shut up, long-winded, be careful that I slap you with a big mouth." "Daddy, let's talk about something, gentlemen don't do anything." Okay, I'll go back to the central capital with you, but you have to tell me to say goodbye to Kai Xiao, everyone has shared weal and woe for so long, I'm with you. Even if you drive less or less, you also have feelings." Huo Zheng paused, frowned and glanced at him, then looked at Yang Kai, and then nodded lightly. The expert from the Huo family immediately released Huo Xingchen. "I'll wait for you over there," Huo Zheng urged in a deep voice. "Understood." Huo Xingchen nodded solemnly. After the 3 of the Huo family left, Huo Xingchen let out a laugh, tilted his head to look at Yang Kai, and said, "It seems, something incredible happened." He saw Chu Yimeng was also there, looking like he was about to leave, and he couldn't help but feel a sudden shock. Combined with his father coming to arrest people in person, Huo Xingchen also realized an unusual aura. "Is it inconvenient to say?" Huo Xingchen shrugged. "Forget it, when I didn't ask. Anyway, my father is here, and I can't stay. It's not good for me to know too much." His face suddenly became serious again. Huo Xingchen whispered, "Kai Xiao, you are destined to do great things, I don't want you to die early." I don't know what happened this time, but it's definitely a difficulty. Can you? You have to survive. No matter what others think of you, I will firmly support you. If you die earlier than me, hee. I will dig up your body and throw hundreds of whips every day for the rest of my life. I'm Huo Xingqian. You have never worshipped anyone else in your life, so don't waste my respect. The corners of Yang Kai's mouth rose, and he smiled evilly. It's good to go, don't send it. Farewell. Huo Xingqian laughed and walked forward. The young ladies of the two great super families left Yang Kai's residence at the same time, and one of them was Yang Kai's longtime right-hand man. Outside the mansion, the young leaders who heard the sound were all shocked, completely ignorant of what happened. The change came so quickly, like a hurricane, there was no time for anyone to prepare. Until the figures of Chu Yimeng and Huo Xingqian disappeared, everyone had not recovered. After a while, he suddenly rushed to ask Yang Kai in a row. Don't be noisy. Han Shaoqi of Wanhua Palace stood up. You are so noisy, how should Yang Kai answer? A group of people suddenly fell silent, all looking at Yang Kai eagerly, expecting him to give an answer. Come in and talk. Yang Kai took a deep breath and turned to walk into the mansion. Everyone hurried to follow. To be continued. Latest chapter list. Chapter 540. In the side hall just now, Yang Kai sat in the first place and waited quietly. All the people or leaders of the forces in the mansion were coming. After a while, everyone was there. Han Shaoqi informed Yang Kai and found a place to sit down. Only then did Yang Kai recover from his contemplation, raised his head, and looked at the crowd. Glancing over, a familiar face came into view. Dong Qinghan of the Dong family, Fan Hong and Luo Xiaoman of Zuigu, Chen Zushu and Xu Xiaoyu of Yingyumen, Zuo Fang of Wenxin Palace, Chu Jingshan of Feiyu Pavilion, Wanhua Palace, 4 girls with different temperaments, and 5 members of Duanmu family seniors, Hu Zhaoer Hu Meyer of the Blood War Gang, Fang Ziqi of Fengyulo, Lingshan and Shen Yi of Ghost King Jiyu, Lu Feixiong of Tianyuan City. 11 families help, 11 forces. Except for the High Heaven Pavilion, all the forces have arrived. Not only that, Qin Zi from Medicine King Valley, Wu Yan and Dao Yang from Baoqi sect came, and all the blood servants gathered here. The lineup is unprecedentedly luxurious and powerful. However, it was precisely because Yang Kai called everyone over that he made everyone realize the seriousness of the problem. Even if he called people before, it was impossible to call people from Medicine King Valley and Treasure Artifact sect. Can't help but feel that this is not good, secretly waiting for Yang Kai to speak. Junior brother Yang, if you have anything to say, hurry up and say, I'm waiting for alchemy. Qin Zi shouted impatiently. During this period of time, he and Shaning Shang learned the way of alchemy in the mansion. With great progress, Qin Zi stayed in the pill room almost every day and couldn't come out. Compared with Medicine King Valley, this is the holy place in the hearts of alchemists. Yang Kai stood up, smiled slightly, and said, a lot of people have seen the situation just now, and they must be wondering why Chu Yimeng and Huo Xingqian left. Everyone nodded in unison. Yang Kai Dao, it is not convenient for me to say the specific reason, but I can tell you a little. The crowd suddenly held their breaths. There is going to be trouble in the house and it's a big trouble. Yang Kai said solemnly, his face became serious. Everyone was stunned for a moment, then suddenly burst into laughter. Fatty Dong said, since I came to your house, I haven't had much free time. Which incident is not a trouble? Yeah. Zuo Fang also nodded again and again, but no matter how much trouble we have, everyone will work together to get through it together. Let's talk about it. What trouble is it this time? Everyone's expressions were relaxed and not nervous, obviously unaware of the seriousness of the problem. It can endanger your lives and even endanger the troubles of the rise and fall of your families or sects. Yang Kai glanced at everyone, so you can still laugh. The uproar came to an abrupt end, and everyone looked at Yang Kai in shock and inexplicable, with an unbelievable expression on their faces. I'm not being alarmist, maybe it's not as bad as I said, but it's not much worse. Isn't it? Chu Jingshan shook his head again and again, how could this be? We didn't do anything, come here to help out and help you in the battle for the inheritance, how could it be so dangerous to our lives and even the rise and fall of the sect? Because you are helping me. Yang Kai looked at everyone apologetically, the problem lies with me. Han Shaoqi suddenly interrupted, it has something to do with your promotion to the Immortal Ascension boundary some time ago. Everyone couldn't help but look stunned and suddenly remembered the terrifying evil power, as well as the scene where the 8 supernatural beings were dispatched together. They were still terrified until now. It can't be the whole reason, at least it has something to do with it. Yang Kai nodded and said amazingly, it is very likely that because of this reason, I will be enemies with the 8 great families of the central capital. The audience was in an uproar, shocked. Fighting against the 8 great families in the central capital is something that no one dares to imagine. The world forces participated in the inheritance war just to have a good relationship with the 8 great families and gathered in Yang Kai's mansion. Even if it was not for this purpose, they never thought that they would one day fight against the 8 great families. That's like hitting a stone with an egg. A pair of eyes trembled, staring at Yang Kai in a daze, as if he wanted to see some joking expressions on his face. It is a pity that they were disappointed, and Yang Kai's expression was extremely serious. So Chu Yimeng and Huo Xingchen were taken away. Yang Kai took a breath. I called you here today, I just want to tell you all, thank you for your help during this time, and we will meet again in the future, already. Yang Kai, what do you mean? Hu Jiaoer suddenly stood up, her charming face was full of anger, are you trying to drive us away? Yang Kai nodded and said solemnly, yes, it's not good for you to continue to stay here. You bastard, Hu Jiaoer gritted her teeth and glared at him, and laughed sarcastically, who do you take me for? Come and leave when you call me. You insisted on pulling our sisters into the mansion, now if you want to drive us away again, why should I listen to you? Sister, Hu Mayer looked anxious and quickly pulled a hand, Yang Kai is also very kind. I'm not blind, Hu Jiaoer muttered and glared at Yang Kai angrily, but I can't stand his arbitrary appearance. Yang Kai smiled bitterly, what should I do? Qin Zi pouted his lips disdainfully, so it's just this. Junior brother Yang, I'll go first if I have nothing else to do. What kind of birds are the 8 great families, they dare to hurt me in Medicine King Valley? They don't dare to borrow a few courage from them. Saying this, he left with arrogance, without any intention of taking the 8 great families in his eyes. The crowd burst into laughter. Qin Zi is indeed qualified to say that, although Yaowengu is only a second-class sect, but because of its particularity, the 8 great families will definitely not do anything to their people. Yang Kai, how serious is the situation? Han Shaoqi asked calmly. Yang Kai shook his head. I can't tell, I said that I would be the enemy of the 8 great families, and it is also very possible. For some reasons, the 8 great families will want me to surrender, and I don't want to, so there is a contradiction. But it's really hard to say, so it's better for you to leave as soon as possible, and don't have anything to do with me. After a pause, he added, the same is true for everyone in the Blood Servant Hall. Tu Feng and the others froze, looked at each other and laughed lightly. Tang Yushan said, little son, if you say something disrespectful, don't look down on people. Since those of us have followed you, we will live and die together, and we will never back down. Did you forget, little son, that the Blood Servant Hall is loyal? Synonym. Die, don't leave, Ying Ju said coolly, swear to follow the young master to the death. Everyone roared in unison. If that's the case, then I won't persuade you. If you say too much, it's an insult to you. Yang Kai nodded his head. If the seniors of the Blood Servant Hall don't leave, I naturally won't leave either. Dong Qinghan smiled, you are my cousin, how can my cousin ignore my cousin? Yang Kai, you are kind to us. When you are in trouble, we will not leave. Han Shaoqi looked at Yang Kai with some distress, she also knew how hard it was for Yang Kai to make such a decision and proposal. Repaying kindness and revenge, even if I ask Xingong, I won't leave. Zhuo Feng said solemnly. Not to mention that Yang Kai saved his life in that other place. Some time ago, Shanning Shang also refined a heaven-repairing pill for his senior brother Li Xinyuan on the left, repairing his damaged dantian. Zhuo Feng is very grateful to Yang Kai, where would he leave at this time? When I came to this mansion, my strength has improved very quickly. Every day, the medicinal pills are constantly used, and the secret treasures are inexhaustible. Anyway, I am reluctant to leave. Fang Ziqi said something. It's useless. Hu Jiaoer looked at him with contempt. I'm telling the truth. Fang Ziqi shrugged. Yang Kai, as long as you don't chase us, we won't leave. The warriors in the house echoed one by one, craned their necks and shouted. With a smile on his face, Yang Kai glanced at the crowd. He could feel that the people who spoke were sincere and not at all false. It's just that they may still have some luck and don't really realize the seriousness of the problem. But after all this, Yang Kai is inconvenient to say anything else, and he can't really drive out all the people here, which is too cold. I can only say, thank you for your kindness, but I will say what I said today, I will not hinder your future and decision. When you feel that it is no longer suitable to stay, you can leave at any time. Yang Kai, there will never be any accusations. Okay, don't say it anymore, it hurts your feelings too much. Dong Qinghan made a round, and the atmosphere suddenly became harmonious. Only then did everyone talk to Yang Kai to inquire about it. It was in the interests of everyone, and Yang Kai couldn't hide it. He conveyed the meaning of Yang Zhen and others, but the myriad medicine spirit liquid did not mention a word. After listening to this, everyone's brows were furrowed, and only then did they understand how embarrassing Yang Kai's situation was. Because of cultivating evil arts, taking in the disciples of the evil sect, and having a source with the evil master, and being suspicious of the 8 great families, the situation is indeed not optimistic. The battle for the heir apparent, another accident happened. Originally, with the help of Yang Kai's mansion, Chu family Chu Yimeng was recalled to the central capital, Huo family Huo Xingchen was captured by the Huo family patriarch personally and brought back to the family, and was put in confinement. Before that, Shangjia Shangtianshao also left Yang Kaifu. At the same time, the news of Yang Kai's collusion with the evil spirits was raging in the war city. The mansion gathered the remnants of the evil sect's High Heaven Pavilion and the disciples of the evil sect's Ghost King Valley, but also from the same sect as the evil master. All kinds of news came out, people can't help but think about it. Suddenly everyone felt that this Yang Kai seemed to have a problem. There are even more rumors that the Yang family wants to ban Yang Kai from participating in the battle for the succession, and compete for the qualifications of the next patriarch's heir. The entire battle city was in a state of chaos in an instant. And the process of the battle for succession was also twists and turns, confusing. Yang Kai was in an absolute leading position and level twice, but each time due to various reasons, he was unable to win the final victory in one go, which made people feel a little schadenfreude in addition to regret. Fortunately, he was not allowed to win the victory, otherwise, in the future, a demon disciple would become the head of the Yang family. What would he be like? To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come. This article is provided by the Breaking Dawn Update Group at E+or- Kong to vote for the recommended vote and monthly pass. Your support is my biggest motivation. Closing parenthesis. Chapter 541 I really despise you. The public opinion was like a tide, and the spread was extremely fierce. In less than half a day, the news had spread throughout the entire war city and the central capital. Everyone was talking about it. Those who were optimistic about Yang Kai's expectations for him also inadvertently changed his attitude. Chu Yimeng and Huo Xingchen, who were forced to leave, also became the protagonists of public opinion. It is rumored that these 2 sons and sisters Xiaolu were just because they saw the evil nature of Yang Kai clearly and tried to persuade him to no avail. Yang Kai ran in the opposite direction. If it weren't for this, they would not be able to leave Yang Kai's mansion anyway. When the news came out, the whole city was in an uproar, feeling that Chu Yimeng and Huo Xingchen's hard work for so long was not worth it, and hated Yang Kai's approach and attitude. Yang Wei House. Since Yang Kai was promoted to the Immortal Ascension boundary, Yang Wei's mansion has stopped doing anything. The warriors of all the forces are working hard to cultivate, and they don't care about the battle for succession at all, because young Master Yang Wei has no confidence to win the victory. What can the warriors come to do? The most important thing is to improve your strength as soon as possible, wait for the end of the inheritance war, and then leave the battle city. In the quiet mansion, there was no sound at all. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps broke the silence. The footsteps came from far to near, and they quickly came to Yang Wei's room. The person who came didn't even knock on the door, but rushed in, and hurriedly shouted, "Young master, master!" Yang Wei, who was meditating, slowly opened his eyes and looked at Meng Shanyi, who was horrified and inexplicably excited, raised his eyebrows and said solemnly, "Shanyi, how many times have I told you, don't do this when things happen to you? In a panic, you do this every time." As he said that, he slowly shook his head with a helpless look on his face. "Young master, things are different this time." Meng Shanyi's face was ruddy, as if he had encountered a big happy event, but he could look carefully. What the hell is going on? Yang Wei has been in seclusion these days. He doesn't hear anything outside the window, and he really doesn't know the public opinion in the city. Meng Shanyi said, "Yang Kai is about to be out." Yang Wei's expression froze, and he asked coldly, "Where did you hear the gossip?" "It's not gossip." Meng Shanyi shook his head with a solemn expression, and briefly recounted what happened in the city that day. After Yang Wei heard this, his expression became strange. Chu Yimeng and Huo Xingchen left Yang Kai's residence, which was beyond his expectations. And the public opinion in the war city is also extremely fierce. It is obvious that someone is behind the scenes and moves. There is no need to guess who the person behind this is. Except for the people of the 8 great families, no one has such a means to control trends of public opinion. He didn't expect that his ninth brother, who was capable of reaching the sky, would actually attract the attention of the 8 great families. Faintly, he always felt that there was a slight incongruity. Even if Lao Ju has the potential to become an evil master, with the status of the 8 great families, it is impossible to embarrass a junior with great fanfare. Why is this? What's the meaning of it? Moreover, it first swayed the tide of public opinion, making Lao Ju fall into a passive situation in terms of righteousness, and then Yang Wei seemed to have thought of something extraordinary, and he couldn't help but look horrified. Young master, there is something else I want to tell you. Meng Shanyi frowned and said aye. What? The Meng family has sent a letter, let us cooperate with the second son, to defeat Yang Kai. Meng Shanyi's expression was extremely bitter when he said this. The Meng family is sending a letter. Yang Wei raised his brows, where is my Yang family? Someone said, the Yang family won't interfere in this matter, so let's do it with confidence. He also received a letter during the retreat, hurriedly inquired about the current situation in the war city, and then came to tell Yang Wei. Cooperating with the second child, hee. Yang Wei suddenly laughed, even if the 2 of us gather together, I'm afraid it is not the opponent of the second child, right? Are there other arrangements? Meng Shanyi smiled bitterly and said, young Master Dong Ruo is watching the fire. Someone said that we don't need to worry about it, we just need to make a statement. Other matters will be handled properly by the second young master's house. Yang Wei fell silent, his eyes shining brightly. Young master. Meng Shanyi pursed her lips, although this is a message from my Meng family, it seems that your Yang family has acquiesced. Yang Wei nodded lightly, without the acquiescence of the Yang family, how could the Meng family do this? They don't have the guts to do it. Second young master has no fighting spirit since that day, and the number of people in the mansion has also shrunk greatly. It is impossible to be the opponent of the young master. Meng Shanyi's expression was gloomy, but I heard the tone of the people, the second young master is now fully equipped. Be sure to eat Yang Kaifu. How can he have such a big confidence? Reinforcements from the 8 great families. Yang Wei said in a single sentence. Meng Shanyi's expression was horrified, and Yang Wei expressed his guess, and his expression suddenly became bitter. Young master. Did they mean that the second son has been designated as the next head of the Yang family? The reinforcements did not come to the young master's mansion, but went to Yang Zhao's mansion, which already explained the problem. The Yang family obviously hoped that Yang Zhao could inherit the title of patriarch, so reinforcements would gather with him, allowing him to defeat Yang Kai and win the battle for succession. With a smile on Yang Wei's face, he nodded lightly. Let's not mention the question of Lao Ju, according to the current situation, the Yang family really hopes so. You're not cold at all, young master. Meng Shanyi suddenly stopped. From the battle for the inheritance to the present, the clear winner is Yang Kai, and the worst one is undoubtedly Yang Zhao. After being beaten, he has no will to fight. How can such a person be suitable to inherit the head of the Yang family? In terms of personality, Yang Wei is undoubtedly more suitable. Why did reinforcements go to Yang Zhao's mansion? Yang Wei smiled and shook his head. Why do I have to be cold? Actually, I really don't want to be the owner of the Yang family. I think that's what Lao Ju means. How could it be? Meng Shanyi was stunned. Yang Kai's performance in the inheritance war can be said to be extremely strong, and he vowed to win the victory. I and Lao Ju both hope to reach the pinnacle of martial arts. People who have great pursuit of their own achievements generally don't think about being the head of the family, the head of the Yang family. It seems that the scenery is infinite, but in fact, it is full of trivial matters. How can I still have time to practice? As far as I know, the biggest reason for Lao Ju to participate in the battle for the succession is to correct the name of his sect, the High Heaven Pavilion. He seems to have reached an agreement with the patriarch that as long as he can win, the High Heaven Pavilion will be defeated. Remove the name of the evil sect and restore the previous reputation. Just for this, Meng Shanyi was stunned, trying to understand no matter what, there are still people in this world who are not interested in power. It's for this. Yang Wei nodded. I participated in the battle for succession because of clan rules, and also to hone myself. The position of the head of the family is not too important to me. Meng Shanyi was silent. From this point of view, it is a wise move for the family to choose to support the second child. Although the second child's mentality fluctuates greatly, in comparison, he is undoubtedly more suitable for chasing power and taking the position of the head of the family. Yang Wei smiled. Did not care at all. Are you disappointed that your efforts so far have not been rewarded? Yang Wei glanced at the silent Meng Shanyi. Meng Shanyi shook his head gently. It is an honor for me to hear the voice of the young master. Since the young master does not want to be the head of the family, Shani has to change his mentality. After a pause, he asked, then do we want to cooperate with second young master? Yang Wei said with a smile, since it was the Meng family who sent the letter and the 8 great families joined forces, can I refuse something that the Yang family acquiesced in? Go and show up, you can just go. From now on, it will no longer be about winning the heirloom battle. It can be said that from the moment Yang Kai was promoted to the Immortal Ascension boundary, the battle for the inheritance should come to an end. Next, just on the stage of the battle for succession, the 8 great families carried out some secret conspiracy methods. I see. Meng Shani nodded slightly, turned and left, preparing to go to Yang Zhao's mansion to contact the people there. After Meng Shani left, Yang Wei's expression became solemn. After thinking about it for a long time, he didn't understand what the reason was. Old Zhu was going to be targeted to such an extent. Heart cannot help but feel sad for him. At the same time, Yang Zhao's house. Batch after batch of masters quickly gathered over. These people had never appeared in the battle for the succession before, but today they all came in as if they had negotiated. The warriors from the original forces of Yang Zhaofu looked at these people, and they were all dumbfounded. They found that among these people, many of them were masters of the 9th level of the Immortal Ascension boundary, and many were of the 7th or 8th level of the Immortal Ascension boundary. There are a total of 7 groups of people, each with a luxurious lineup. Anyone with eyesight can see where the 7 groups of people came from. These people are all from the 8 great families of the central capital. Except for the Yang family who did not send people over, all the other 7 families sent people over. Among the 7 groups of people, a man and a woman looked at each other and saw the helplessness and pain in each other's eyes. After a while, the man walked slowly to the woman's side and nodded at her. The two found a secluded corner and looked helpless at the scene where the experts gathered. These 2 people, one is Huo Xingchen and the other is Chu Yaimeng. In the morning, the 2 left the war city, and in the evening, they returned here. In just one day, the 2 were forced to change from Yang Kai's allies to Yang Zhao's allies. Their identities changed quickly and ironically. What conditions did your father give you? Huo Xingchen turned to look at Chu Yaimeng and asked softly. In the future, as a daughter, I will inherit the great cause of the Chu family. Chu Yaimeng took a deep breath. Congratulations, isn't this what you dream of? Huo Xingchen smiled. Yes. Chu Yaimeng stroked the hair next to her ear, her beautiful eyes were confused, and she asked, how about you? The old man said that if I don't come, I will be expelled from the Huo family. From now on, don't even think about setting foot in the house again. The old man is serious, I can't afford it, young master. Huo Xingchen smiled bitterly. Looks like we've all compromised. Yes. The 2 of them looked at each other, suddenly looked disdainful, and said in unison, I really despise you. To be continued. This text is provided by the Breaking Dawn update group at Fan.la. If you like this work, you are welcome to Kamea Unknown Currency first release Ascent voting for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 542-7 Everyone's Reinforcement. The Chu family was led by Chu Yaimeng, and the Huo family was led by Huo Xingchen. Kong Jiakong beheaded, and Gao Jiagao let the wind come. Even Lu Qingyao, the first son of the central capital, was here, leading a group of masters from the Lu family, standing silently in the corner, not communicating with anyone. Looking at this spectacular scene, Huo Xingchen pouted, it's ridiculous. It's quite ridiculous. Chu Yaimeng nodded lightly, the 7 great families are targeting Yang Kai like this, but they still send the younger generation of disciples as leaders, obviously trying to use the stage of the Yang family's inheritance war to fool the eyes of the world. Huo Xingchen shrugged his shoulders. This is something that can't be helped. Those who know the inside story know that this is the 7 great families who are coming to deal with Yang Kai, but for those people who don't know the inside story, the battle for succession is not over yet. The family battle has to come to an end perfectly. I can't say that Yang Kai was thrown out in a daze. What would that look like? Just as the boss Yang Wei saw the situation clearly, Chu Yaimeng and Huo Xingchen also saw the situation clearly. The next thing can no longer be said to be a battle for succession. Instead, with the help of the stage of the battle for succession, the 7 major families made their debut and joined forces to perform a shocking show. The secret conversation between Chu Yaimeng and Huo Xingchen was not hidden from the eyes of the other young masters. Kong Zan and Gao Rangfeng hesitated for a long time before leaning towards Chu Yaimeng and Huo Xingchen. Huo Xingchen looked at the 2 people walking over in a relaxed manner, and said with a chuckle, Master Kong, how is your injury recovery? Brother Lao Huo is worried, the injury is no longer a serious problem. The young master is very measured and did not hurt me. Kong Zan looked indifferent, nodded lightly, and did not feel resentment because of being injured by Yang Kai. Emotions. That's good, hee hee. Huo Xingchen smiled but didn't. Seeing his rejection, Gao Rangfeng and Kong Zan were also helpless. The former said, Brother Huo, although I and Brother Kong were enemies of the young master before, it was also forced by the situation and the two of us are still very different. I admire the young master's methods and personal strength, and if possible, I would be willing to make friends with him. Really? Huo Xingchen looked surprised. I really didn't see it. Young Master Gao and Young Master Kong are both such generous people. Yang Kai treats you so much, you still want to befriend him. Friends, haha, is this true or false? Brother Huo, if you are still wary of us, then Brother Kong and I really have nothing to say. Gao Rangfeng looked serious. Huo Xingchen stared at him, gradually withdrew his smile, and became serious. The latter looked at him with a calm expression. What do you want to say? Chu Yimeng had been observing her words, and suddenly asked. Gao Rangfeng frowned and asked in a low voice, Brother Kong and I are very puzzled, why the seventh family treats the young master like this, and the Yang family doesn't say it at all. The two of you are always with the little son, know that you should have more information than us, right? Yeah, Kong Zan also nodded. This time, things are really confusing. I was still recovering at home, and I was sent out by my father. Ask him, he didn't tell me. Miss Chu and Brother Huo, you guys, if you know some information and it is convenient to disclose, you might as well tell us, and if it is inconvenient, just pretend we didn't ask. Huo Xingchen was silent, just looking at Chu Yimeng. Although his time in Yang Kai's mansion is as long as Chu Yimeng, he does not interfere in the affairs of Yang Kai's mansion, and he does not have much contact with the Yang family on weekdays. Negotiations, and a better understanding of the government's affairs. The question that Gao Rangfeng and Kong Zan asked was exactly what he wanted to ask. Facing the gazes of the three, Chu Yimeng gently shook her head. I don't know either, you asked the wrong person. Gao Rangfeng and Kong Zan couldn't help showing a look of disappointment. However, although I don't know the exact reason, I can probably guess it. Chu Yimeng changed the conversation. Oh, I would like to hear the details. Kong Zan and Gao Rangfeng's eyes lit up. Yang Kai was targeted like this, or he committed public anger and touched the taboos that the 8 great families cannot touch. Chu Yimeng said indifferently, not hurriedly said, for example, the information in the public opinion. Cultivating evil arts, going out of the same sect with the evil master, and taking in the disciples of the evil sect, there is a sign of going into the devil. These things can be big or small, and now some people want them to make a fuss. It is a big thing. We've seen it too. That's what the family sent us to reinforce here, but we always feel that things are not that simple. Gao Rangfeng frowned and said puzzled. Is there another reason? Kong Zan hurriedly asked. If it wasn't for this, then it would be that Yang Kai has something we want from the 7 great families. Chu Yimeng sneered. After speaking, her eyes lit up, her beautiful eyes trembled, and she suddenly realized some key points. Wrinkled, thoughtful. Several people suddenly felt a sense of enlightenment. The world is bustling, that is, profit comes, and the world is bustling, all for profit. If this is the explanation, it makes sense. Looking at Chu Yimeng's changing expression, several people suddenly understood that she probably knew the reason. But since she didn't say it, Kong Zan and Gao Rangfeng couldn't ask any more questions. However, what the 8 great masters did this time gave them the feeling of being a dick in building a torii. Since it is necessary to deal with Yang Kai, with the background and strength of the 8 great families, it is enough to deal with it in a dignified manner, and he even borrowed the stage of the inheritance war. Several people were young and vigorous, and suddenly a subtle mood was born. When these people were talking, Lu Qingyao kept closing his eyes and resting, seemingly paying no attention to this side, but no matter who they were, they noticed that there was a faint sense of consciousness that enveloped them all around. Obviously, Lu Qingyao was also paying attention to the conversation between the 4. The 4 did not guard against him. At the same time, in the house. In Yang Zhao's room, the second son, Yang Zhao, sat motionless by the bed. For a mere 10 days, Yang Zhao, who used to be in high spirits and pointed the country, has become haggard, with bloodless face, deep-set eyes, and those 2 eyeballs are full of bloodshots, which looks extremely terrifying. Yi Xinru was graceful, walking back and forth in front of Yang Zhao, while detailing the situation in front of her. Gradually, Yang Zhao's seemingly godless face took on some color, and his 2 red eyes slowly moved. Second young master, now the 7 great families have sent people over, and each has dispatched at least 20 masters from the 6th floor of the Immortal Ascension boundary, many of whom are at the top of the Immortal Ascension boundary. What the 7 great masters mean is that they hope that you can take command and give the best possible opportunity. Quickly, defeat Yongkai and win the inheritance war. Why did the 7 great families send so many people to participate in the battle for succession? Yang Zhao asked in a deep voice. He didn't speak for a long time. Yang Zhao's voice became extremely hoarse, and he also seemed weak, as if he was terminally ill and was about to die. Yi Xinru giggled. Didn't I tell you just now, Yang Kai is a dangerous person who is very likely to become an evil master. The Yang family does not allow such a person to inherit the family master. The 7 families live in the central capital with the Yang family. Life and death are shared, and naturally they will not let go. Now they are all gathered in the mansion, waiting for you to issue an order. Second young master, the head of the Yang family is waving to you. Really just for this reason? Yang Zhao's eyes were gloomy, staring at the soft-spoken woman in front of him. What else could be the reason? Yi Xinru was stunned. There was a hint of impatience on his face. He stepped forward and hugged Yang Zhao's arm, and said coquettishly, Second young master, don't sit still, let's get dressed and go out, let those people wait. It's not good for a long time. I'm not going. Yang Zhao still looked disheartened, not excited by this shocking news, so he got rid of Yi Xinru's entanglement. Yi Xinru was stunned, but she didn't expect that Yang Zhao was not happy at all, so she couldn't help but wonder, Second son, what's wrong with you? Yang Zhao shook his head. The battle to win the succession is a battle between the brothers of my Yang family, a battle of wits and courage, and a competition of connections and personality. I have already lost this battle. How could it be? There were originally a lot of people in the house, but now there are many experts who want to assist you. Now is the time for you to make a comeback. Yi Xinru comforted. The members of the 7th family, hee. Yang Zhao sneered, if I use them to defeat old 9, even if I sit on the throne of the patriarch, I will not be at peace for the rest of my life. Second young master, look at what you said. Yi Xinru couldn't help but curled her lips, but relying only on the people in the house, there is no way to take Yang Kai. Now such a good opportunity is placed in front of you, how can you not to take advantage of? After a pause, he sneered, could it be that second young master is afraid of the world's criticism? Second young master, those who achieve great things are not careful, history books are all written by the victors, and when you take the position of the head of the Yang family, who would dare to criticize them? You. Yang Zhao's face was expressionless, and he didn't say anything. Yi Xinru lost her patience and said coldly, Second young master, I hope you will focus on the overall situation. This is something the Yang family acquiesced in. If you don't do it, you will be disobeying the family. The second young master of the dignified Yang family, now it's actually like a lost dog, really laughing to death. Yang Zhao raised his head abruptly, his red eyes stared at Yi Xinru. Yi Xinru panicked, and before she could react, she felt that her neck was stuck, and she felt dizzy for a while. After she reacted, she was thrown by Yang Zhao to bed. The faces of the two were almost pressed together, and Yi Xinru could smell the hot breath from Yang Zhao's nostrils very clearly. It was not because of emotion, but because of anger. That big hand like an iron hoop was firmly stuck around his neck. Yi Xinru suddenly became frightened, and then suddenly remembered that she was not Yang Zhao's opponent at all. Second young master, what do you want to do? Yi Xinru looked painfully, biting her red lips, and looked towards Yang Zhao weakly. To be continued. Latest chapter list. Chapter 543 You are not qualified to evaluate me. Although I, Yang Zhao, are insidious and cunning, I won't use this disgraceful means to defeat Lao Ju. In the battle for succession, fighting with Lao Ju and fighting for wits and courage, I will do everything I can. I lose, and I have no complaints. Maid, you have no right to judge me. If you dare to say something like that just now, I don't mind making you the first young lady of a super family to die in the battle for succession. I dare to do what Lao Ju dares to do, and it will be more ruthless than him. Yang Zhao's hoarse and low voice was like the summoning of a demon from the depths of hell, and Yi Xinru's beautiful eyes quickly filled with fear and horror. Looking into Yang Zhao's eyes, Yi Xinru was really scared. She could see that Yang Zhao didn't mean to intimidate her. If she made another rude remark and angered him, she would most likely die here. The slave family is wrong, the slave family dare not. Yi Xinru immediately relented. As a woman, she would not feel ashamed for this. Yang Zhao snorted coldly before letting go of her. After getting up from the bed, Yang Zhao said, those people gathered in my house just wanting to borrow my name. Without me, they can also borrow the name of the eldest brother. Since my Yang family allows them to do so, then I will also. I can't resist. However, it's impossible to take them to deal with Lao Ju. Go ahead, from now on, you will take over all the affairs of the house. When Yi Xinru, who was still in a panic, heard this, she couldn't help breathing quickly, and said in a trembling voice, "Second young master, you. No doubt, this mansion will be yours from now on. The masters of the 7 great families will also be under your full command. Aren't you also a woman who pursues power? Your chance." Yi Xinru didn't care about the irony in Yang Zhao's words, her cheeks were flushed, and she seemed to be very excited. Do you need an explanation? I agree to let them borrow my name. As for the external explanation, you can say whatever you want. Yi Xinru smiled, smiling like a flower, and said tenderly, "Second young master suffered a blow. He was not discouraged, but he was broken and stood up. Now that his energy is floating, he is on the verge of breaking through, and he needs to retreat and practice." So good. Yang Zhao sneered again and again, "It seems that I have to thank you for finding a good excuse for me and taking care of my face. Family, why do you need to talk about the 2 families?" Yi Xinru gave Yang Zhao an angry look. Maybe in the future, the slave family will really be committed to the second son. Take care of 1 or 2. Yang Zhao sneered. You can survive from Lao Ju's hands. Yi Xinru's skin jumped. A look of fear suddenly appeared in his eyes, but soon, he calmed down and said softly, "With the current lineup of the mansion, Yang Kai can't have another chance, right?" Yang Zhao closed his eyes and stopped talking. The slave family will retire first. Yi Xinru refunded the money. Going out of the house, he looked up. It was night, and a full moon was in the sky. Yi Xinru smiled and smiled happily. Looking back at Yang Zhao's house again, a trace of disdain flashed in her beautiful eyes. She did not expect Yang Zhao to make such a decision. But now that he has handed over the command to himself, he can really let go of his hands and feet and work hard. There was a sense of excitement on his face, and the giggling quickly echoed, making people horrified. Not long after, the leaders of the 7 major forces in Yang Zhao's mansion gathered in the side hall of the mansion. Yi Xinru sat in the first place. Below the head, Lu Zhiliu shakes gently. Kong Jia Kong Zan, Gao Jia Gao Rangfeng, Chu Jia Chu Yi Meng, Huo Jia Huo Xingchen. Meng family and Meng Shanyi all looked at her with complicated expressions. Yi Xinru's expression was indifferent, with an outstanding demeanor, without the slightest uneasiness. A pair of peach blossom eyes swept around. Yi Xinru was the first to speak. "Brother Meng, isn't the young master here?" Meng Shanyi, who was named, had goosebumps involuntarily, and said solemnly, "Young master said that he is afraid that he will make a breakthrough soon and is in retreat. This time, Meng will fully represent the young master's mansion." Yi Xinru looked surprised, covered her mouth and smiled softly. "Yeah, what a coincidence, the second son is about to break through, he has to retreat too. I'm afraid he won't be able to come out for a long time. The people of the Yang family are really interesting, the 2 brothers break through together. As expected, they are all dragons among human beings, which makes people admire them. Eh?" Hearing her say that, everyone's expressions changed. Huo Xingchen asked, "Sister Yi, if the second son doesn't come out, who will be in charge of the 7 family alliance this time? It won't be you, right?" "That's right," Yi Xinru responded delicately, and changed her sitting posture, "It's me." Huo Xingchen laughed. "Second young master said that before he leaves the customs, I will take over all the affairs of the house, and everyone must obey my orders." Yi Xinru's expression turned cold and she shouted coquettishly. The expressions of the other 6 people became extremely strange. "Are you brothers and sisters questioning your sister's abilities?" Yi Xinru took everyone's expressions into her eyes, and asked gently with a smile on her face. "Don't dare." Kong Zan shook his head. "It's just such a big thing, the second son doesn't come out to talk, and it's not right for Miss Yi to speak. After all, we people obey the orders of our respective families. I'm here to assist the second son." Is Brother Kong suspecting that the second son is falsely spreading the word? Yi Xinru chuckled lightly, "I don't have the guts. If you don't believe me, you can ask the second son, he is in the house." Kong Zan frowned, and although he looked a little unhappy, it was inconvenient to say anything more. Since Yi Xinru said so, she must have obtained Yang Zhao's permission. Huo Xingchen said again, "Second young master is fine if he doesn't show up, but I think with younger sister Yi's prestige, I'm afraid it's not enough to convince the public." "Oh, Master Huo thinks so. Then, with Master Huo's intentions, who can convince the public?" While speaking, he looked at Chu Yimeng with a burning gaze. The latter's expression was indifferent and expressionless. Not only Yi Xinru was looking at her, but most people turned their attention to Chu Yimeng. Compared to Yi Xinru, Chu Yimeng was undoubtedly more suitable to lead Yang Zhao's mansion. She had this ability. However, Chu Yimeng was only forced to leave Yang Kai's mansion this morning, so it would be inappropriate to lead Yang Zhao's mansion now. Not to mention whether she is willing or not, the masters of the 7 great families will definitely not allow it, let alone obey her orders. What do you think, Sister Chu? Yi Xinru stared at Chu Yimeng in a demonstrative manner. Chu Yimeng didn't want to keep silent anymore, and said lightly, "My sister can do it, I believe in my sister's ability. Since elder sister said so, then younger sister will do her part." Yi Xinru smiled knowingly and looked smug. Huo Xingchen sighed. He could understand why Chu Yimeng didn't refute at all, but even if he understood, his heart was filled with anger. Yi Xinru looks like this now, and she has the feeling of being a villain. A woman with a delicate appearance and an extremely graceful figure, but Huo Xingchen really couldn't have a love for her beauty. This is probably the first beauty that Zongdu Wolf Master Huo hates. This topic, stop here. Yi Xinru's expression became solemn, and in a few words, she established her power in Yang Zhao's mansion, and said loudly, "Everyone has received orders from their respective families and gathered here for only one purpose, then it is to bring down the now arrogant and arrogant Yang Kai. If it fails, what will be the consequences, I think you all know very well. And our current strength is indeed above Yang Kai's mansion, and we fully meet this condition, but in the end how to do it, how to defeat the defense of Yang Kaifu at the least cost, everyone can tell us what you think, the little sister is young, and please help my brothers and sisters." Mei Mu glanced around, Yi Xinru waited quietly. Lu Qingyao kept his eyes closed, no thoughts of expressing his opinion. Kong Zan and Gao Rangfeng brought their heads together and muttered something in a low voice, with a solemn expression, as if they were discussing seriously. Young Master Huo looked up at the sky, as if a beautiful woman was flying over the sky. Chu Yimeng's expression was indifferent and sad. Meng Shanyi scratched his head, looking helpless. The expressions of the 6 people were different, but none of them spoke. After waiting for a long time, Yi Xinru pursed her lips and smiled. "It seems that everyone has no good plan. If so, how about listening to my opinion, little sister?" Saying this, without waiting for everyone's reaction, he continued, "Although the mansion has gathered 7 masters now, and the top masters are emerging one after another, with overwhelming advantages and strengths, but the strength of Yang Kai's mansion still cannot be ignored. There is a person above Shenyu. That person is Ling Taishu, the leader of the evil sect. Ling Taishu cannot be dispatched. After all, it is still a battle for the succession. Only 2 can be dispatched in the inheritance war. But he also has a demon master, and another guard at the peak of the Immortal Ascension realm. These people are the biggest trouble. If we attack rashly, it is very likely that there will be some unnecessary losses. Those people in Yang Kai's residence cannot be taken lightly, they can often make some unexpected actions. I think young Master Huo and Sister Chu understand this, better than us." Huo Xingchen chuckled and said, "Don't ask me, I don't know anything. In his house, I have nothing to do except pick up girls. There are so many beauties in his house." Yi Xinru smiled. "Huo Xiao is too modest, who doesn't know that your strength has increased greatly now, even Brother Gao is not your opponent." Gao Rangfeng's face darkened, and he secretly scolded a lowly maid, "Which pot can't be opened and raised?" That day Yang Kai attacked Yang Kang's mansion at night, and Gao Rangfeng was defeated by Huo Xingchen, a scoundrel. For the humiliation of his life, he has been studying hard these days, hoping that one day he will be able to regain his face. Now that Yi Xinru mentioned this matter, he was immediately annoyed, and she said calmly, "Miss Yi, let's talk about business." Yi Xinru gave him a slight smile and apologized. "Brother Gao, don't mind, my sister is unintentional, so I'll accompany you here." Gao Rangfeng looked slightly hazy. Yi Xinru continued, "In view of the above situation, I think we should make a surprise attack and catch Yang Kai by surprise." Opening parenthesis closing parenthesis. Chapter 544. I have to go out again today, I got up early, and everyone does not have to wait at noon. The sons and daughters of the 7 great families gathered together, Yi Xinru sat in the first place and talked eloquently. It turned out that this woman didn't just act like a spoiled brat, everyone thought to herself. When she is sitting in that high position, she can quickly correct her mentality and make remarks that are in line with her identity. What she said was reasonable, and everyone couldn't help but be attracted and looked up at her. "Qi Bing." Gao Rangfeng couldn't help but ask, "What's a Qi Bing?" Yi Xinru smiled and said, "What the young master can't think of, is the strange soldier." Gao Rangfeng frowned. Yi Xinru made him feel a little uncomfortable, and said in a deep voice, "Be specific." Yi Xinru giggled and turned her eyes to Chu Yimeng, her beautiful eyes squinting. Sister Chu was the biggest surprise to the young master. Chu Yimeng suddenly raised her head and glared at Yi Xinru. Huo Xingchen also let out a ho-ho evil laughter. The other people looked strange, and everyone suddenly knew what Yi Xinru was thinking. Sister Chu has always been in the young master's mansion, working with him, and being regarded by the young master as his right-hand man. She has a very clear understanding of many matters in his mansion. I am afraid no one knows better than elder sister Chu. And elder sister is this morning. After leaving Yang Kai's mansion, young master would never have thought that it was only during the day that my sister would be his enemy and led someone to attack him, right? Yi Xinru, you'd better think carefully about what you are talking about. Huo Xingchen stared at her gloomily, a cold light flashing in his eyes. Yi Xinru sneered. Huo Xiao, what do you mean? Of course I know what I'm talking about, but it's your attitude. Are you dissatisfied with me? Huo Xingchen sneered again and again. Don't forget, I now represent the second son. If you don't agree with me, you don't agree with the second son. I have the right to ask you to leave this mansion. A piece of mouse feces can ruin a whole pot of porridge, and there can be no black sheep in the second son's house. Yi Xinru's words contained a gun and a stick, and there was a lot of cynicism. Huo Xingchen's expression changed, and he left angrily, but when he thought of the old man's threat before he left, he had to suppress the eagerness in his heart. His mouth moved, but no sound could be heard, as if he was cursing. Yi Xinru smiled again and said warmly, "Actually, little sister has a lot of her own considerations for her proposal. What I said before was just one of them. What else is there to consider?" Gao Rangfeng asked. He suddenly realized that after a battle for the succession, Yi Xinru's growth was terrifying. In the past, she didn't have so many ghosts and spirits, and she wasn't so strong. It's probably because he's been with the second son for a long time, and he's been influenced by his eyes and ears. Judging from the last time the young master killed Nansheng and Shang Chu, the young master attaches great importance to the friends around him. Sister Chu is also his friend. I think with the personality of the young master, I can't bear to treat my sister Chu very much. Start. That's not bad. Kong Zan nodded lightly, thinking that Yi Xinru's analysis was reasonable. Last time, Nansheng and Shang Chu were two idiots. Just because they injured a High Heaven Pavilion disciple, they were chased by Yang Kai for 2,000 or 3,000 miles. Chu Yimeng and Yang Kai have been together for so long, the two share weal and woe, and Chu Yimeng has made a great contribution and dedication to Yang Kai's house. With Yang Kai's character, it is strange to be able to attack her. So, maybe if Sister Chu goes out and brings some people over, she will be able to defeat the young master without bloodshed. Yi Xinru looked at Chu Yimeng with a light smile and asked, "What do you think, Sister Chu?" Chu Yimeng's face was cold. She looked at him from a distance, and said in a hurry, "You think too much." Although Yang Kai cares about friendship, he is also an extremely selfish person. When there is a conflict between the two, he will choose to maintain his own interests. Yi Xinru looked astonished. Sister Chu really understands the young master. I think you have to act in this matter. How can you know if you don't do it once? Saying so, her eyes despised the past, as if Chu Yimeng would not give up. Okay, Chu Yimeng suddenly laughed. Since my sister said so, then I will listen to you once and see if I can capture Yang Kai with my means. Sister is really a woman among women, so refreshing. Thanks to my sister for taking care of me, and leaving this work to my sister. Chu Yimeng smiled softly. Yi Xinru also pursed her lips and smiled and said, "What are our sisters talking about?" A few days ago, my sister was also taken care of by my sister, giggle. My sister will keep it in my heart, and I will never forget it in my life. In the side hall, it suddenly became gloomy. Gao Rangfeng Kangjin and others couldn't help fighting a cold war. They didn't know what the two women were talking about, but they could also see that something had happened to the two of them during the festival a few days ago. A few days ago, Yi Xinru sneaked up to Yang Kai's mansion to seduce him, but Yang Kai smashed his clothes and left him alone in the side hall. After that, Chu Yimeng sent a few guards to guard the door. The naked Yi Xinru was imprisoned for 3 days. 3 days later, Chu Yimeng ordered her maid to send a set of clothes. How could Yi Xinru forget this humiliation? The first thing to do when the 7 families join forces is to find fault with Chu Yimeng. It can be said that she is avenging her personal revenge, but her excuses and methods are very clever, so clever that Chu Yimeng can't refute them, so she can only be led by her. Walk with your nose. That's what I said. my sister will be this amazing soldier and take the lead. I hope that my sister can win the battle. Lend your auspicious words. It's not too late, let's go now. Yi Shin Judo. Now, everyone else couldn't help but be surprised, they never expected Yi Shinru to be so urgent. The soldiers are very fast, and I just take advantage of the night to do things. Maybe I can get twice the result with half the effort. Yi Shinru smiled slightly. It makes sense, then the elder sister will set off. Chu Yimeng chuckled, stood up and walked out. Chu Yimeng. Huo Xingchen stood up and shouted in a deep voice. Chu Yimeng didn't look back, just walked out, shaking his head slowly. After Chu Yimeng left, Huo Xingchen turned around, stared at Yi Shinru with cold eyes, and said, "Little Niangpi, if something happens to Chu Yimeng, you will be sold by Laozi to the cheapest one. Go to the kiln, then anyone can taste your beauty, and within 3 or 5 months, you will be a pile of rotten meat that even wild dogs don't care about." Yi Shinru's eyes flashed coldly, and she was surprisingly not angry. Instead, she giggled and said, "Young Master Huo's worry is unnecessary. The son really has gone crazy, and the 6 relatives don't recognize him." After a pause, he said again, "Since Xiao Huo is so worried, let's go out and have a look. It can be regarded as a precaution." Kong Zan and Gao Rangfeng couldn't help but nod their heads, feeling that Yi Shinru's decision was correct. None of them thought that Chu Yimeng alone would be able to defeat Yang Kai. No matter how much Yang Kai thought about his feelings, he was not a fool, so how could he be captured? If you have people like yourself in the past, if there is a fight over there, you can also help. While speaking, everyone stood up and walked out in unison. The moon is bright and the stars are rare, and the entire battle city is bathed in a silver glow. In Yang Kai's mansion, the warriors in the mansion have calmed down from the shock of Chu Yimeng and Huo Xingchen's departure. The mansion now has a great advantage. Even if Chu Yimeng and Huo Xingchen left, they still felt that in the battle for succession, Yang Kai would definitely win. It was just what Yang Kai said in the daytime that he might be the enemy of the 8 great families, so he was a little worried. After all, they are all young people, who would want to face the 8 great masters? That is not only related to himself, but also related to the major events of the sect family behind it. In the middle of the night, the house was quiet. Yang Kai, who was meditating, suddenly opened his eyes, and his eyes shone brightly. He got up in a hurry and walked outside. Just as he opened the door, there was a sound of hunting in the mansion. The next moment, Ying Ju, Earth Demon, and Tang Yushan appeared in front of him. "Little son," Tang Yushan shouted. "I know." Yang Kai looked stern, "Call everyone up." Tang Yushan quickly released the power of his divine consciousness, covering the entire mansion, and sensing the reminder and calling contained in this divine consciousness, the forces in the mansion quickly gathered. "Hey!" A sigh came from the side, where a vague figure slowly appeared, and a water spirit with pale blue hair suddenly appeared. Ying Ju narrowed his eyes, and until this moment, he was extremely afraid of this elusive little girl. At such a young age, she actually has the 8th level cultivation of the Immortal Ascension boundary, and her physique is special. If she fights alone, Ying Ju believes that she is not her opponent, but she can't keep her. Not. It seems that Chu Yimeng brought someone here. Shui Ling sighed faintly. "It's a pity, it's a good deal with her." "Yang Kai, how did you and her come to this point?" "I don't know, don't ask me." Yang Kai looked annoyed. Shui Ling noticed the identity of the person coming, how could Yang Kai not notice it? The leader was actually Chu Yimeng, who only left in the morning. And with her, there are more than 20 powerhouses above the 6th floor of the Immortal Ascension boundary. Aside from Chu Yimeng's dull aura, everyone else was murderous, obviously wanting to be detrimental to their mansion. Yang Kai didn't think Chu Yimeng would do this. After getting along for so long, Yang Kai also knew her well. Yang Kai knew best what kind of character she was, but it was an indisputable fact that she brought people here. "Let's go out and have a look." Yang Kai snorted and walked out first. Ying Ju, Tang Yushan and Old Demon quickly followed. Not long after, a few people went outside the mansion, and the warriors in the mansion rushed out of the mansion quickly and in an orderly manner, all gathered beside Yang Kai. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to subscribe to the mobile network. Give a reward, your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 545. How old are you? These people didn't know what happened, and when they waited outside Douai, riding the moonlight and looking forward, they were all stunned. Not far from the mansion, Chu Yimeng stood there alone. 20 feet away behind her, more than 20 strong people belonging to the Chu family lined up in a row, and the coercion that gathered together was extremely terrifying. After being stunned for a moment, Luo Xiaoman shouted in surprise, "Sister Chu." While shouting, he rushed out of the crowd and ran towards Chu Yimeng. The pair of huge jade peaks on his chest rose and fell, which was spectacular. Of all the people, she has the best relationship with Chu Yimeng. The two of them, one smart and capable, the other confused and charming, have some complementary personalities, so Chu Yimeng is also quite good to her. Human emotions are also intimate. This morning when Chu Yimeng left, Luo Xiaoman still cried for a long time, until now her eyes are red and her spirit has not recovered. At this moment, seeing Chu Yimeng go and return, Luo Xiaoman is happier than anyone else, her beautiful eyes glowing with joy. It seems that the lost child has found his way back and hurried up. There was a hint of sadness on Chu Yimeng's face, and her expression was indifferent. When the distance between the two was only about 5 feet away, Chu Yimeng raised her hand gently. A streak of light shot out from her hand and hit Luo Xiaoman's feet. Dusty. Luo Xiaoman paused, staring stupidly at Chu Yimeng in front of him. "Don't come here again, or don't blame my men for being ruthless." Chu Yimeng looked at Luo Xiaoman coldly, her tone was cold, and she acted like a stranger. "Sister Chu," Luo Xiaoman murmured, her eyes were confused, as if she still hadn't figured out what happened. Chu Yimeng had never touched her, but just now, if she ran faster, or Chu Yimeng hit her farther, she would have lost her legs. Feeling Chu Yimeng's indifference and rejection, Luo Xiaoman's heart was instantly filled with enormous pain, and bitter water kept pouring out of her mouth, and she subconsciously felt a trace of panic. When she was at a loss, a big hand came up on Zhang's shoulders. Looking back, she saw Yang Kaichang slowly shaking her head. "Go back," Yang Kai lightly instructed. Without waiting for her to respond, he threw her back. After Luo Xiaoman fell to the ground, he suddenly found that the atmosphere was a little different. Outside the mansion, Yang Kai and Chu Yimeng looked at each other face to face, just like the scene when Miss Chu left in the morning. They didn't say a word to each other, everything was silent. But anyone can see that the situation is completely different when they meet now and when they parted in the morning. Forced, Yang Kai tilted his head and looked at Chu Yimeng with a serious look. "No." Chu Yimeng shook her head gently. "No." Yang Kai smiled, the corners of his mouth raised. "You didn't get forced, why did you bring these people here? It's impossible to come and rely on me, right? What am I doing here? You know clearly, why do you need to ask so much?" Chu Yimeng's face was still so indifferent. "If you don't tell me, how do I know? It's the same with you, you won't tell me anything, why should I tell you?" Chu Yimeng retorted. Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders, helpless. "Miss, you don't need to talk nonsense with him." Suddenly, a loud shout came from behind Chu Yimeng. While speaking, the experts in the Immortal Ascension boundary who were originally 20 feet away from Chu Yimeng stepped forward together, carrying a tyrannical aura, and stood not far behind her. "You are," Yang Kai frowned. "Chen Bai." The man snorted coldly, raised his head slightly, and said arrogantly, "Miss, thinking of the old relationship, I want to say a few words to you, and it should be finished by now." Yang Kai's expression remained unchanged, and nodded. "I have looked up for a long time, the name of the Hall Master of the Fallen Leaves Hall is indeed like a thunder window. The Falling Leaves Hall of the Chu family is equivalent to the Blood Servant Hall of the Yang family. Such an institution exists in each of the 8 great families. The powerhouses cultivated in these institutions are extremely loyal to the family. It's just because the family background is different, the prestige is different, and the training methods are different, so in these institutions of the 8 great families, the Blood Servant Hall is the most famous, and the masters who come out of the Blood Servant Hall are more than the other 7 great masters, must be on the line. Especially the unfamiliar secret blood madness in the Blood Servant Hall, the existence of this taboo martial skill is enough to make the Blood Servant Hall stand above any institution. The Falling Leaves Hall of the Chu family is such an institution. The strong people from it are all very good. Once they make a move, they are as crisp and neat as the autumn wind sweeping the leaves, and they will never give the enemy any time to breathe. Precisely because of this principle, the people in the Fallen Leaves Hall are generally impatient and hate others wasting time the most. Chu Yimeng and Yang Kai said these few words, they couldn't hold back anymore, which shows their character. Chen Zan snorted, turned a blind eye to Yang Kai's compliments, and sneered, "Since you have finished speaking, then please step back." Looking at Yang Kai again, he said coldly, "Boy, your death is coming, although you it as the son of the Yang family, but you practice evil arts, collude with evil spirits, and attempt to subvert the 8 great families, today is your time to perish." The powerhouses of Shenzhen and Yiyetang have always been in the central capital, and they don't know much about the power of Yongkai and Yongkai's mansion, although they are also paying attention to the progress of the inheritance war and heard from others. Even though Yongkai and Yongkai's mansion are amazing and powerful, Shenzhen has always thought that these news are too watery, and there are some reasons for spreading rumors. As a top master of the Immortal Ascension boundary, how could he put a second layer Immortal Ascension boundary martial artist in his eyes, especially since this person is quite young? Not only Chen Zan thought so, but most of the powerhouses of the other 7 great families had this idea. In their opinion, the 7 great families coalition this time, dispatching so many strong men, has made a big fuss. So tonight, when Chu Yimeng brought them over to look for trouble in Yongkai's mansion, Chen Zan and the powerhouses in Yiyetang were very excited, thinking that they could easily break through the defense of Yongkai's mansion. Even Ling Taishu, who was sitting in the mansion, was not in their eyes. Although Ling Taishu is above the gods, he is the master of the evil sect and the master of the evil master. If he dares to take action casually, the 8 people who are conferred the temple will definitely not sit idly by. Hearing Chen Zan's arrogance, Yongkai's expression turned cold. What a big hat. Senior Chen, please wait a little longer. Chu Yimeng suddenly interrupted. I still have a few words to tell Yongkai. Chen Zan snorted coldly, but it was not easy to refute Chu Yimeng's face. When he came, Chu Shusheng had already warned that although this action was based on the stage of the battle for succession, it was also in the name of the young masters and young ladies of the 8 great families. Acting, but he is Chen Zan who really decides the direction of action on the battlefield. In other words, to a certain extent, Chu Yijua had to listen to Chen Zan for the time being. Just say a few words, he can tolerate it. Yongkai glanced at him coldly, then turned to Chu Yimeng, and asked softly, what's the reason? Because my father said that as long as you are defeated and captured, I can inherit the great cause of the Chu family as a daughter. You also know how much I long for that day to come. Although we got along pretty well before, it is my lifelong desire to be with me. By comparison, how old are you? Haha, Yongkai couldn't help laughing. I'm not an old man, but you can convince yourself with this nonsense. When did I talk nonsense? I'm telling the truth. I'm here today to defeat you. Yongkai, for the sake of helping you all these days, you can't do it without your hands, you really have to start. Come, it also hurt everyone's feelings, and I'm definitely not your opponent. Okay, Yongkai nodded with a smile. Over there, Chen Zan's eyes lit up, but he quickly became vigilant, his eyes fixed on Yongkai's movements to prevent him from cheating. The people in Yongkaifu were stunned. They didn't expect that Chu Yimeng was willing to go to the opposite side of Yongkai in just one day, and she personally brought people over to find trouble with Yongkai. Immediately, I was filled with righteous indignation, but at least I remembered the previous friendship, and did not swear. If someone else said this, they wouldn't be willing to let it go. I'm afraid they have long since greeted their 18th generation ancestors. Even so, their expressions were not very good-looking. Luo Xiao and Man even had tears in their eyes, staring at Chu Yimeng in disbelief. Are you really willing? Chu Yimeng was stunned. What's the matter? You can be the head of the Chu family if you capture me, right? Yongkai smiled. You paid so much for me, and now I pay a little for you, what does it matter? Chu Yimeng's expression changed, a pair of beautiful eyes glowed with strange light, and it seemed that she was moved by these words and wanted to cry. Miss. Seeing that Chu Yimeng didn't seem to want to do something, Chen Zan couldn't help urging her in a hurry. If he was able to capture Yongkai without fighting, then his Chu family would have made a great contribution. Chu Shusheng said that once he captures Yongkai, he will be sent back to the Chu family in the mid-capital city at all costs. Chu Yimeng turned a deaf ear, her expression still filled with emotion, and suddenly she gritted her teeth again. You think that saying something like this will make me soften my heart and won't do anything to you, right? You bastard is really despicable. Quote. Yongkai grinned, revealing a set of snow-white teeth, a look that was really embarrassing for you to see through. You really think so? Chu Yimeng was annoyed to death, but she was really moved just now, and she felt a deep resentment and shouted, no matter what you think, since I'm here today, I won't be empty-handed. Go back. Saying this, he suddenly raised his hand, and a Kai-Long dagger suddenly appeared in his hand. The silver light was flowing from the dagger, which was obviously a good quality secret treasure. Tru Yuan burst out fiercely, seemingly merciless. A burst of exclamations sounded, and no one thought that the accident would happen so quickly, and even Yingju didn't have time to react. Chen Zan and the many powerhouses in the Chu family leaves hall lit up, quickly held their breath, and secretly looked forward to it. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come. This article is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Group at Watchengkong to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 546. What are you doing? Facing Chu Yimeng's blade facing each other, Yang Kai was still laughing, with an expression of not knowing whether to live or die, staring at Chu Yimeng who was close at hand. His figure was still, and even his true essence was not condensed. Really didn't plan to fight back. Chu Yimeng's beautiful eyes were full of determination, and the movements of her hands became faster and faster. The next moment, Yang Kai's expression changed suddenly, looking at her beautiful eyes in shock, and suddenly grabbed her. Puffa! With a groan, blood splashed out. An exclamation sounded, and the powerhouses behind the two rushed out in unison, rushing towards the middle frantically. The eyes of Chen Zan and the others were full of fanaticism, and they stared at Yang Kai with a stunned expression, grinning. Ying Ju, Tang Yushan, and Old Demon burst out their own power at the same time, over the heads of Yang Kai and Chu Shumeng, and greeted Chen Zan and the others. The battle started in an instant, and the warriors who did not reach the Immortal Ascension boundary could not intervene at all, and the leaders of the younger generation did not dare to approach, and could only display their martial skills and the power of secret treasures from a distance. The brilliance blooms and the energy rages. In the chaos, Luo Xiaoman stumbled to Yang Kai and Chu Yimeng's side. After seeing the situation clearly, he immediately covered his mouth and her beautiful eyes trembled. Chu Yimeng fell limply into Yang Kai's arms. Her face was pale and bloodless. She silently smiled at Yang Kai. A dagger was inserted into her lower abdomen, which was the secret treasure she took out before. Yang Kai was actually unscathed. What are you doing? Yang Kai shouted angrily. I can't do it. Chu Yimeng smiled bitterly. I can only think of this way to temporarily get myself out of the game. Chu Yimeng's blow just now suddenly turned and stabbed him in the middle of the way. Yang Kai saw this and stopped him. But Chu Yimeng's expression was too serious before, causing Yang Kai to be deceived by her for a moment, thinking that she would really attack him. When I wanted to stop it, I couldn't. Blood flowed out from Chu Yimeng's lower abdomen, and soon her clothes were flushed red, revealing a scarlet beauty. Stop talking. Yang Kai frowned, but he wasn't very nervous. Chu Yimeng's injury was not in a fatal position, and the dagger was not inserted too deep. She will heal without scarring. I have a question for you. Chu Yimeng gasped, but looked at Yang Kai stubbornly. If you have something to say, just let it go. Yang Kai snorted coldly. He was depressed by Chu Yimeng today. Chu Yimeng didn't care, but her eyes were full of anticipation, and she asked softly, if I really wanted to stab you just now, wouldn't you resist? What do you think? Yang Kai glared at her. I don't know, I never knew what you were thinking. I'm not an idiot, why would I stand there and stab you? Sure enough, Chu Yimeng laughed, you really have always been a selfish person, but if it wasn't like that, then it wouldn't be you. Yang Kai smiled secretly, if you really wanted to stab me just now, then you will be finished today. What will you do to me? Kill me. That's not true, I'll just take off your clothes, and then, hee, spank your ass. Chu Yimeng blushed suddenly. No one had ever said such shameless words to her before, and she didn't know what to do, but the scene of her naked body being punched on the buttocks by Yang Kai's bed appeared in her mind. Quite ashamed. Don't talk about this. Luo Xiaoman stood beside him at a loss. Hurry up and heal. I can't die. Yang Kai's face didn't matter. He hugged Chu Yimeng by the waist, turned his head and glanced at the chaotic battlefield. A cold light flashed in the depths of his eyes, and then he walked into the mansion. Luo Xiaoman followed step by step. Not long after, the three came to Su Yan's room. Pushing the door in, a icy cold hit you. Su Yan was sitting on the ice bed, seemingly cultivating, but in fact her mind was not here at all. When there is a battle in Yang Kaifu, she will naturally pay attention, but because she was born in the High Heaven Pavilion, it is really inconvenient to show up, so she can only wait quietly. What happened? How did you get hurt like this? Su Yan hurriedly asked when she saw Chu Yimeng. This silly girl stabbed herself. As Yang Kai said, he placed Chu Yimeng on the ice bed, and the icy chill eroded over, causing her to shiver uncontrollably. But thanks to the cold blockade, the bleeding from her wounds quickly eased. She handed it over to you. Yang Kai urged, turned around and walked out. The location of Chu Yimeng's injury is too delicate. If it was elsewhere, Yang Kai could handle it by himself, but in the lower abdomen, he was too embarrassed to do it, so he could only send it to Su Yan and let her take care of it. Su Yan also has Wanyaoling Yu, she knows what to do. The sound of battle came one after another, and looking around, half of the sky seemed to be lit up by the blooming rays of light. When Yang Kai returned to the outside of the mansion, he found that the battle situation was in a state of anxiety and they were on a par with each other. Chu family at the Fallen Leaves Hall, there are more than 20 strong people above the 6th floor of the Immortal Ascension boundary. On our side, there are 3 people at the peak of the Immortal Ascension boundary, Yingju, Tang Yushan, and Earth Demon, all of them can reach the sky. Shui Ling also uses its special physique to stir up the storm and disturb the enemy's hearing. There are a lot of other Immortal Ascension boundaries. In terms of numbers alone, their own side undoubtedly has a huge advantage, but the powerhouses in the Fallen Leaves Hall cannot be taken lightly, so even if the number of people has an advantage, they will not be able to get any advantage. For a while, he was in a struggle. Since the beginning of the Inheritance War, Yang Kaifu has never encountered such a situation, and every battle has defeated the enemy with an overwhelming advantage. Chen Zan and others also felt incredible. They were full of confidence, but after the real fight, they found that those rumors did not exaggerate the water, and even underestimated the combat power of the warriors of Yang Kaifu. The powerhouses of the Fallen Leaves Hall can almost be said to be out in full force, and now there is no way to take a young Master Yang's mansion. Chen Zan inexplicably felt a sense of shame and humiliation, and he became more and more cruel and merciless. Yang Kai waited and watched for a while, but instead of going into battle in person, he turned his attention to the distance. He felt that there were many strong breaths gathered there. The cultivation level of those powerhouses is no worse than that of the people in the Fallen Leaves Hall, but the number of people is several times that of them. Not surprisingly, it must be the powerhouse of the other 6. As Yang Kai expected, a mile away, in a 3-story attic, headed by Yi Shinru, the young masters and young ladies of the 6 great super families gathered here, watching the battle over there from a distance. Although it was night, but the moonlight was sultry, they still clearly imprinted everything that happened in front of Yang Kai's house into their eyes. Chu Yimeng's violent attack, Yang Kai's traces, they can see clearly. But the final result surprised them. It was actually Chu Yimeng who fell in a pool of blood. There was a gloating look on Yi Shinru's beautiful face, and she snorted coldly, Yang Kai really has no humanity anymore. Even Chu Yimeng, who has helped him for so long and has such a good relationship, can be ruthless and ruthless. Kong Zan and the others remained silent. Although they didn't like Yi Shinru's bossy behavior, they still agreed with her current rhetoric. They were too far apart, and they didn't see the mystery clearly, they only thought that Chu Yimeng was really injured by Yang Kai. Since Chu Yimeng entered Yang Kai's mansion, he has been working hard without any resentment, acting as Yang Kai's right and left hand, leading the entire mansion, paying a lot, but in the end, he was actually hurt. Whoever it is, I am afraid it will be chilling, right? And to be able to do such a thing, Yang Kai has no human nature, obviously selfishness has reached the extreme. Huo Xingchen was the only one, with a ferocious look on his face, sneering again and again, although he didn't see what happened just now, he would not agree with Yi Shinru. It looks like my plan has failed. Yi Shinru said this, but there was no loss on her face, but a trace of joy, as if she was happy to hear what happened to Chu Yimeng, and pretended to say, if I had known this earlier, I would have no matter what you say, Sister Chu will not be allowed to take risks alone. Hey, we still overestimate Yang Kai's moral level. This person is already hopeless. This is what the demons usually do. Quote. What should I do next? Gao Rang asked in a deep voice. Chu Yimeng, the so-called strange soldier, did not play the role it should have. This made him suddenly wonder if Yi Shinru knew this beforehand and did it on purpose. Cannot help but give birth to the thought of rejection. Let's take a look. Yi Shinru didn't feel nervous at all, but she calmly said, look, it's a fight. Should we reinforce? Kong Zan frowned, if we leave it alone, I'm afraid those people in the Chu family will gossip. Let them fight for a while. Yi Shinru smiled slightly, Yingju and Tang Yushan have already used the blood tyranny technique, I don't think anyone in your family wants to confront him at this time, right? Wait for a while, when the effect of the blood tyrant disappears, we will continue. The expressions of everyone became extremely strange, but they did not refute. No one expects any failures from their own masters. After speaking, everyone waited quietly. The fighting became more and more intense, and people were wounded or killed. Yang Kai's mansion suffered losses, and so did the people in the Fallen Leaves Hall. Although the powerhouses of the Fallen Leaves Hall have great means, in this melee, they cannot ensure their own safety. Especially when Yang Kai joined the battle, the balance was instantly broken, the violent and ferocious eruption of evil energy descended, and Yang Kai, who was at the second level of the Immortal Ascension boundary, could single out a peak Immortal Ascension boundary. After cultivating the sea of AA consciousness, the power of the divine soul skill can be fully unleashed. Coupled with the secret treasure in the shape of the small sword, it is often unexpected and can kill a person with one move. Fallen Leaves Hall suffered heavy losses, and the situation intensified. During the fierce battle, Chen Zan could no longer bear it, and shouted, "Miss Yi!" At Wachengkong provided to vote for recommendation votes, monthly tickets, your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 547. He is calling for reinforcements. If the others don't make a move, he must lead them to retreat. If we fight again, I am afraid that the entire Fallen Leaves Church will have to explain it here. The cultivation and means of these people in Yongkai's residence are completely beyond his expectations. These immortal Ascension Realm warriors are not only pure and pure, but also have a dazzling array of secret treasures on their bodies. Is this he from a first-class family in the immortal Ascension boundary? How do you feel richer than yourself and others? Chen Zan was depressed. The Fallen Leaves Hall is an important hall of the Chu family. The strong people in it are loyal to the family. The secret treasures equipped are naturally not too few or too bad. It can even be said to be the best and the most in the entire Chu family. Compared to these immortal Ascension realms, they still look a little shabby. Moreover, the medicinal pills those people took in the battle were also quite strange. Chen Zan and the masters of the Falling Leaf Hall were out of breath, and their true essence was running out. Don't worry about overdrafts either. What kind of medicinal pill has such a powerful recovery effect? Although he had known for a long time that Yongkai's mansion had two major aids, Yaowang Valley and Treasure Artifact Sect, Chen Zan didn't realize until this moment how powerful the auxiliary ability brought by the two major aids was. Hearing his call, Yi Xinru, who was a mile away, could not sit back and watch. The Chu family Leaves Hall lost a lot of people. She saw all this, and couldn't help snorting coldly, a bunch of trash. After speaking, he put on a lazy expression, let's go too. It seemed that she was going to do something she was very reluctant to do. Gao let Feng Kangjin see her like this, and then looked at the experience of the Chu family Leaf Hall, and he couldn't help but feel a kind of sadness in his heart. A mile away, soon to be reached. Before the person arrived, Yi Xinru's coquettish shout spread throughout the war city. Yongkai, you are in the company of demons, and sooner or later you will fall into the way of demons. Don't be a cocoon, be stubborn, and hand over to your house obediently. Those disciples of the evil sect, please accept your guilt and accept your punishment. Considering the relationship between the 8 great families who have been living together in Zhongdu for so many years, we will not do anything to you. All innocent. During the fierce battle, Yongkai swayed, jumped out of the battle circle, quietly suspended in midair, fixed his eyes and looked over there, his expression indifferent. The sons and young ladies of the 6 great super families took the lead, and behind each of them, there were masters who were similar in number to the powerhouses of the Fallen Leaves Hall. These people and Yongkai looked at each other, except for Yi Xinru's smug look, the others were somewhat ashamed. Huo Xingchen sneered evenly, Sister Yi, your eloquence is good. Those remarks instantly placed Yongkai and the Jedi in a righteous way, and Huo Xingchen asked himself that he couldn't think of such a thing. Yi Xinru seems to have taken great pains and knows how to make Yongkai passive. Miss Yi. After a moment of silence, Yongkai suddenly grinned, I haven't seen you for a few days, and I've become complacent. Where is my second brother? There was a hint of resentment in Yi Xinru's eyes. The last time she failed to seduce Yongkai, she was scolded as a broken shoe by him. Naturally, she held a grudge in her heart, but she did not show any anger on her face, and said with a light smile, second young master is in retreat. I will take over everything in the house now. Yongkai nodded lightly, and his face looked a lot better. I said, my second brother should not be so despicable and shameless. It turns out that there is someone else directing this operation, which is no wonder. Yi Xinru's expression changed and she cursed. Yongkai continued to smile. A strange expression appeared on his face, and said in an ambiguous tone, Miss Yi, I'm really sorry about what happened a few days ago. I thought about it later, it was me who was wrong. I shouldn't have rejected you. You are so beautiful, delicate and soft. You are naked and go to sex with you. I have nothing to lose, but I also earn. I'm so sorry. As he said that, he slapped his thigh, his annoyance evident. Hearing what he said, Kong Zonggao made the expressions of Feng and others suddenly become strange, and Chi turned his head to look at Yi Xinru. They don't know when Yi Xinru has seduced Yongkai, and looking at the situation, it seems that Yi Xinru is taking advantage of it and returning in disappointment. This is really a big joke. Little boy, you have the courage. The crowd admired for a while. I thought to myself that if Yi Xinru came to seduce her, maybe she would fall. I figured it out now. Yang Kai said seriously, Miss Yi, let's find a secluded place now and let me satisfy you. My strength is good, and my bed skills are not bad. Yi Xinru looked embarrassed, and her shoulders trembled with anger. She did not expect Yang Kai to be so shameless, and she would be embarrassed to bring this kind of private secret to the table. Deliberately refuting, but without any confidence, he couldn't help but angrily said, Yang Kai, you don't want to be slanderous and slander me with foul language. How could I, Yi Xinru, be such a person? Gao Rengfeng, Kong Zan and the others turned their heads and looked weird. Huo Xingchen even blew a frivolous whistle. You don't believe me? Yi Xinru glared at these people, her pretty face flushed. No one pays attention to her. Whether you believe it or not, nothing happened to me and this bastard anyway. Yi Xinru gasped, looking like she was really angry. That's right, young Master Kai shut you out, what can you do with him? Huo Xingchen said yin and yang angrily. Yi Xinru took a deep breath, and after spit it out, the anger and excitement had disappeared. Looking at the cold chill in Yang Kai's beautiful eyes, there was a sneer like a blade at the corner of his mouth, and nodded lightly, Yang Kai, I am not here to tell you what you have or not, but to take you back to the central capital and wash away your evil aura and sins. This is also what the 8 great families mean. While speaking, Su hand pointed, capture Yang Kai, those who dare to resist, kill. She has become angry and is no longer ready to confront Yang Kai in words. The 6 groups of people behind her moved when they heard the sound, their aura was like a rainbow. When I have no one, Yang Kai roared, Tu Feng. 7 figures suddenly flew out of the mansion, it was Tu Feng headed, and the remaining 7 blood servants. Including Yingju and Tang Yushan who were dispatched before, the 9 blood servants in the mansion have been dispatched. Blood maniac, Chi-Chi's roar came, and the power of Chi and blood that rose fiercely made everyone's eyes tremble. Yi Xinru's face was full of fear and excitement, and she shouted, Yang Kai, don't forget, this is a battle for succession, you and the Yang family have an agreement, Tu Feng and the others cannot interfere in the fight. In the battle of direct descendants, if you dare to let them participate in the war, it is tantamount to violating the agreement between you and your family. This is no longer a battle for succession. Yang Kai sneered, you know better than me. Old demon Jia Jia, who was battling with Yi Yetang's master, laughed strangely and whispered, is it true that the young master cares about the battle for succession? Well, he's already gone. What did you say? A strong man in Yi Yetang who was fighting old demon asked in confusion when he saw him talking to himself. Old demon grinned, revealing white fangs. I said, you are dead. This sentence seems to have infinite magic power, and it rushed into the master's mind with a mood of death. The next moment, his movements stopped, his eyes were blank, his face suddenly became extremely pale, and his mouth turned pale. He murmured, I'm dead, I'm dead. Idiot, old demon snorted coldly, and while the other party's heart was lost, he inserted one hand into the other party's chest, and after taking it out again, he held a heart that was still beating fiercely in his hand. Fresh blood spurted out of the man's chest. Old demon's expression became more and more terrifying. He glanced at the position with the largest number of enemies, and shouted, the sea of AA blood seals the sky. A ray of blood shot out from behind him, and the ground instantly became thick, like pouring blood, and all kinds of gloomy auras permeated. In the bloody swamp, everyone's movements couldn't help but slow down. Yi Xinru's expression became terrifying, Gao Rengfeng, Kong Zan, and Meng Shanyi were all moved, and even Lu Qingyao showed a deep fear on his face. Earth demons' cruel methods are very understandable and acceptable to many people. Before that, they had no idea that there were still people in this world who practiced such evil martial arts techniques. Yi Xinru couldn't help but vomit when she smelled the strong bloody smell. Old demon's powerful shot pulled over a dozen immortal ascension boundaries in an instant, sealing them in a sea of AA blood, unable to advance or retreat. How is that possible? After watching the battle for a while, Gao Rengfeng couldn't help exclaiming. He found that the coalition of the 7 super families, which gathered more than 100 experts from the 6th floor of the Immortal Ascension boundary, was not able to quickly defeat the warriors in Yongkaifu. Although on the scene, the number of Immortal Ascension boundaries in Yongkai's mansion was at an absolute disadvantage, they still played well. After looking at it for a while, Gao Rengfeng suddenly woke up, the blood servants under Yongkai. When are they all on the 9th floor of the Immortal Ascension boundary? This sentence surprised others, and they looked at it and found that it was indeed the case. 9 blood servants, 9 Immortal Ascension boundaries on the 9th floor. When Yongkai was promoted to the Immortal Ascension boundary a few days ago, there were 4 other people in the Immortal Ascension boundary 8th floor. After only 10 days of work, they actually broke through. The blood servants on the 9th floor of the Immortal Ascension boundary, after using the blood tyranny technique, can fight against Immortal Ascension. Although the strong men from the 7 great families are also very powerful, how can they fight alone, even if they attack together? Not necessarily a good deal. It can be said that most of the reason why Yang Kaifu was able to survive was due to the efforts of the 9 blood servants. They still have a top master of the Immortal Ascension boundary who hasn't entered the battle. Lu Qingyao suddenly said lightly, which made everyone's heart tighten. To be continued. Latest chapter list. Chapter 548 Fighting Lu Qingyao again. Yes, what about the self-proclaimed Mengwuya expert? Even now, he didn't take action. Why didn't he take action? Did he disdain to do so, or was he not here? There are so many night dreams. Kong Zan's brows furrowed. He always had a not-so-wonderful feeling. Maybe it was Yang Kai's last injury that left him a psychological shadow. Anyway, Kong Zan now only needs to think of Yang Kai. I was terrified. Gao Rengfeng nodded lightly. In the past few months, Gao Rengfeng also accompanied Yang Zhao to fight against Yang Kai many times. Every time Yang Kai's mansion is unexpected, he has created some achievements and brilliance that people can't even imagine. This time, it seems that the 7 great families have settled on Yang Kai's residence, but who knows if there will be another change in the end. Miracles are not uncommon in Yang Kai mansion. I'm going to help. Huo Xingchen rolled his eyes, and after saying a word, he rushed over without waiting for Yi Xinru to respond. Yi Xinru's beautiful eyes flashed, and she snorted coldly, surprisingly not stopping. I'm going to meet the young master. Lu Qingyao stepped out. This time Yi Xinru couldn't calm down anymore, and quickly said, Young Master Lu, don't, you are not him. Before he could finish speaking, he swallowed again, because Lu Qingyao was looking at her with an icy gaze. Although she is now the nominal head of the 7 great families' allied forces, she also takes Gao Rangfeng Kengjin and others seriously, and uses Yang Zhao's name to act arbitrarily, but she still has an instinctive fear of Lu Qingyao. This is the trace left by living in Zhongdu all year round and living in the shadow of this first sun. Yi Xinru wanted to say that Lu Qingyao was not Yang Kai's opponent, and this sentence would naturally offend him. The battle at Pojing Lake, I said that when the young master is promoted to the Immortal Ascension boundary, we will have a good fight with him. Now is the time. Whoever dares to stop me, don't blame me for being rude. Lu Qingyao said lightly. Said. Yi Xinru squeezed out a smile and said softly, Young Master Lu, I wish you all the best, and don't frustrate Yang Kai's prestige. Below, Huo Xingchen had already rushed outside Yang Kai's mansion and greeted a group of young leaders outside the mansion with a smile. The crowd glared at him. None of these people understood why the situation had developed like this. Huo Xingchen's Huo family also participated in the attack on Yang Kai's residence tonight, which was naturally unpleasant. Huo Xingchen didn't take it seriously, instead he stared at Dong Qinghan and said, Fat man, get out, the young master has been looking at you for a long time. The fat man is like a pig and still looks handsome all day long. One's style. What did you say? Dong Qinghan's expression turned cold as he looked at Huo Xingchen coldly. If you don't have fluffy ears, you should have heard it. Huo Xingchen tilted his head in a condescending manner. Dong Qinghan laughed, the muscles on his slightly fat face trembled slightly, and then he stepped forward, squeezing his fists as he walked. That's right. Huo Xingchen laughed loudly, the son of a first-class noble family dares to be in the company of such wicked obstacles as Yang Kai. Let's see that this young master will not hurt you today. After speaking, he looked at the others and said, And you idiots, if you don't want to die, leave Yang Kai early, as far as you go. The faces of everyone became extremely ugly. I don't agree. If you don't agree, come and fight with the young master. The young master is waiting here. Huo Xingchen sneered. Han Shaoqi stared at him in a daze, her brows furrowed, and she suddenly shouted, Teach him a lesson and let this superior son know that we are not to be messed with. The next moment, more than a dozen people rushed out and rushed to Huo Xingchen's side to beat him. After more than 10 breaths, Huo Xingchen was picked up by Dong Qinghan like a dead pig, and threw it into Yang Kaifu Chong's men. Take off his clothes and throw him into the cellar for a few days and nights. Grandma, dare to call me fat. Seeing this scene, Gao Rengfeng, Kong Zan and others looked strange, and a feeling of incompatibility naturally rose in their hearts. Huo Xiao was captured alive, what's the point? Meng Shanyi said suddenly with a smile. A clumsy trick, Yi Xinru snorted coldly, not caring. It doesn't matter whether Huo Xingchen is here or not, as long as the experts from the Huo family are there. Just when Huo Xingchen was captured alive, Lu Qingyao also found Yang Kai. The last battle at Pojing Lake was not enough. Today, I came here to ask the young master for advice, and I also ask the young master to complete it. Lu Qingyao looked indifferent, looked at Yang Kai and said softly. Yang Kai nodded slightly. Lu Xiao, forgive me, I'm in a hurry, you hurry up. Lu Qingyao nodded as well, expressing his understanding. No more words. The next moment, the breath suddenly erupted, and the true essence surged violently. Gently took a step forward, and a muffled sound resounded between heaven and earth. The Lu family made 9 steps. Last time at Pojing Lake, Lu Qingyao used this move to fight against Yang Kai. This was a secret of the Lu family, and it was a mid-grade Zon level, and it was also Lu Qingyao's most powerful move. It's just that this time is different from the last time. Last time, because of the absolute suppression in the realm, Lu Qingyao still had room to make his move, and he didn't want to be defeated. But this time, Lu Qingyao exerted all his strength, and his own aura was stronger and fiercer than when he was at Pojing Lake. Dong Chuan stepped out again, and with each step, there would be a roar like a war drum, shocking the eardrums, making people throbbing and trembling all over. Dong dong dong. Lu Qingyao's figure seemed to be getting bigger and more majestic. By the time he took the 9th step, Lu Qingyao had turned into a giant. With his head on the sky and his feet on the ground, he is as majestic as a giant. It seems that this piece of heaven and earth is supported by him. Step out in 9 steps, and the earth will destroy the sky. This is the Lu family's 9 curved steps. When the 9th step was taken, Lu Qingyao's aura had already climbed to the peak, which was not far from the peak of the Immortal Ascension boundary. That huge incomparable big foot, firmly and slowly stepped on Yang Kai's head. Everyone involuntarily had an illusion, as if they felt that this foot would step on them, turning themselves into vertebrae. The martial artist with a slightly lower strength couldn't help shivering, his face pale and frightened. In the face of such a terrifying blow, Yang Kai just waved his fist and slammed it upwards. The seemingly bland, straight punch contains devastating energy. The fist was on the big foot, and at that moment, there seemed to be a shadow of the fist flickering in the sky. Lu Qingyao's aura was unleashed, and the huge figure suddenly slumped and fell backwards on its back. Boom! With a sound, the giant fell to the ground, turned into a little fluorescent light and disappeared. Lu Qingyao, who was standing in midair, suddenly groaned, opened his mouth and spat out a bloody arrow, staggered back with his hands on his chest, his eyes were horrified and fearful. Looking at Yang Kai. Acceptance. Yang Kai gently drew his breath. Amazing. Lu Qingyao praised sincerely. Lu lost, thank you young master for showing mercy. The last time Lu Qingyao used this move at Pojing Lake, Yang Kai had to fight with a star mark, a martial skill of the same profound level. But this time, he just punched him casually, and he cracked the secret of the Lu family's secret in an understatement. The strength of the two is clear at a glance. Young Master Lu is polite. Yang Kai nodded lightly. Although I lost, I have no control over the matter here. Please forgive me, the young master. I can only say that this time, someone Lu will not intervene and leave. As he spoke, he acted as if the electricity quickly disappeared into the night sky. Young master, young master. Seeing that Lu Qingyao had just left, the powerhouses of the Lu family were shocked and hurriedly shouted. But got no response. Yi Xinru's complexion became extremely blue. In just an hour, 3 young masters and young ladies withdrew. Chu Yimeng's withdrawal was caused by her single-handedly, and it could even be said that she did it deliberately. Huo Xingchen withdrew, she didn't stop it, and she didn't care. Anyway, although this person's body is here, his heart is in Yang Kai's house, and it is useless to stay, it is better to get out of the way early, so as not to obstruct people's sight. But Lu Qingyao actually left like this, which is not something Yi Xinru can accept. After all, Lu Qingyao bears the title of the first son of the central capital, and his code of conduct can influence many things to some extent, such as public opinion. Lu Qingyao still has some prestige in the eyes of the world. How could Yi Xinru not be annoyed? Now, there are only 3 people left by her side. Kong Zan, Gao Rangfeng and Meng Shanyi. She was not sure whether these 3 were of the same mind as her. Kong Zan and Gao Rangfeng were better, but Meng Shanyi was hard to fathom. Aren't you going to quit too? Yi Xinru took precautions and turned her head to look at the 3 of them. Sister Yi is worrying too much. Kong Zan shook his head. This time, it is the intention of the 8 great masters. How could we have withdrawn hastily? It would be too irresponsible to do so. Gao Rangfeng also nodded in agreement, although they also sympathized with Yang Kai's current experience, but in the end, they are not familiar with Yang Kai, and they are not in the mood to care so much. They just need to act according to the family's wishes. Seeing their statement, Yi Shinru looked slightly hazy, nodded and said, "Then sister, don't worry. In such a big scene, it's hard for my sister to be alone, and she needs the help of several brothers." She couldn't help lowering her posture, which was completely different from her previous performance in Yang Zhao's mansion. Chu Yimeng, Huo Xingchen, and Lu Qingyao quit one after another, which somewhat affected the mentality of some of the three powerhouses. The absence of my son and young lady always makes people feel a subtle feeling of making wedding dresses for others, so I can't help but ease a lot, try my best to protect myself, and talk about other things. Especially the powerhouses of the Chu family, they were the pioneers and suffered the most, how could they still be willing to give their best now? Since the arrival of reinforcements, they have been fighting the autumn wind by the side, never confronting the enemy head-on. These powerhouses are all very shrewd, where are they willing to do things that suffer? The allied forces of the seven great families seem to be monolithic, but in fact they are full of flaws and loopholes, which makes people feel a little ridiculous. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come. This article is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Group at Watchengkong to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. 549 enough. Power outage till now. I don't say anything, I just cry too much. The scorching battle continued. The losses of the seven great families' coalition forces are getting worse and worse, and the 9 blood servants on the 9th floor of the Immortal Ascension boundary who have used the tyrannical blood-mad technique have become the biggest barrier for them to defeat Yang Kaifu. Conflicts have been entangled again and again, and bloody battles have been endless, but these 9 people still cannot be repelled. 9 of them, each in a group of 2, can hold down an entire family of warriors. The remaining one, Ying Ju, is always guarding Yang Kai's side, eliminating the enemies who dare to approach him. Yi Shinru and Jiarangfeng and others' expressions changed. Because the blood servants can last for too long this time with the blood tyrant, according to the information they have obtained, this taboo technique of the Yang family blood servant can only last for more than half an hour at most. But this time has long passed, and the 9 blood servants still do not see signs of qi and blood exhaustion, but the more they fight, the more brave they are. It was only now that everyone realized that there was a reason why the Yang family had remained the leader of the 8 great families for so many years. They were also strong men from a super noble family, but the allied forces of the 7 great families had nothing to do with the 9 blood servants, and they couldn't help but feel anxious and angry. In the battle circle, Yang Kai is also observing the situation all the time. Although the 9 blood servants were incomparably fierce, and the old demons were not ambiguous, the number of immortals in the mansion was becoming less and less, and the reduction in the number of these people could also greatly affect the trend of the battle. Ling Taishu and Meng Wuya didn't make a move. Yang Kai could understand that, because once the 2 of them made a move, things might evolve to an unmanageable level. In the battle city, there are not only the 2 top experts. Yang Kai is even more disapproving of the 2 of them taking action now. These 2 are more suitable for deterrence. This battle, until the end, no one knows what the outcome will be. A pure white figure flashed over from the side, and Yang Kai sensed a warm and familiar aura, and quickly stepped back to merge with it. Turning his head, Su Yan had already rushed out. Chu Yimeng is fine, she is resting. Su Yan said softly. Yang Kai nodded. I'll help you. It is good. Su Yan didn't intend to participate in this battle, but the opponent was crowded and aggressive, and Yang Kai had already stated that this time it was no longer a battle for succession. How could she still sit still? Chu Yimeng came to the rescue immediately after settling down. Along with it, there were the 4 elders of the High Heaven Pavilion. The strength of these 4 is not bad. After joining the battle circle, they immediately gained some local advantages. Su Yan took out the mysterious treasure of the middle-grade mirror, and the icy coldness spread in an instant, and the true essence poured in, and the towering snow-white peaks were looming on the mirror's surface, and the world inside the mirror was a piece of wrapped in silver. The chill is overwhelming. The rays of light bloomed, and a huge enchantment suddenly shrouded down, covering more than a dozen strong men from the 7 families in the enchantment. Kong Zan's eyes suddenly trembled, and he said in shock, "It's that secret treasure." More than 10 days ago, the 4 masters of the Immortal Ascension boundary from the Nan family and Shang family were trapped by this secret treasure and then frozen into ice sculptures. Seeing this scene again now, Kong Zan was instantly terrified. What's so special about this treasure? Yi Shinru hurriedly asked. Kong Zan's face was solemn, and he explained everything he knew. Listening to what he said, Yi Shinru's pretty face also changed color. On the side, Gao Rangfeng and Meng Shanyi also looked cold. Who can crack such a powerful secret treasure? While speaking, the enchantment shrouded in the earth suddenly shattered, and 2 figures walked out from it. Everyone looked at it, and sure enough, they did not go out of their way. These two people were Yongkai and Su Yan. And the powerhouses who were shrouded in the enchantment before, all turned into ice sculptures at this moment, standing quietly in place, posing in all kinds of strange shapes, life and death do not know. It's only half a cup of tea before and after. This is not over yet. Su Yan, who had just cleaned up a dozen strong men, poured real essence into the mirror again. Under the horrifying gaze of Yi Shinru and the others, the formation was just like the enchantment. This time, more than a dozen people were shrouded in. Impossible, Yi Shinru shrieked, it is impossible to use such a secret treasure twice in a row even if she is in the immortal ascension boundary. With Su Yan's own ability, she really couldn't use it twice in a row. If she did, she might run out of real energy. Even if she could trap the enemy, she would have no way to take the enemy, and she might end up in the barrier, captured by the enemy. But there was another Yongkai by her side, and the two of them practiced Yin-Yang Acacia Ding Qi. The true essence is constantly circulating in each other, a steady stream. This level of consumption, Su Yan can still bear. A moment of unease rose from Yi Shinru's heart. With such a mysterious treasure alone, Yongkai and Su Yan can take care of most of their opponents. If you let her use it a few more times, who else is there? While panicking, the barrier shattered for the second time, and more than a dozen people were frozen into ice sculptures. Sui. The rays of light bloomed again, and some of the 7 powerhouses who could not avoid it were shrouded in by the enchantment of the mirror for the third time. Yi Shinru was finally frightened, her face was ugly, her mind was racing, but she couldn't think of an effective solution. For the first time, she felt a deep sense of powerlessness, and she couldn't help thinking, if the second son was here, he might be able to come up with a way to restrain this move with his temperament and methods. This move, although rogue and monotonous, is extremely effective, at least for the 7 great families' allied forces. Enough! An angry shout suddenly sounded from the void, with endless majesty. All those who heard this angry shout stopped their movements involuntarily. A terrifying coercion was born. Looking in the direction of the pressure, everyone found that a huge palm print appeared in the void. The palm print was slowly shot down, and the target was the barrier created by Su Yan with the secret treasure. Bumpa A. The palm print slapped on the barrier, and the mountain shook for a while, and everyone was unsteady. There was a crisp sound, and the barrier that seemed to be impregnable was like a broken mirror, shattering piece by piece, revealing the figure inside. Yongkai and Su Yan groaned at the same time, their faces suddenly pale. It can be said that the mirror artifact was shared by the two of them. It was refined by Yongkai and now used by Su Yan. Some of the powerhouses who were shrouded in the enchantment just now saw this scene, as if they had survived a desperate situation, with a trace of joy on their faces, and hurriedly fled from the place. They don't want to be frozen into ice sculptures too. Seeing this scene, Yi Shinru couldn't help but have a look of joy on her face. Gao Rangfeng, Kong Zan and others all opened their mouths and stared blankly at the air. There were 8 figures appearing at the same time. It was precisely the 8 immortals who had been sitting in the function temple. The eyes of the 8 people were fixed on Su Yan and Yongkai, with different expressions, surprised, shocked, and fearful. Yongkai raised his head and looked at them coldly. These 8 people appeared, and in Yongkai's mind, they were also unexpected by Yongkai. One of them slowly retracted his raised hand. The huge handprint just now was photographed by him. Yongkai deliberately glanced at him and suddenly remembered that this person was the top expert who didn't like him very much before. Ancestor! Yi Shinru shouted with joy. The man nodded lightly at him. Gao Rang, Feng Kongzan, Meng Shani and others hurriedly bowed and saluted. After a lapse of 10 days, the 8 immortal wanderers reappeared, and the purpose was self-evident. Several of them were very determined, and at the same time, they were a little ashamed. If the allied forces of the 7 great families can eat Yongkaifu, there is no need to provoke these 8 people. They are probably also aware that with the current strength of the 7 martial artists, they have no choice but to appear with Yongkaifu. This is also the result of Yi Shinru's improper deployment, otherwise such a situation would never have happened. Yang family boy. The Zhenwu with the national character face looked at Yongkai solemnly, and said solemnly, the last time I didn't abolish you on the spot, I also thought that you are a child of Zongdu, and I will give you a change. Now that you have no regrets, you have intensified your efforts to indulge the strong men who killed and injured my 8 great families, do you want to rebel? Yongkai took a deep breath, calmed the turbulent qi and blood in his chest, and said loudly, the knife is on the neck, should I drink the neck and stab it or rise up to resist? If I change to a senior, what should I do? If you didn't do anything wrong, how could my 8th family treat you like this? How could your Yang family ignore you? Fools make mistakes and are still stubborn. I don't think I have done anything wrong. Yang Kai looked at him coldly. If you are worried that I will become a person like the evil lord in the future, I will abstain from this battle for succession, not to fight for the lord of the Yang family. You don't have to worry anymore. The 8 great families do not allow black sheep like you to appear. Your existence is the stain of the Yang family and the 8 great families. The man said coldly. In the end, I still want to give in. Yang Kai sneered, I'm sorry, I'm a bit of a cheap man, I don't want to eat hard. If you discuss it with me, then everyone has to talk, but if it's hard, then we will fight to the death, and no one will try to please anyone. Presumptuous. The strong man with the national character face scolded coldly, you don't have the qualifications, no matter who you are today, you can't protect you. Brother, you are a lot of age, and you are still competing with a younger generation, isn't it appropriate? A fluttering voice suddenly came out, and 2 figures suddenly flew out of Yang Kai's mansion. It was Meng Wuya and Ling Taishu. Meng Wuya smiled indifferently and said, we don't need to intervene in children's affairs, right? Meng Wuya, the strong man with the national character, stared deeply at shopkeeper Meng, his expression unchanged, as if he had long known that he and Ling Taishu would show up. I don't know what secrets are hidden in you, but just with you, I'm not qualified to stop my 8 great families from acting. The last time Yang Kai was promoted to the Immortal Ascension boundary, the powerhouses of the 8 great families were also provoked once, but at that time they didn't start with Yang Kai, and it was because things were not out of control, and Yang Kai was still in their control after all. Next, there is no need to tear up the face, and secondly, it is also because Yang Kai has Meng Wuya and Ling Taishu by his side. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come. This article is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Group at Watchengkong to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 550. Not to mention Meng Wuya for the time being, his body is shrouded in mystery, making it difficult for people to see through. Ling Taishu is above the gods, and once there is a fight between the gods, it's not a joke. I'm not qualified, hee hee. Meng Wuya smiled, with a calm expression, don't talk about me, it's the guy below, fighting alone, and you are not his opponent. As he spoke, he pointed to the earth demon below. Old demon grinned, his expression terrifying. The strong man with the national character face was awe-inspiring, but there was a look of surprise on his face, and he slowly shook his head. What kind of thing is he? While speaking, there was contempt and disdain on his face. Not only does he have this expression, but there are several people in the 8 great families who are like this. I secretly felt that this Li Wuya was a little confused, to actually say such a thing. Earth Demon, Meng Wuya, and Ling Taishu were among the 3. The most feared among these 8 people was Ling Taishu. He is the one who can cultivate evil masters. The second is Meng Wuya. Although Manager Meng is the pinnacle of the Immortal Ascension boundary, the 8 people can't see through him. For those who can't see through, they will naturally feel suspicious and jealous. As for Old Demon, although he is the pinnacle of the Immortal Ascension boundary like Meng Wuya, he is really not in their eyes. Such warriors can be killed casually. The last time Yang Liting slapped and killed the blood demon puppet made by the Earth Demon, he didn't dare to resist. Hearing the ridicule of the strong man with the national character face, Meng Wuya couldn't help laughing. Old devil, people look down on you, what should I do? If you look down on it, what can you say? Earth Demon Jia Jia smiled strangely, without any sign of anger. His expression was light, and he didn't seem to care. Can you hold it back? Meng Wuya looked at Earth Demon with a smile. With your brutal personality, shouldn't you teach this group of short-sighted people a hard lesson? You said that they are short-sighted. What does this old man have the same knowledge as them? Old Demon laughed and made nonsense. He talked with Meng Wuya and the 2 of them, and regarded the 8 immortal wanderings as nothing. Everyone's mood is subtle. Listening to this, it seems that this old devil really has the means to the sky, and he is not even in the eyes of the gods. Does he have this ability? Have this qualification? Just as everyone was in doubt, Old Demon's face suddenly became solemn, and he said lightly, although this old man doesn't want to have the same knowledge as them, but they put their noses on their faces, the old man doesn't say anything. I'm afraid that they will be looked down upon. Hey, this trick is used, it's very laborious, and I won't use it unless I have to. Saying this, the real essence that was tumbling in the body suddenly fell silent, becoming an ancient well, like a pool of stagnant water. Magic Shadow Holy Law. A deep shout resounding through the heavens and the earth suddenly burst out from the Earth Demon's mouth, and the atmosphere between the heaven and earth suddenly became messy with the shouting. At the same time, Everyone felt that their blood was surging, as if there was an unparalleled pulling force from the earth demon, trying to draw the blood out of their bodies. The warriors with low strength looked painful in an instant. Under this kind of pulling force, their faces turned red, and blood soon overflowed from the 7 orifices, looking terrifying. Even those warriors who are also in the immortal ascension boundary have to resist the silent exercise method. Everyone changes color. No one knows what means old demon has used to actually cause such an effect. Shish! A streak of bright red blood light suddenly shot from all directions, all rushing into old demon's body. These blood lights are all condensed from fresh blood. These blood come from the dead warriors. Whether it is the strong of the 7 great families' allied forces or the warriors of Yang Kaifu, as long as the dead people, the blood in the body is within a breath, was exhausted. Even the blood that had penetrated into the ground was drawn out by that huge suction. Old demon's body accepted all the blood, and the whole person suddenly turned red, like a roasted red crab. From his body, a power of qi and blood suddenly spread out, which was several times higher than that after the blood servant of the Yang family had performed the tyrant blood mad technique. After all the blood within a radius of 100 jong had been sucked up, the pulling force suddenly disappeared. The warriors below the 8th floor of the immortal ascension boundary all bleed from their 7 orifices, including those from Yang Kai's residence. It's just that none of these people are life-threatening, and Earth Demon is still very measured, and it won't let him die without a chance. It was only at this moment that an earth-shattering aura emanated from Old Demon. The invisible aura was centered on him and spread outward. His aura was rising steadily, breaking through the immortal ascension realm at an unbelievable speed, still climbing. The eyes of the 8 powerhouses of the 8 great families trembled violently, looking at everything in front of them, feeling deeply astonished. After a while, the earth-shattering movement slowly subsided. Old Demon took a deep breath, still had a hideous smile on his face, stretched his fists and showed a satisfied look on his face. The 8 gods above were stunned for a while, and quickly released their divine senses to glance at Old Demon, and they were immediately stunned. Above the gods, the Earth Demon at this moment is on top of the genuine immortal wandering. After returning to God, the 8 talents realized some incredible places. What kind of secret method is the magic shadow holy method, and what grade is it? Why can a warrior at the peak of the immortal ascension boundary reach the level above immortal ascension in a short period of time? Even the forbidden secret technique of the Yang family's blood servant hall, the tyrannical madness technique, cannot have such an effect. Tu Feng and others are now using the blood tying mad technique. Although they can pass a few tricks with the gods, they are still far from this realm. Old Demon has truly stepped into this field. In an instant, the 8 people's breathing became rapid, and their eyes were red. If this kind of sky-defying secret technique is obtained, to what extent will the strength of the family be improved? Above the immortal ascension, each of the 8 great families has few members, but there are quite a few at the peak of immortal ascension boundary. Even if it is a short-term improvement, this secret method has an irreplaceable effect. Is this old man qualified to fight with you now? The old devil looked at the 8 people, and the 8 people looked strange, but no one answered. The strong man with the national character who scolded Earth Demon before was even more ugly. He is also on top of Zhenwu. How can he point fingers at Old Demon now? Magic Shadow Holy Law, this is a good move. Meng Wuya suddenly nodded lightly. Does it complement the blood demon puppet you made? Old Demon laughed. Don't pierce me. Meng Wuya's insight was astonishing, and at a glance, he could see the subtle connection between the magic shadow magic and the blood demon puppet. The magic shadow holy method requires a lot of fresh blood to use the blood source. But the conditions for this casting are very problematic. It is impossible to have fresh blood for Old Demon to use anytime and anywhere. It is different with the blood demon puppet. The biggest function of this puppet is to absorb the blood of the dead in peacetime, and its own combat power is second. When the time comes, Old Demon can completely sacrifice the blood demon puppet, and use the blood demon's sacrifice and the blood in his body to display the magic shadow magic. Do you still have this ability? Yang Kai also glanced at Old Demon in surprise, although he knew that Old Demon and Meng Wuya were both extraordinary, and secretly speculated about their background, but Yang the developer found himself underestimated. Young master, forgive me, this old slave doesn't usually use this trick, so I haven't used it before. Old Demon smiled. Yang Kai nodded lightly and didn't care. He wasn't so curious that someone who likes to ask other people's secrets, together with Old Demon, turned their attention to Meng Wuya. Old guy, don't look at the old man and sect master Ling alone, I'm afraid it won't be enough. Old Demon shouted. After all, there are 8 people on the opposite side, and they have an overwhelming advantage in number. Although Old Demon and Ling Taishu were very deterrent, they couldn't force them back. Meng Wuya nodded lightly and only drank one word from his mouth, solution. Click, a chain-like energy pattern appeared in Meng Wuya's body. The chain was wrapped around him, wriggling like a snake. Following his drink, the chain shattered in response to the sound, and a halo exploded toward the surroundings. Swing away. The unparalleled coercion suddenly descended, and the world trembled. Meng Wuya's expression was indifferent, but at this moment, he was completely different from just now. Above the gods, just a word in an instant, Meng Wuya became the top of zhenwu. And his method is completely different from Old Demon. The Old Demon used a secret technique to suck up blood from a radius of 100 meters, increasing his own strength. However, Meng Wuya seemed to have loosened a seal in his body and regained his original strength. That is to say, Meng Wuya's original realm is above the immortal wandering, but for some reason, he has sealed his own strength. This discovery shocked the powerhouses of the 8 great families. Looking at Meng Wuya again, the expressions of the 8 people changed. The more and more they can't see through Meng Wuya, this person has become so mysterious that people can't figure it out. At this moment, Meng Wuya put the most pressure on them, followed by Old Demon, but Ling Taishu, who was originally the strongest, became the weakest link. Such a lineup, such a heritage. It's a big deal. The 8 people all looked weird. They thought that if they came forward, they could settle the situation, but now they found out that it was not what they and others thought at all. Only then did I know why Ling Taishu, Meng Wuya and others had prevented them from destroying Yang Kai's promotion more than 10 days ago. If he really made a move that day, not to mention whether he could stop Yang Kai, this battle city would be destroyed in one fell swoop. This fierce battle has twists and turns, everyone is dumbfounded, and their hearts are both excited and nervous. Old Demon and Meng Wuya, you stopped singing and I wait for the field, the means are sky high, and Chi has become the top of zhenwu. This kind of good show is not something that ordinary people can see, and can't help but give birth to a kind of even if you die here. It's also worth the mood, and she secretly looks forward to how things will develop next. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come. This article is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Group at Watchengkong to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 551 Disguised Wheel Battle. In a mere war city, at this moment, 11 top powerhouses of this level are gathered, and the development of the situation is completely out of the control of both parties. At this time, it is impossible for anyone to retreat easily, the posture has been set, and whoever retreats will appear cowardly and timid. Ling Taishu secretly sent a voice transmission to Yang Kai, telling him to be careful. Yang Kai kept silent, and let the warriors in the mansion withdraw from the battle circle and gather together. At the same time, Yi Shinru is doing the same deployment. Not a moment's effort, the field is clearly divided. 11 people confronted each other in the sky, and the warriors of Yang Kaifu and the allied forces of the 7 great families were facing each other across 100 zhong, and most of them were so nervous that they even stopped breathing. Do you really want to fight? Meng Wuya looked at the 8 people on the opposite side, and saw this information from their eyes. Things have come to this stage, so let's just discuss and learn from each other. Among the 8 people, a fat old man said lightly. He was also the one who was optimistic about Yang Kai before. He was helpless. After all, he is standing in the position of the 8 great families, even if he is optimistic about Yang Kai, he cannot do anything for him. It doesn't matter. Meng Wuya nodded lightly, looking forward with a smile. Challenge, duel, wheel battle, how do you guys want to play? Draw it out, and the 3 of us will take care of each other. Among the 8 people, a few snorted and looked unhappy. Meng Wuya's words were too contempt for them, which naturally made them a little unhappy. The fat old man also said solemnly, Your Excellency is very loud. They are all above the gods, and they are all people with status. They will never fight against people on weekdays, and no one is qualified to fight against them. Today's battle seems to be inevitable. If it really swarms and fights more and fights less, it will be hard to say if it spreads. Since they can't fight, they can only fight one-on-one in the wheel. There is no confidence in each of them singled out, so there is only one choice left. But the 8 people are not stupid, naturally they will not answer Meng Wuya's words directly. Yang Liting suddenly took a step forward and said loudly, Sect Master Ling, you and my Yang family have a lot of connections. My Yang family has 2 generations of children who have been cultivating under your sect, thanks to your care. Come and meet you for a while and see how sect leader Ling is doing. Ling Taishu smiled slightly, and said indifferently, It's good that since I was promoted, I have never fought against people of the same level. Brother Yang will be merciful later, let's stop. Please. When the words fell, Ling Taishu and Yang Liting suddenly flew into the night sky and disappeared in an instant. After a while, violent energy fluctuations came from the thousands of feet in the sky. Looking around, you could even see to a burst of light flickering. It was a battle between two immortals above, but not many people have the blessing to see it at a glance. Brother Yang is still impatient. The fat old man shook his head slightly and smiled bitterly, and suddenly stared at Meng Wuya again, and said, Brother Meng, let's go up too. As he spoke, his body flickered, and he disappeared into the night sky wrapped in a green light. Meng Wuya followed. The devil, this old man will come to meet you for a while. Another person stood up, pointing at the old devil and shouting. Old demon Jia Jia smiled strangely. Ling Taishu and Meng Wuya have both gone up. The old man will not go. If I go, who will protect the young master? The man shouted angrily, what do you mean by that? Could it be that you think we will take the opportunity to attack a junior while the three of you are away? Didn't you guys plan to do that? Old demon asked, squinting at him yin and yang. The man was furious and shouted angrily, if you think so, you will look down on the old man and others too much. I have not been shameless and dirty to this level. Earth demon smiled, who knows what you guys think? He looked like he wanted to stay here, obviously worried about what he said before. Old demon didn't want to fight, and immediately turned the popular face ashen. The remaining top experts also looked ugly, glaring at old demon, and their true essence floated. Okay, I believe that you are all bright and upright people. It is impossible to poison the young master while we are not there. Old demon Jia smiled and said it loudly. Although he also felt that with the status of these people, he would not do such a thing, but it was necessary to guard against others, and old demon was still somewhat vigilant. But if he didn't fight at this time, it would only intensify the conflict, and he had no choice but to take action. Young master, be careful, don't be careless. Old demon whispered, turning into a bloody light and rushing into the sky, and a voice came from a distance, come up, old man is waiting for you. The man who was talking to old demon just now hurriedly jumped up. The 6 immortals were fighting in the sky several thousand feet high. Everyone couldn't help raising their necks and looked at them intently, but although everyone's strength was not low, and their eyesight was stronger than ordinary people, what they might see was too much, not enough. Yang Kai was only in the dark, and he sensed some mystery and magic from the sky. These are the 6 people in the sky, their understanding and comprehension of their respective martial arts and the heavenly way. If these things can be absorbed and digested, it will be of great help to any martial artist. While paying attention, I silently sensed, and put those miraculous and mysterious things into my mind, memorized them in my body, and waited for one day to be able to fully understand them. The battle seems to be getting more and more intense, and the light in the sky is as bright as day, dazzling and dazzling. Only in the space where the light is blooming, everyone seems to see someone's figure flying around. How did they make a move? What kind of move? No one knows. Many smart people quietly looked at the faces of the remaining powerhouses of the 8 great families, and found that their expressions were a little nervous and helpless. Disadvantage. This discovery surprised many people. The 8 people in the Function Temple have always been regarded as the most powerful representatives by the world, but now they are in a one-to-one comparison with the 3 of Yang Kai's residents. Above the immortal travel is a realm full of secrets. Before this step, no one knows what this level is like. Even people like Tufeng and others know nothing about the immortal travel. Therefore, after learning that the 8 great families were at a disadvantage above the immortal tournament, everyone was immediately shocked by the strength displayed by the 3 of Ling Taishu. Meng Wuya and Earth Demon clearly reached this level just now using different methods. Ling Taishu had only been promoted to this level for more than a year, but they were even more powerful than the top masters of the 8 great families. Each of those people at least broke through to the level above the level of immorality 50 years ago. Could it be that 50 years of hard work is not as good as someone else's breakthrough in an instant? What kind of realm is it on the top of Zhenwu? Just as everyone was terrified and suspicious, the battle in the sky seemed to have been decided in one place. After a while, 2 shadowy figures flew down. It was Meng Wuya and his opponent. Meng Wuya's face was light and light, but his opponent's face was ashen. Although he was reluctant, he still clasped his fists at Meng Wuya and said, I have learned. Acceptance. Meng Wuya nodded lightly. Neither of them had any injuries or traces left after the battle, which indicated that they were either discussing peacefully or that the gap in strength was too great. The former might not be realistic. During the conversation just now, the smell of gunpowder was very strong. Even if it wasn't a life and death struggle, it wouldn't be too peaceful. As for the latter possibility, no one dares to think about it. After a while, Ling Taishu and Yang Liting also flew down. They were both out of breath and stared at each other. Master Ling has a great move, Yang lost. Yang Liting left a sentence, and then walked back slowly. There was an uproar. Meng Wuya has won, Ling Taishu has won, the 8 great families, the ancestors of the ancestors, are actually not as good as these two from Yang Kaifu. One more fight. Just as I was about to look up, I heard the sound of a heavy object falling in the air. Before everyone could react, with a loud noise, something seemed to fall from the sky, smashing the ground into a deep pit. The dust was flying, and after the dust had dissipated, and then looking forward, everyone couldn't help but stunned. They found that the expert who had invited the Gorfiend to fight was standing in the same place with a grey expression. There was a big hole at his feet, which was smashed by himself, and the corner of his mouth was overflowing a trace of blood, seemingly injured. Old Demon stood at a height of more than 10 meters in the air, looking down at his opponent, and said with a wicked smile, "I'm sorry, the old man's shot is not light or heavy, but he is not as free as Ling Zongmin and Meng Wuya." The man raised his head and glanced at Old Demon. Without saying a word, he quickly walked back to his camp, sat down with his knees crossed, and ran his profound arts. After a while, he opened his mouth and exhaled a red and black breath. This breath is evil and strange, it should have been beaten into his body by the Old Demon. 3 games, all lost. There was an uproar in the audience, and everyone's eyes flashed with disbelief. The immortal wanderers from the 8 great families were so vulnerable. They are all characters standing at the pinnacle of martial arts. Come on, look at your posture, I won't convince you, this is not the end of today. Old Demon said with a gloomy smile. It seems that Old Demon is provoking, but in fact everyone knows that since these top experts from the 8 great families are dispatched, there will definitely be a beginning and an end. After losing 3 people, there are still 5 people left. Everyone was tacit. In response to Old Demon's words, 3 people came out. Ling Taishu sighed, and Meng Wuya looked at each other helplessly, and flew up for the second time. The fierce battle above Zhenwu started once again. At this time, the powerhouses of the 7 great families' allied forces couldn't help but feel their hearts, and secretly prayed that the 3 of them would not be defeated like they did just now. For a long time, these 8 people in the Function Temple have been worshipped by many people. If these people are all defeated, the prestige of the 8 great families will also collapse. To be continued, this text is provided by the Breaking Dawn Update team at 91A registered. If you like this work, you are welcome to £1 first Releasia to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. A. Chapter 552 Spring Breeze and Drizzle, Sneak into Silence. The immortal Ascension Boundary Master of the 7 great families' allied force held his breath and watched the battle in the sky secretly. The 2 immortal bosses who have not yet appeared are paying close attention. Brother Huo, that Meng Wuya, how is your strength? The strong man with a face with a national character asked the fat old man softly. Although he watched the whole battle just now, it was not as profound as the fat old man's personal experience. The fat old man from the Huo family sighed slightly and smiled bitterly. Please forgive me for describing it with unfathomable words. The old man with the national character face was startled and looked at the fat old man in shock. The fat old man shook his head and said, "It's not that I grow other people's ambitions to destroy my own prestige. I have lived for such a long time, and I have studied for many years in the realm of immortal travel, and have my own unique perception of martial arts in heaven, but I have never seen it before. A person like him, let's put it this way, fighting alone, even with a wheel fight, he alone can defeat all 8 of us." What? The old man with the national character face suddenly changed color. Although I knew that Meng Wuya was not a good character, this evaluation was too high, but since it was said from the mouth of the fat old man, it was absolutely right. Everyone has been together for so many years, and they still know each other's personalities very well. It is impossible for the fat old man of the Huo family to exaggerate. That devil is not a general. The opponent that Old Demon defeated before slowly opened his eyes and said in a deep voice, "Even if it is not as good as Meng Wuya, it is not something we can deal with." The fat old man's eyes were slightly confused, and he murmured, "And I always feel that these 2 people and I don't seem to be on the same level." What do you mean? Why are they not at the same level? Aren't they also above the gods? I can't tell. The fat old man frowned and compared himself with Meng Wuya secretly. He always felt that this person was standing above the clouds, overlooking him, and he would never be able to reach his height. In that case, Ling Taishu is more normal. Yang Liting interjected, although Ling Taishu's realm is similar to ours, but he has a mysterious skill and moves, and has the shadow of a dream without boundaries, probably for so many years. The two have discussed martial arts in High Heaven Pavilion, and because of the valuable experience they have gained from Meng Wuya, judging from his performance, he should only be able to win 2 games before he will be exhausted. Win 2 games. The old man's face sank. Aren't we going to lose all of them? There were 3 people on the opposite side and 8 people on his side. Even if Ling Taishu only played twice, with Meng Wuya and Old Demon's methods, he was able to deal with all the others. Even if he only wins 1 game, this simple idea has become an extravagant hope for a master in the world of immortality, which is really ridiculous. The 5 of them all looked ashen and defeated, but they were helpless. These people, who used to sit in the Function Temple, as the supreme elders of the 8 great families, are even more immortal, and worship the world, thinking that even if there are people in the world who are better than themselves, they will not be strong. Until today, these people know how incompetent they are. A frog sitting in a well, looking at the sky is as big as a well. Yang Liting's eyes were deep, and he said a word, and this sentence touched the hearts of everyone. Brother Yi, when you meet Meng Wuya or the devil, you have to be small and put your heart first. Meng Wuya is better. There is room for action, but the devil is brutal. The injured person urged in a deep voice, also, Brother Liu, you must not be hurt by his demonic energy. This demonic energy is difficult to resolve. Quote. As he spoke, his face turned pale again, and he hurriedly used his profound arts in silence, apparently not fully recovered yet. The 2 top masters of the Yi family and the Liu family who were warned nodded slightly, and the old man with the national character face of the Yi family was even more solemn, and suddenly turned his head and glanced at Yang Kai lightly. Yang Kai is also paying attention to the fierce battle in the sky at this moment, comprehending the various moods coming from the sky, and he is fascinated by it. Suddenly, a rather incongruous feeling arose in my heart. Yang Kai became alert and hurriedly became vigilant, only to feel a faint chill across his body, but he didn't find anything after careful inspection. He frowned and looked at the top experts of the 8 great families, just in time to meet the eyes of the old man with the national character of the Upper Yi family. The other side was expressionless and slowly looked away. Little young master, Tang Maiangxian noticed that Yang Kai's expression was wrong, and quickly asked in a deep voice, what's wrong? Nothing. Yang Kai shook his head, probably the wrong reward. Oh, Tang Yushan didn't ask any more when he saw that he was fine. Glancing at the old man with a Chinese character face, Yang Kai's brows were tightly locked. Although he didn't realize that there was anything wrong with him, the feeling of incongruity just now wasn't fake. Beasts have instincts, and as warriors, they also have instincts, and to some extent, the instincts of warriors are more precise and sensitive than those of beasts. The old man with the national character face just now either wanted to be detrimental to him, or he had already attacked him, so he had some awareness. Seeing that the situation is not right, do you want to find a breakthrough from yourself? Yang Kai's face was gloomy, and he sneered in his heart. Don't dare to be careless, it's normal for oneself to be unaware if the masters above Shenyu take action against him. Gently sucking in his breath, Yang Kai closed his eyes, and the powerful divine power inspected himself up and down, and did not find the slightest abnormality. Divine consciousness escaped into the sea of AA consciousness. Yang Kai's divine soul spirit body was suspended above the vast ocean, and he looked around. The sea of AAAA knowledge is peaceful, all kinds of fish are swimming in the sea, and birds are constantly flying in the sky. These fish and birds are the spiritual energy that carries Yang Kai's memory and experience. In the center of the sea of AAAA knowledge, there is a colorful island, standing there quietly like a treasure mountain. Above the treasure island, there is a small sword suspended, and a flat round object of unknown purpose. The colorful treasure island was transformed by the soul-warming lotus, the small sword was Yang Kai's divine soul secret treasure, and the flat round thing was the treasure obtained from the 7th page of the Black Book. But so far, Yang Kai doesn't know what effect it has. Since he got it, it has settled in his own sea of AAAA knowledge, and has not provided himself with any strength help, and it is not harmful to himself. The drizzle is continuous, and the scene in the consciousness sea is like a fairyland on earth. It is beautiful and makes people linger. Are you overly concerned? Yang Kai pondered. The other party didn't take action against him. After all, Old Demon was worried about this issue before, and he deliberately pointed it out. The other party also said that it is impossible to take advantage of Earth Demon Ling Taishu and Meng Wuya to be away from him. Those people are the ancestors of the 8 great families, so what they say naturally has some weight. With a casual smile, Yang Kai wanted to withdraw from his sea of AA consciousness. At this moment, his movements suddenly stopped, his eyes were icy cold, he stared coldly at his sea of AA consciousness. After a while, he laughed. Interesting, I don't remember my sea of AA consciousness. When is it raining? Everything in the sea of AA consciousness will change with the ups and downs of the cultivator's mood. When he is happy, there will be no clouds in the sky and the sun will shine. When he is unhappy, it will be rainy and windy. Yang Kai just thought that his mood was fluctuating, which caused this drizzling scene, but when he looked back, he felt that something was wrong. He tried to control it and found that the drizzle had nothing to do with him at all. Since it has nothing to do with himself, it must be someone else's move. Get out! With Yang Kai's angry shout, the calm sea of AA consciousness suddenly turned up a wave of dozens of feet high, soaring into the sky, a stream of water columns, like a dragon going out to sea. The momentum is like a rainbow, straight to the sky. The continuous drizzle seemed to stagnate for a moment, and then quickly stopped under the impact of the boundless consciousness. A shadowy figure suddenly appeared not far in front of Yang Kai, looking at Yang Kai with a solemn expression. I knew it was you. Yang Kai sneered and sneered. Why, the words spoken by the masters of immortal ascension are the same as farts. The person on the opposite side was the spirit body of the old man with the national character of the Yi family. Since he appeared tonight, he has always had opinions on Yang Kai and the people in Yang Kai's mansion, which made Yang Kai very suspicious and didn't know where he had offended him. After thinking about it in the end, it could only be explained that he was helping Yi Shinru. After all, he is the ancestor of the Yi family. The old man had some strange expressions on his face. He didn't seem to expect that Yang Kai would see through his methods, so he couldn't help but nodded. You are really amazing, but the level of the second level of the immortal ascension boundary has broken the old man's divine soul skills, old man. This trick of spring breeze and drizzle has never been missed. Spring breeze and drizzle, sneaking into silence is the old man's stunt. As a supernatural player, using this bracket to deal with Yang Kai made him feel like he was overkill, but he didn't want it to be effective. Yang Kai snorted and stared at him coldly without saying a word. Boy Yang, how did you cultivate this sea of AA consciousness? The old man asked in a deep voice. With your cultivation realm, it is absolutely impossible to have such a huge and pure spiritual power. Although it is a lot worse, it is far beyond the level of the peak of the immortal ascension boundary. Old dog, you sneaked into my sea of AA consciousness, didn't you want to ask this question? Yang Kai sneered at the other party, without waiting for the other party to answer, and said, do you feel that this action is a big loss of face, and you want to get rid of me? Looking for a place to go back? The old man didn't care about Yang Kai's ridicule, and said indifferently, the old man is just curious about how you did it. If you don't want to say it, then I don't ask, there is always a chance to figure it out. As for the reason why the old man sneaked here, naturally I want to know some of your secrets. My secret? Yang Kai was stunned for a moment, then grinned. How to quickly increase the strength of a warrior? The old man nodded. Yes, you Yang family don't care about you, it is also because I hope you will retreat and go to Zhongdu to accept the protection of the Yang family. My 7 family members also take advantage of this attitude of the Yang family to fight to see if you can get in before the Yang family. I got this method from you. Even if it can't be before the Yang family, the 7 members will accompany the Yang family to perform a good show tonight. Can I always get some benefits? To be continued. Opening square bracket closing square bracket. Chapter 553 Divine Consciousness War. The old man had a determined attitude towards Yang Kai, and revealed the thoughts of the 7 great families in the Yang family, without concealing anything. This is also the reality. The reason why the Yang family didn't ask about Yang Kai's side, and only sent Yang Zhen and a few elders to negotiate with Yang Kai, was the plan. From the clan's point of view, since the 7 great families all want Yang Kai's idea, Yang Kai will definitely not be able to withstand the pressure, and he will be willing to return to the Yang family to accept protection, and the price is the way he improves the strength of the martial artist. The twisted melon is not sweet, and the family does not use force against Yang Kai. First, it is afraid of Yang Kai's emotional rebound. Second, it is also because there are many masters in Yang Kai's house. Another reason is because the family thinks that he is a member of the Yang family. People must give everything for the Yang family. It is only natural to offer a method to improve the strength of a warrior for the family. But back to the Yang family, all the strength will be abolished. This is a consequence that Yang Kai cannot accept. The 7 great families also took advantage of this subtle conflict between Yang Kai and the family to stir up trouble. Being able to capture Yang Kai alive in this battle is the best, but it is also the scene they want to see. At that time, the 7 families can discuss with the Yang family how to divide up the hidden interests of Yang Kai. Even if they couldn't catch Yang Kai, but forced him back to the Yang family, they could accept the result. As the old man said, the 7 great families accompanied the Yang family in such a good show, and many people died, so the Yang family always had to express something, otherwise, how could the 7 great families give up? Yang Liting appeared today because of this consideration. On the one hand, he accompanied others to put pressure on Yang Kai, and on the other hand, he secretly ensured that Yang Kai would not fall into the hands of others. In order to maximize the interests of the Yang family. After listening to the old man's words, Yang Kai nodded secretly, a sadness in his heart. This is the status quo of the big family, the big family. In the face of the interests of the whole family, the people in the family must not have any resistance to face the demands of the family, and must surrender 100%. The old man added, "Our original purpose was this, but now the old man has discovered something more interesting. The mystery that can be promoted to immortal ascension in an instant." Yang Kai grinned. He is not confused, he can naturally guess what the other party is coveting. Tonight, Meng Wuya and Old Demon have each exerted different magical powers, raising their own strength to the level of divine travel, which has a huge impact on anyone. Meng Wuya aside, it is very likely that he is at this level himself, but he has sealed his cultivation base and just released the seal to restore his strength. This is a method that others cannot imitate and learn from. On the contrary, it was Old Demon. It was indeed only through the use of secret techniques that he could reach the level above the level of immortality. If he could get hold of this method, it would be more valuable than anything. Each of the 8 great families has at least a dozen or 20 immortal ascension peaks. As long as there is such a secret technique, they can add a dozen or 20 immortal ascension in times of crisis. What is this concept? If his Yi family got this secret and trampled the Yang family under their feet, it would not be a fool's dream. What if Old Demon's methods were bloody and cruel? Under the temptation of this interest, everything is out of the question. No matter it is a black cat or a white cat, as long as it catches mice, it is a good cat. Interesting, at this time, you don't care what kind of evil power is not evil. Yang Kai looked at the other party sarcastically. "I just have the potential to become an evil master, so I was targeted by you together. You are so coveted by the means you came out, why? You are going to practice evil secrets too. No matter what kind of power it is, as long as it is useful to the family, it is a good thing." The old man snorted coldly without any embarrassment. Yang Kai was astonished. "So you know, I pretended that you didn't know, and put on a sane attitude, insisting on crushing and destroying me, don't you think it's ridiculous?" The old man shook his head slowly. "If you stand in a different position, you will consider different things. It is imperative to destroy you. If you want to say the reason, you can only say that you are too weak. If you stand in my position, come on, no one will dare to point fingers at you again." "I see." Yang Kai nodded lightly, his expression solemn. "In the end, it's because I have no power or power." "That's right, even if you are the son of the Yang family, in front of us, you are nothing but a brat. Thank you for your advice, I will work hard so that everyone can only look up at me and obey my will." Yang Kai sneered, his eyes filled with raging flames. "You don't have a chance." The old man shook his head indifferently and said indifferently, "If you don't discover the old man's methods, maybe there is still a chance, but even if you find out, do you think the old man will let you leave here safely? You want to kill me?" Yang Kai stared at the other party, not showing the slightest fear, but rather eager to try. "I won't kill you, I will kill you. How can I get the secret from the devil? For this old man, controlling you is far more valuable than killing you." The old man said lightly, as if he was talking about something trivial. "You don't even want to leave here and go outside to report the news. Since this old man makes a move, he will seal your sea of AA consciousness." "Who said I'm leaving here?" Yang Kai grinned. Following his words, the entire sea of AA consciousness gradually surged. "Old dog, did you forget that this is my sea of AA consciousness? Here, I am the master." When the words fell, countless water jets rushed out from the sea of AA consciousness, like a dragon, charging towards the old man's spiritual body in all directions. The old man stood calmly on the spot, facing this devastating blow. He didn't seem to care at all, and only waved at the moment when the water column hit. With a bang, the water column was all stopped, and he himself was unharmed. Although your spiritual power is powerful, it is still a bit far from the old man. Did the old man tell you that before? The old man looked at Yang Kai sarcastically. Yang Kai frowned slightly, and was surprised to find that the old man did not know when he had sneaked in all his spiritual power. The power of his divine consciousness has gathered here, and his body is afraid that there is no resistance. But now that there is a war on the top of Zhenwu, everyone's eyes and attention are attracted, and I am afraid that no one will notice his abnormality. In other words, if Yang Kai didn't solve him here, he might really be controlled by him. As he waved his hands, the birds flying in the sky and the fish in the sea suddenly turned into sharp shocks, and the coefficient attacked the old man. The old man's expression also became slightly solemn. Although his divine sense power was larger than Yang Kai's, it was not enough to ignore him. The divine sense attack on the second level of the immortal ascension boundary was extraordinary, and he did not dare to take it lightly. Invisible energy was released from his spiritual body, innumerable and ubiquitous, attacking those menacing birds and fish. Up to now, neither the old man nor Yang Kai have left their hands. This is an earth-shattering battle in the sea of AAAA knowledge. The fish turned into fluorescent light, and the birds fell. Yang Kai's attack was difficult to work, and the old man's face became more and more solemn. The energy released from his spirit body was constantly being wasted. The difficulty of driving has exceeded his expectations. On the multicolored treasure island, the secret treasure of the soul in the shape of a small sword shot out, bringing a string of shimmering rays of light and killing it. The old man's complexion changed, and he could no longer remain calm. Although this divine soul secret treasure is only a high-grade heavenly rank, its function is to specialize in divine consciousness, and it is the greatest nemesis of the old man's divine soul. Yang Kai urged it to come, and naturally it was not something that the old man could ignore. Strips of the power of divine consciousness visible to the naked eye, showing a green light, radiated from the old man's body, and instantly weaved an indestructible large net in front of him, and went to the small sword as a hood. The big net is extremely resilient, and the small sword hit it, but it failed to break it immediately. Seeing this, the old man snorted coldly. "Young family boy, let's capture it. The old man has already given you a lot of face by doing it himself. Don't eat a toast and eat a fine drink." "Stop talking big," Yang Kai said coldly. "If you have a way to take me, why bother?" The old man's expression turned cold, although he was reluctant to admit Yang Kai's statement, but it was a fact. Before sneaking into Yang Kai's sea of AA consciousness, he did not expect the power of the other party's consciousness to be so strong, which caused his plan to fail to be implemented quickly. While speaking, Yang Kai made a move, and the small sword bound by the big net flew over. Yang Kai held it in his hand and poured the power of divine consciousness into it. On the small sword a few inches long, a shocking burst suddenly burst out. Sword glow. Holding this small sword, Yang Kai grinned and charged straight towards the old man. Before anyone arrived, he slashed down with a sword, and the sword light of more than 10 feet rushed out from the tip of the sword to meet the old man. The old man's expression changed, and he said coldly, "You are crazy." In the previous confrontation between the two, they were all using their own spiritual power to collide with each other. Even if there is a loss, there will be no damage, but if the spiritual body is damaged, it will be a heavy blow. From light to become an idiot, the soul is greatly damaged, and to die on the spot in the worst case. So when he saw Yang Kai's spirit body rushing over with a small sword, the old man was also taken aback. How could anyone use this method to fight? After waving a few defenses, Yang Kai quickly broke through with the soul secret treasure, and in the blink of an eye, the two were close at hand. Although he has lived for a long time, the old man still has an instinctive fear of death. Before the battle, the courage has faded, and the old man hurriedly retreated, opening the distance between him and Yang Kai. "Old dog, are you only escaping?" Yang Kai chased after him endlessly, and he was not idle, sneering and sneering while chasing. This is Yang Kai's sea of AA consciousness, and Yang Kai has an absolute advantage in fighting here. From the ocean below, one after another rushing out of the sea of AA consciousness attacks, intercepting the old man's way. How could he have the time to answer? "Didn't you just say that you want to control me? Let me listen again." Yang Kai laughed loudly, and the irritated old man's face was extremely blue. To be continued. This text is provided by the Breaking Dawn Update Group at a degree C+ or -332335. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to First Release to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 554. In the world of the Sea of AAAA consciousness, Yang Kai and the spirit body of the old man chased and fled, revolving around the colorful treasure island. The old man was reluctant to have a head-on collision with Yang Kai's spiritual body, lest any accident happen to him, but Yang Kai was young and mighty, not afraid of death, and chasing after him, with a posture of beheading him. In terms of momentum alone, the old man lost. but in fact, Yongkai has nothing to do with the other party. Although this is his own sea of AA consciousness, even though he is the master here, the old man is nearly 100 years earlier than Yongkai in the cultivation and use of his spiritual power. The accumulation of such a long period of time is enough to make him in Yongkai. Under the open pursuit, he was safe and sound. While fleeing, the old man even had the leisure to observe the colorful treasure island. The more he looked at it, the more difficult it was to suppress the desire in his heart. He didn't know what this colorful island was, but he could feel a warm feeling from it. When the spirit body was near the island, the power of his divine sense seemed to have increased a lot, and the worn-out part could be quickly recovered. In an instant, the old man understood that this magical multicolored island must be a treasure capable of nourishing spiritual consciousness. This can also explain why Yongkai was on the second floor of the immortal ascension boundary, and he was able to have such a huge power of divine consciousness. The root of everything lies on this 5 burial island. The value of this island may be greater than that of Earth Demon. Thinking of this, the old man's breathing became slightly rapid. His own consciousness sneaked into Yongkai's sea of AA consciousness silently. He wanted to find an opportunity to take advantage of his unpreparedness to control him in one fell swoop. Although there was an accident, he has now discovered another treasure of great value. It's worth the effort this time. Even if the spirit body is injured, this kid must be taken down. The secrets and wealth hidden in his body are to the point of making everyone jealous, and the old man secretly made up his mind. It seems that he noticed the change in the old man's mind, and Yongkai's face became gloomy. There are 3 secrets about him, which can never be known to those who he does not trust. The first is the black book without words. No one knows the secret so far. The second is the multicolored god-warming lotus. Only old demon knows of its existence. The third is the myriad medicine spiritual liquid. Now that the second biggest secret is presented under the eyes of the other party is also quite concerned about Wen Shenlian, and Yongkai immediately has a murderous intention. In any case, the other party cannot be allowed to leave his sea of AA consciousness safely and leak this secret. For a lifetime, the entire sea of AA consciousness became turbulent, and countless attacks were overwhelming, like locusts passing through the border, attacking the old man in all directions. The old man's pace suddenly stopped, turned around and looked at Yongkai quietly, sneered, "Young family boy, you are still a little tender." Yongkai suddenly felt a crisis. The old man laughed loudly. "Do you think the old man is chasing you to escape?" "Ha ha ha, the old man just arranged it in secret, it's ridiculous that you didn't notice it at all, you are indeed young and energetic." While speaking, green rays of light suddenly appeared in the air, and these rays of light were woven into a huge curtain, covering the entire colorful treasure island. In an instant, the connection between Yongkai and his sea of AAAA consciousness was isolated. Yongkai's expression changed suddenly, without the slightest hesitation, holding the small sword secret treasure, he turned and rushed towards the green curtain, wanting to destroy it. Wishful thinking, the old man shouted angrily. He struggled to think about it, and how could Yongkai easily decipher it? If he really wants to be broken by the other party, then his plan will also be in vain. Drinking like this, holding a hand, one after another thin line lacing out, wrapping around Yongkai. Yongkai turned his head and slashed to his heart's content. Although he slashed a lot, he still failed to perform. A strong sense of crisis came, and the entire sea of AA consciousness was affected by tension and enormous pressure, and suddenly turned upside down and became turbulent. The old man sneered, with the expression of a zhenwu in his hand, and his face was calm. Just when those thin threads were about to wrap around Yongkai, a sensational pressure suddenly came. Whether it was the old man or Yongkai, they couldn't help but move for a while. It seems that under this pressure, their spiritual body has the illusion of being crushed into strange powder. The old man was horrified, completely unaware of what had happened. Even if he is above the gods, he has never felt such a terrifying coercion. He spurted out those thin threads that were about to wrap around Yongkai, like the spring snow under the scorching sun, and disappeared in an instant. Although Yongkai is also under pressure, it is still much better than the old man. This pressure seems to be facing the old man, and Yongkai is only slightly affected. Click, a crisp sound came. The two people in the sea of AAAA consciousness world heard the sound, and they were all stunned. I saw that the flat-shaped object floating above the colorful treasure island actually cracked a subtle gap from the center. As if someone tore the void, the crack slowly expanded, and as it expanded, the pressure became stronger and stronger. Knowing the sea, the wind is surging, and it is unprecedentedly violent. The old man was trembling all over, and a great sense of crisis came down, which almost made him unsteady, and the entire spiritual body was also changing, and a miserable howl emanated from his mouth. Yang Kai stared blankly at the oblong unknown object in the sky, his body suddenly icy cold. Since getting it on the 7th page of the Black Book, Yang Kai has tried to spy on its mysteries many times, but he has never been able to get his wish, but he does not want it to react when he feels his life is in danger today. What exactly is this? Yang Kai's eyes stared at it tightly for a moment. The cracks have widened a lot, and under the increasingly powerful pressure, the barrier that the old man put forth with great effort shattered, and was as fragile as paper. After a while, the crack expanded to its limit, and after seeing the objects within the crack clearly, both Yang Kai and the old man felt a creepy feeling. The old man screamed in pain, "Eyes! It is the eyes! A huge eye!" When Yang Kai got this thing, he once guessed its true face. Yang Kai thought it was a fruit, but it looked like an eye. Just closed eyes. And now, the one eye is open. Different from ordinary people, this is a black eyeball, but it has golden pupil eyes. Majestic and terrifying, the golden color that seems to have to be worshipped. Although it is only a one-eyed, it stands quietly above the treasured island, but it looks down at the old man with a sight that ignores the common people. It seems that in this one-eyed, the old man who is above the level of spirituality is just like an ant. Small. Young family boy, what the hell is this? The old man screamed, trying to find the answer from Yang Kai. The pressure was almost dissipated. Yang Kai didn't answer, his mood fluctuated. He didn't even know what it was. Just as the old man was struggling to resist, a golden light suddenly shot out from the one eye, impartially, and centered on the old man's spiritual body. Without the slightest sound and without the slightest reaction, the spiritual body of the master above the divine travel was purified in an instant, leaving only a large mass of pure spiritual energy suspended in midair. Yang Kai was startled. After doing all this, the one eye that opened for no reason, slowly closed again, just as mysterious and weird as before. But Yang Kai faintly felt that it seemed to stare at him before closing it, and there was a look of disappointment and relief in his eyes. Knowing the inside of the sea, the weather gradually calms down, the sun shines brightly, all kinds of fish continue to swim in the sea water, and birds are constantly passing by in the sky. Yang Kai was stunned for a long time, and he didn't care to delve into the mystery of his eyes, so he quickly retreated. A group of people screamed in surprise. Looking around, it was the immortal wanderers of the 8 great families. The fat old man supported the body of the old man with the national character face and called anxiously, Brother Yi, what's the matter with you?" Yang Liting also checked carefully. After a while, he slowly shook his head with a sad expression, "Dead." Eyeballs jumped all over the place, whether it was the martial artist of Yang Kaifu or the powerhouse of the 7 great families' allied forces, they couldn't believe what Yang Liting said, and they stayed in place for a moment, at a loss. Above the Immortal Tour, "Dead. I don't have any injuries, I don't know what happened." Yang Liting frowned, a look of horror and vigilance on his face. This Yi family's national character face powerhouse is almost the same as his strength, but he died for no reason, and there was no injury on his body. Is his life essence already arrived, or is he plotting against others? The former is unlikely. Yang Liting has been with him for so many years. If he is really near the end of his life, as a supernatural being, he will also notice it himself. I have never heard him say this, and it is definitely not because of the arrival of Shoyuan. Hidden tricks for people. Yang Liting didn't even dare to think about it. Who could kill a supernatural being under the noses of so many people? No one in the whole world has this ability, not even the evil master of the evil land of Kenyan. What happened? Yang Kai deliberately asked the blood servants on the side. Tu Feng swallowed his saliva, and replied with a lingering fear on his face. I don't know, we didn't see it, we only know that for some reason, the immortal top of the Yi family suddenly foamed at the mouth and fell to the ground, and that's how it is now. Yang Kai nodded lightly, his expression indifferent, once again feeling horrified by the killing of the one-eyed golden pupil. With an understatement, it destroyed a spirit body that was above the gods. The spirit body of the old man of the Yi family carries all his thoughts. If he is destroyed like that, how can his physical body survive? What is the origin of Jin Ren's one-eyed? In the field, the atmosphere suddenly became solemn. Whether it was the immortal tour of the 8 great families, or Meng Wuya, Ling Taishu and others, they all frowned, not knowing the meaning. Old Demon Jia gave a weird laugh. Don't rashly speculate that we have secretly murdered. When the incident happened just now, the 3 of us were all in the sky, and there was no chance and no such means. Continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come. This article is provided by the Breaking Dawn Update group at Watchengkong to vote for a recommendation vote and a monthly pass. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 555 The Decision to Leave. Recommend a friend's book. Fighting in the Eight Wildernesses, ISBN 2691877. It is on the list and needs support urgently. Interested friends can go and read it. Although the number of words is small, there are signs of fire. Although Old Demon's words gave people the illusion that there was no silver in this place, everyone knew that he was telling the truth. Just now, when the strong nephew of the Yi family's face with a national character couldn't afford it, Meng Wuya, Ling Taishu and the three were indeed fighting in the sky, and they didn't fly down until they noticed the commotion below. The three of them really have no time, no chance, and no means to do this. The sudden death of a supernatural being is a major event that is enough to shake the world. The masters from the 8 great families also don't have the heart to go to the trouble of Yongkai again. The mystery of the death of the master of the Yi family was inexplicable, and everyone felt insecure. The black hand lurking in the dark can silently kill one of the gods, and he can kill all the rest. Tonight's affairs are disturbing. Yang Liting looked at Meng Wuya and the others, and said lightly, "I'll come back to see you guys another day." Saying this, he picked up the body of the master of the Yi family, and rushed in the direction of the Hufeng temple with the other 6. Meng Wuya and the others did not want to leave their statement, and their means of exerting their strength this time was only for Yongkai. "Pack up the corpse, let's go too." Yi Xinru was a little lost and gave the order to retreat. Although tonight's action, the 7 families have suffered losses, but if the biggest loss is undoubtedly her Yi family. The inexplicable death of an immortal person above was a severe blow to her Yi family. Soon, the scattered people were exhausted, and all the enemies who came to invade retreated. What happened in the end? Meng Wuya was also confused. He really couldn't understand how that person died like this. He glanced at Yongkai intentionally or unintentionally as he spoke. "Look at what I do." Yongkai shouted, "I didn't do it." This made many people want to laugh, but couldn't laugh. Yes, even if the young master has the means to the sky, the potential is amazing, and he can often create amazing miracles, but it is still too far away to kill a supernatural being. "I didn't say why you are so sensitive." Meng Wuya rolled his eyes and suddenly realized something. If Yongkai didn't justify it like this, he might not have thought of him. Just looking at Yongkai just now was just a subconscious behavior, but Yongkai's defense made him care. This thing, is it really something to do with this kid? The dream is boundless. "We also clean up the battlefield," Yongkai said solemnly, looking at the messy battlefield. Various forces of various sizes quickly dispatched to recover the dead bodies of warriors who died in battle. The sky is getting brighter, and the fierce battle of the night is over. Although it feels a bit anticlimactic, such a big event cannot be stopped by human power. But after this night of fierce battle, everyone in Yongkai's mansion knew one thing. The current situation is probably more serious than what Yongkai told them before. In other words, Yongkai's previous awakening to them is not only an alarmist, but may have underestimated the severity of the situation. It really is the enemy of the 8 great families in Zhongdu. And it also involved the involvement of the gods above. How could Yongkai, He Nang, actually let those superpowers in the central capital make such a move? Why did the Yang family keep silent and ignore Yongkai? They don't know, but they really realize the seriousness of the problem. After a day's rest, many people not only did not recover, but became more and more haggard. The battle last night caused damage to every faction. The fall of the master of the Immortal Ascension realm was a huge loss for these forces. Every family is a little sad. In the room, Yongkai, Meng Wuya, Ling Taishu and Old Demon gathered together to discuss things. "Little Yongkai, what are you going to do next?" Meng Wuya asked in a deep voice after regaining his cultivation at the peak of the Immortal Ascension boundary. In the battle last night, he didn't get much damage, but it was Old Demon, who looked a little weak today. "Leave here." Yongkai shook his head with a wry smile, "There is no room for me here." Meng Wuya nodded slightly. "You should have left long ago. Since you don't want to be the head of the Yang family, you shouldn't participate in the battle for succession and stir up this troubled water." Yongkai looked sad. The original intention of participating in the inheritance war was to justify the name of the sect. Now it seems that I can't do it based on my position. Ling Taishu said comfortingly. "Don't feel guilty, the sect is not rectifying its name, it is still that sect, you don't need to care about the opinions of the world." Yongkai nodded lightly. "I see." Old Demon laughed and said, it's better to leave. From now on, the sky is high and the birds fly, the sea is wide and the fish leaps, and there is an old slave to assist the young master. The achievements of the young master in the future will definitely be limitless, like being the head of the Yang family. Hundreds of times better, and I'll go back when my strength becomes great in the future. I'm afraid everyone will come and lick young Mystera's toes. What you said is disgusting. Yang Kai glared at him. Meng Wuya shook his head and said, although what he said is disgusting, this is also the best way out for you in the future, and we all feel that with your aptitude and potential, you can achieve this step. Being bound by the sect family, the sect and the family are all shackles placed on you. If you don't break them, your future achievements will be limited. Yang Kai was stunned, looked at the three people in front of him, and found that they all looked at him with eyes that believed in him, and suddenly his heart moved slightly, and he said with a smile, then I will work hard to live up to the expectations of a few. That's right. Ling Taishu smiled, you don't need to worry about the sect, as long as the old man is still alive, he will protect the safety of the sect. On the family side, you don't need to worry about the safety of your parents. Although the Yang family is domineering, it's unfair to you, but it won't hurt your parents, wife and children, and they won't do anything to your parents. I naturally know this. Yang Kai took a breath. Young master, when are you going to leave? Old demon asked. As soon as possible. Yang Kai's expression was a little sad, and he still felt a little regretful that he had decided to give up after so long. It will take a few days for the old man to recover, so does this devil. Meng Wuya coughed lightly. Take advantage of these few days, talk to those people in the house, they have paid a lot for you after all. Yang Kai nodded slightly, and suddenly asked curiously, Treasurer Meng, how did you and Earth Demon raise your cultivation base to the level of Immortal Ascension? Everyone was curious about the shocking methods they used last night, and Yang Kai was no exception. Hearing this, Meng Wuya and Old Demon looked at each other and laughed. If it's convenient, I'd like to hear it too. Ling Taishu showed an interested look. Meng Wuya pondered for a while, nodded lightly, waved his hand, and an invisible energy enveloped the room, isolating the outside world from investigation. The old man knows that my methods with this devil must have attracted the attention and covet of many people. Meng Wuya said and snorted softly, but they are too short-sighted, thinking that as long as they get the old man and this devil it's a bit ridiculous to be able to replicate our actions by using the same means. Yang Kai was astonished. It's not enough to know the method. Old demon nodded his head. No way. They probably saw it. Lao Meng's method is not something they can learn from. As for the old slave's method, even if they know, they will come. You can't go above the gods. Why? Because above the immortality, it is a different realm from the past. If you have not reached this level, you can't do it without this foundation. Old Meng explained it. Meng Wuya chuckled. Simply put, Old Demon used to be above the Immortal Ascension, but he lost his own body and robbed other people's bodies. Now he only has the cultivation level at the peak of Immortal Ascension realm, but he has the foundation above the Immortal Travel, he knows the mystery above the Immortal Travel, so he can use the Magic Shadow Holy method to climb to this realm. Yang Kai suddenly woke up. The peaks of the Immortal Ascension realm of the 8 great families have been striving for a lifetime, and they are at a higher level. They cannot break through the shackles, and naturally they do not understand the mystery of this realm. What if they know the Magic Shadow Holy method? Still can't break through to the gods. As for the old man, hee. Meng Wuya laughed, my cultivation base was just sealed, and I couldn't unlock a seal last night. Yang Kai slightly changed color. Even though he had already guessed, when this guess was confirmed by Meng Wuya, Yang Kai still couldn't believe it. Meng Wuya's strength was sealed. Did you seal it yourself? Or was it sealed by someone else? If you seal it yourself, why? If it is sealed by others, who is it, who has such superb means? No wonder shopkeeper Meng has always been shrouded in mystery, and he has always been reluctant to take action in the battle for succession. It was because of this reason. The top masters above Shenyu all rely on their own identity, how could they bully others in the battle for succession? But whether it's the old man or the devil, although they used different methods to reach the top of the gods, they did some damage to themselves. You can see the appearance of the devil now. So if you want to leave, you should wait until we recover. Quote. No one knows if the 8 great families will let Yang Kai leave. In order to ensure that nothing goes wrong, Meng Wuya and Old Demon must maintain their perfect state. It doesn't matter if you wait for a few days. It is estimated that the 8 great families are struggling with the death of Yi family's master. Yang Kai grinned. But another day, you have to tell me about the mysteries of Immortal Ascension. This is natural. With the old slave by the side of the young master, you will naturally understand when the time comes. Old demon replied. After thinking about it, Yang Kai took out some myriad medicine spirit ointment and handed it to Meng Wuya and old demon. This thing should help your recovery. Ling Taishu's eyes lit up. Is that thing? Yang Kai nodded. What makes you so moved? Meng Wuya glanced at Ling Taishu curiously. Brother Meng, it was this thing that enabled me to be promoted to the top of Shenyu. Ling Taishu said lightly. Meng Wuya couldn't help but change color, and quickly let go of his consciousness to spy on the Wanyao ointment. You are welcome to come. This article is provided by the Breaking Dawn Update Group at Paintings Hong Kong to vote for recommended votes and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 556 Who Wants to Leave? Yang Kai frowned and asked, what grade? Speaking of which, he still doesn't know the grades of the myriad medicine spirit liquid, spirit milk, and spirit ointment, because so far, no one has set the grades for them. Now, hearing Meng Wuya say this, he is naturally a little concerned. Meng Wuya didn't answer, but thoughtfully said, this is what the 8 great families explained. Almost. Yang Kai led the leader slightly, suspicious in his heart. He found that as long as some high-end things were involved, Meng Wuya would always change the subject, and he didn't want to talk about it, and Yang Kai didn't know why. He didn't want to say it, and Yang Kai didn't want to break the casserole and ask to the end. I don't need this thing, you keep it well. Meng Wuya said while handing back the 10,000 medicine ointment, looked at old demon thoughtfully, and said with a smile, Old demon, you are blessed, and with this, maybe you can break through to the top of the gods in one fell swoop. This thing can really help people to break the shackles of immortal travel. Yang Kai was overjoyed when he heard that. Last time Ling Taishu used the myriad medicine spirit ointment to achieve his current achievements in one fell swoop. Yang Kai thought it was just a coincidence, but now Meng Wuya saying this also made him realize the preciousness of Wanyao lingo. The law of heaven is hidden in this thing, which has a very powerful effect on breaking through the bottleneck. This old demon has a foundation. If he can't break through with it, then he simply commits suicide. Old demon laughed and hurriedly put away the small piece of 10,000 medicinal ointment, as if it was a treasure. The formation of this thing is not short, right? Meng Wuya glanced at Yang Kai. Almost 5,000 or 6,000 years. Yang Kai answered truthfully. That's right, the precipitation of thousands of years is a good thing, but unfortunately my seal cannot be completely undone with this. Meng Wuya sighed. Then use this. After speaking, Yang Kai took out some myriad medicine spirit liquid. Meng Wuya took it, took a closer look, and couldn't help but snorted. This is not bad, although it is not as pure as the one just now, but it is also a rare good thing. It is best to use it to restore the injury. This thing seems to be still there. It can help people wash the marrow of the raft. Treasurer Meng's eyes are like torches. Yang Kai gave a thumbs up. Meng Wuya snorted softly. Is this old man lacking even the eyesight? How much did you get from there? Yang Kai sucked in his nose and casually reported a number. The 3 of them almost looked at Yang Kai with wide eyes. Give some to this old man's apprentice. Although this thing is useless to this old man, it has a great effect on Ning Chong. Meng Wuya shouted at the moment, not polite at all. It was already given. Shopkeeper Meng suddenly realized. No wonder Ning Chang's strength has improved much faster than before in the past 2 years. There is a reason for this. The Xuanden used by the warriors in the palace also joined this thing, right? Kindness. Ling Taishu smiled wryly and shook his head. The Yang family really shot themselves in the foot this time. If they knew that Yang Kai had so many myriad medicine spirit liquid in his hands, they would not regret not asking him, and intimidating him in disguise. If the Yang family can treat Yang Kai well, he will abolish his cultivation and classify him as a demon disciple. With the resources in Yang Kai's hands, he will definitely not mind sharing the benefits of the Yang family. The resources at his disposal are too huge. Even with his relatives and friends, they cannot be used up in a lifetime. If he can improve the strength of the family, why not do it? However, the Yang family's various practices forced such a huge help to push Yang Kai, who was forced to resist, to his own opposite. After coming out of Meng Wuya's room, Yang Kai first went to visit Chu Yimeng. Miss Chu is no longer in serious trouble. She stabbed herself not too deeply. After letting Su Yan take care of her, she has almost recovered. When I told her about her decision to leave, Chu Yimeng just had a bitter expression and didn't object. In this situation, it was the best choice for Yang Kai to leave. Go and gather everyone, I have something to say. Yang Kai commanded lightly. Chu Yimeng was stunned, and instantly understood what he was going to do, nodded lightly, and went out to gather. Although she left Yang Kai's mansion once yesterday morning and brought people to attack at night, but at the last moment, everyone understood her difficulties, and they no longer hold grudges against her and Huo Xingqian, but still have some sympathy. Forced to go to the opposite side, who knows the pain in their hearts? Chu Yimeng was still the number 2 person in the mansion, and no one could shake this position. In the side hall, the leaders of all the forces have gathered, but everyone's expression is a little sad. Even Huo Xingqian, who was the most serious in the past, has a serious expression at this moment. The crowd waited silently. After a while, Yang Kai stood up and said, "The inheritance war has been almost 10 months, and Yang Kai is here to thank everyone for their support and hard work. Although we were once close to victory, it happened. All kinds of things have caused us to fall short again and again. Now the battle for succession is no longer a battle for succession, and I myself don't plan to continue anymore. I will leave here in a few days. Lived up to everyone's expectations for so long." Everyone didn't make a sound, just stared at him silently. Everyone knows that Yang Kai was forced to make this choice and decision. As I said before, if you continue to follow me, you will become enemies with the 8 great families in the central capital, and will involve the safety of the sect family behind you. Before, I was not too sure, just to remind everyone, but after what happened last night, this worry has become a fact. The current situation is not up to you to decide, so I hope you can think about it carefully. Think more about your own sect family, whether you should stay here now. Think I will leave now. I will not stop you, and I will try my best to compensate you for the loss during this period of time. The pill room and the refining room have accumulated a lot of savings during this period of time, which is enough to distribute to everyone." After speaking, stand there quietly, waiting. Everyone looked at him, no one spoke, and no one planned to leave. Yang Kai laughed and said, "I have decided to leave. I will no longer participate in the inheritance war. What are you still doing here? Parting here, we will see each other in the future, and we will still be friends, not a life or death farewell." Saying this, his expression became cold, and he said, "If you say something unpleasant, if you continue to stay here, it will only endanger your sect family, and it is the wisest choice for you now to draw a line with me. I'm not trying to intimidate you, I'm just telling the truth that I am grateful to many of you, but for the 10 months of hardship, you have paid it off, and we owe no one, so there is no need for any psychological burden." Dong Qinghan suddenly smiled and said, "What are you saying so unfeeling? You also said that the right to choose is in our hands. We will naturally leave when it is time to go. As for whether you owe it or not, I think everyone really owes it to no one. After our forces came here, we have suffered a lot of losses, but which family has not gained more? Those who are still standing here, if it wasn't for the help of the Xuanden, we would have the current cultivator. Why, I'm afraid it will take a few more years to reach the current level. Everyone who is still alive in the house has at least 3 or more secret treasures, which is not a treatment that a first-class family can provide. We are relatives, you have no say." Yang Kai glanced at him. Dong Qinghan couldn't help rolling his eyes and muttered, "I didn't protect you." "What young Master Dong said is exactly what I thought." Han Shaoqi chuckled and looked at Yang Kai with a burning gaze. "Do I have the right to speak?" Yang Kai sighed. "I'm not trying to drive you away, just now." "We understand." Han Shaoqi interrupted him, realizing Yang Kai's dilemma, and was about to say something else when a shout suddenly came from outside the mansion. "Everyone in Yang Kai's mansion listens. You and others help the emperor to be a tyranny and act as a tiger. And the crime is unforgivable, but remembering that you are young and vigorous, and has little experience, now Miss Yi is willing to give you a chance to reform. If you or when you abandon the darkness and return to the light, and submit to Miss Ye's command, you will not be held accountable for the past. If you continue to be obsessed with it, you will be enemies of the 8 great families in my capital, and then you will be at your own risk." The sound was like a bell, almost spreading throughout the entire war city, and everyone in the mansion could hear it clearly. Once, twice, over and over again. Yang Kai's expression became weird, and he sneered. Yi Xinru is interesting, she actually played this trick. He was ready to leave, but he didn't expect to see a good show at the last minute. This is coercion. Huo Xingqian shook his head. Yi Xinru let someone shout, "I'm afraid it would really shake the hearts of some people." At your own risk, what kind of consequences? Yang Kai also said that it was the consequence of being associated with the family and sect behind them. In the crowd, some people looked hesitant and their expressions became difficult. Not everyone can swear to stand with Yang Kai, and at this time, even if they make the choice to leave, Yang Kai will not have any position to accuse them. "Little son," someone suddenly shouted. Yang Kai looked at the reputation and found that it was Lu Feixiang from Tianyuan City. He gestured to him and said with a calm expression, "Young Master Lu, feel free to say anything." "My Tianyuan city, I want to get out of here," Lu Feixiang said with an extremely difficult expression, his face flushed red. "Wise choice." Yang Kai nodded lightly, without any sarcasm or teasing, just said in a plain tone, "During this time, I would like to thank young Master Lu and Tianyuan city for their hard work and bring them up." Several High Heaven Pavilion disciples walked out from the side, each holding a tray, and walked quickly to Lu Feixiang. "There are 10 bottles of Xuandan and 5 secret treasures here, which are Yang Kai's little whistle an inch, please accept Lu Gongzi with a smile." This, Lu Feixiang couldn't help but hesitate, he never imagined that with Yang Kai's personality, he would be able to give him these things at the last moment. He thought he would be ridiculed for a while by the other party, and then swept out the door. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come. This article is provided by the Breaking Dawn Update Group at E+or-A Kong to vote for the recommended vote and monthly pass. Your support is my biggest motivation. Closing parenthesis. Chapter 557. Turning his head and looking around, no one meant to ridicule and despise him, but just looked at him indifferently. Lu Feixiang felt a little ashamed and wished to find a hole to burrow into. The indifferent attitude of these people is more difficult for him to accept than ridicule and despise him. Little young master is massive, Lu Mo is ashamed, he didn't help much during this time, these things. While speaking, there was a struggle and hesitation on his face. The 5 secret treasures are not a problem. Although it is not bad, Lu Feixiang is the young city owner of Tianyuan City. His status is not too low, and he can still get the secret treasures. But the 10 bottles of Xuandan are not something he can ignore. With the help of these 10 bottles of Xuandan, he can save at least 2 or 3 years of hard work. In 2 or 3 years, he can be a few small levels ahead of his peers. "Take it," someone advised beside him. That being the case, Lu will be disrespectful. Lu Feixiang gritted his teeth, took 10 bottles of Xuandan and 5 secret treasures, then rushed to Yang Kai with a dignified fist, turned and left. Yang Kai stood on the spot with his hands on his back, his expression was calm, and he continued to wait. "Little son, we are leaving too." A master of the Immortal Ascension boundary from the Duanmu family stepped forward and said calmly. The Duanmu family was originally the help of Yang Tai, the 3rd eldest member of the Yang family. On the first night of the battle for succession, Yang Tai was eliminated, and the Duanmu family suffered heavy casualties. In the battle last night, 5 people were dispatched together, and only 2 people came back alive. They originally followed Yang Kai to avenge those who died in the Duanmu family. This wish has already been fulfilled. Now only the 2 of them are left to survive, and there is no longer any nostalgia for this place. Under the pressure of the current situation, they naturally have to leave. Yang Kai nodded lightly, thanks a few seniors during this time. Another High Heaven Pavilion disciple presented 10 bottles of Xuandan and 5 secret treasures, and the 2 members of the Duanmu family took the things and left quickly as well. "Little master, I am also leaving in zhenwu." Fan Hong stepped forward and smiled bitterly. Yang Kai nodded and waved his hand. Fan Hong generously took Xuandan and secret treasure, said goodbye to Yang Kai, and walked out. After walking a few steps, he suddenly stopped, turned his head and said, "Junior sister, aren't you going?" He was asking Luo Xiaoman. Fan Hong and Luo Xiaoman are both from zhenwu, and they are also brothers and sisters. Luo Xiaoman shook his head slowly. "I'm with Sister Chu, senior brother, go by yourself." Fan Hong thought about it for a while, and left without saying a word. "Is there anything else to go?" Yang Kai looked around. "There is no need to hesitate, it is too late to leave now, otherwise you will really be classified as the opposite of the 8 great families. You don't think about yourself, but also for yourself. Family and sect to consider. Needless to say, Hu Jiaoer snorted, those who are still here, probably no one wants to leave. Everyone nodded in unison. Those who left were later joined Yang Kaifu for various reasons. Those who stayed behind were all at the beginning or in progress of the conquest of inheritance, and sincerely wanted to repay Yang Kai for helping Yang Kai. "Yes," Chen Zushu nodded. "Brother Yang, you also said that you will leave here in a few days, and we don't care about these days. We will just leave when you leave. It's just a few days. Your belly isn't that small, is it?" Looking at them, Yang Kai was stunned for a while, and then nodded. "Okay, then everyone will wait a few days." It's gone, it's gone." Dong Qinghan shouted. Since it was decided that everyone would leave in a few days, the heavy burden that had been on everyone's hearts suddenly disappeared. Just remembering that we have been together for so long and that we will be separated soon, everyone is still a little sad. In one lifetime, there can be a few friends who will depend on each other in life and death, and all the people in this house are. Ku-san was exhausted, leaving only Yang Kai and Chu Yimeng in the side hall. Yang Kai looked at Chu Yimeng with a smile. What do you want to say? Chu Yimeng slowly shook her head. It's nothing, it's just that I feel unworthy and unfair for you. Yang Kai stood up, walked a few steps, and took a light breath. The world is like this, and I don't think there is anything unfair, at least I tried my best. Beauty, please don't use this kind of bereaved dog. Look at me, okay. I haven't gotten to this point yet, have I? Chu Yimeng laughed at what he said, and the room seemed to be much brighter at once. You and Huo Xingchen have to leave quickly. It's not good for you if you stay here for a long time. These two people each used quite clumsy tricks to stay in Yang Kai's mansion, but the eyes of the 8 great families are sharp, how could they not know what tricks they played? The injury hasn't recovered yet. It will take a few days before she can move freely. Chu Yimeng stuck out her tongue, she also wanted to stay in this mansion for the last few days. Yang Kai nodded with a smile and was about to speak, but his expression suddenly changed. For some reason, the Shira sword and Qinrui Shui Haitang in his body were about to move, as if they were pulled by some strange force and wanted to rush out of the body. He couldn't help being surprised by this discovery, and he quickly ran his true qi to suppress the impending movement in his body. Before he could figure out what happened, the next moment, a majestic shout came from outside the mansion. Li Yuanchun of the Tai clan came to visit. Is this the mansion of Yang Kai, the young son of the Yang family? When the voice came, Yang Kai and Chu Yimeng's expressions suddenly became strange. At the same time, the alert of Meng Wuya and Ling Taishu immediately came from Yang Kai's ears. The person who comes is above the gods. Tai clan. Chu Yimeng frowned slightly. That superpower overseas. What are you doing here? Why did you find you again? Yang Kai was stunned for a moment, and quickly reacted, and said depressedly, it's really an eventful autumn. He also finally understood why the Shira sword and Qinrui Shui Haitang in his body would move. I'm afraid that more than one sect would come. Outside the mansion, a large group of people was bustling, headed by an elderly man with gray hair and a ruddy complexion. After Li Yuanchun shouted, someone next to him became excited and said, I feel it, the Asura sword, the treasure of my Asura sect, is indeed here. Another beautiful woman with an enchanting appearance and a strong suffocation, her 10 fingernails painted in pitch-black color, said delicately, there is also the breath of my god of falling flowers, Qinrui Shui Haitang. The person who spoke earlier said, unfortunately, the Asura sword has been refined into the body by him, and it would be a little troublesome to use the secret method to recover it. Li Yuanchun nodded slightly. It has been more than 3 years since Yundao searched the Yunxia sect to find the moon-breaking power. In the past few years, all my overseas sects have devoted themselves to inquiring about the whereabouts of the treasure of Junzong that was lost 300 years ago. Ida because Ida settled, everyone, don't be impulsive, this time, we'd better have a peaceful negotiation with him, after all, this is not overseas, so don't be too presumptuous on other people's sites, I'll wait to know, but it's up to Senior Li to make the decision. Everyone else nodded lightly. During the speech, there was a hint of suspicion on Li Yuanchun's face. The people of Shira sect felt the breath of Shira sword, and the people of Luahua divine sect felt the breath of Qinrui Shui Haitang, but why didn't they sense the breath of Taiyan? According to the speculation of major overseas forces, these treasures of the town should be obtained by one person, and should be in one place. While everyone was talking, they glanced at a young girl standing not far away. This girl dresses up nicely. Long hair fluttering like clouds, willow leaf eyebrows like light smoke, a pair of beautiful eyes, slender and bright, delicate yao nose, slightly dizzy cheeks, exhaling lips like orchid, flower-like face is very glamorous, crystal clear the snow-like skin is like frost and snow, the figure is graceful, and it is extraordinarily enchanting. What makes people especially concerned is her cultivation. She is so young that she has already reached the immortal ascension realm. Many people were secretly startled, and Li Yuanchun even sighed with emotion in the inland land. Sure enough, if you see a little girl, she has such strength. Although this girl came here at the same time as them, she was not a group. The girl looks like a ghost, and while waiting quietly, she is secretly vigilant against these people overseas, like a dormant little tiger, which cannot help but make people feel funny. The people outside the mansion were waiting, but Yang Kai in the mansion simply told Chu Yimeng about his guess. Back then, he went overseas to practice alone, and was exiled to the Yunxia sect. He was forced by the Yunxia sect and took him to an overseas hidden island. In the hidden island, Yang Kai obtained the colorful lotus, and also obtained the treasures of many overseas forces. So far, he has only used the Shira sword and Chinrui blood begonia for these things. They have also been used several times over the years, despite being careful. If those overseas forces really wanted to inquire, after so long, they should have found some clues. It is probably because of this that they are not far away, tens of thousands of miles away, and they came here from overseas to ask for the treasure of the sect that they lost 300 years ago. That's it. Chu Yimeng nodded lightly after hearing this, and understood what happened. Other people's things should be returned, but you're not wrong, you got it by accident. But they've come to the door now. What are you going to do? Let's talk. Yang Kai smiled. Shira sword, Chinrui Shui Haitang, he has been helping him a lot during this time, but with the improvement of his strength, especially the end of the Po Jingu treasure hunt, after obtaining the mysterious great secret treasure, the role of these two things will become smaller and smaller. Yang Kai himself is not someone who likes to use the power of secret treasures. So if the conditions are right, he doesn't mind returning these things. Anyway, staying by his side is optional. For those people, it is something they are determined to get. After such a delay, there were shouts from outside, which seemed a little anxious and urging. Yang Kai smiled. Come out with me and have a look. Chu Yimeng nodded and followed quickly. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to subscribe to the mobile network. Give a reward, your support is my biggest motivation. 558 depends on what you can give. After coming to the outside of the mansion, after seeing the number and level of warriors outside, Yang Kai couldn't help but look stunned. These people should have come prepared, otherwise they would not have dispatched such a powerful lineup. The leading man was restrained and his eyes were shining, giving Yang Kai a great pressure. It should be above the gods. Seeing Yang Kai walk out, countless pairs of eyes stared at him. Li Yuanshan looked kind and asked, is it the young son of the Yang family, Yang Kai? Exactly, you are. Tai Chi Li Yuanshan, Suraman night visit. The god of falling flowers teaches Hua Duanyun, giggle. Red Lianzong Shu Qinhao, Twin Island, Cloud Dragon Island. The speakers of the major overseas forces introduced themselves one after another. While introducing themselves, they looked at Yang Kai up and down, and the more they looked, the more surprised they became. The young girl next to her had already surprised them once, but looking at Yang Kai now, it shocked them even more. This young son of the Yang family is even younger than the girl just now, but he has 2 levels of cultivation in the Immortal Ascension boundary. Yang Kai nodded one by one, his eyes turned around, and he suddenly fixed on the girl next to him. His expression suddenly became weird. Bai Luo. The girl snorted coldly, quite a bit unwilling to see Yang Kai. Chu Yimeng also cast her gaze over, and when she saw Bai Luo, she was equally astonished, and then turned to Yang Kai. An ambiguous look appeared on her pretty face. Bai Luo, the girl in Shan Qingluo's mansion, the alluring queen of the dark cloud. When Chu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman were under house arrest by Shan Qingluo, they had dealt with her. And one day, the good thing between her and Yang Kai was broken. As soon as she saw this girl now, Chu Yimeng couldn't help but think of the scene of that day, recalling the milky white liquid at the corner of the girl's mouth. Immediately his face turned red. Yang Kai was also a little confused, and involuntarily fixed his gaze on Bai Luo's thin and tender little mouth. This little mouth, not bad. It turns out that young Master Yang and this girl are old acquaintances. Li Yuanshan chuckled, we also met here, not together. I know. Yang Kai nodded. Li Yuanshan and the others came from overseas. Bai Luo is from the evil land of the clouds, and they definitely won't go together. It's just, what is Bai Luo doing here? Yang Kai suddenly felt a little uneasy. I know your intentions, let's talk about it first. Yang Kai gestured and gave up half of his body. Hearing him say this, the overseas people suddenly looked happy, and even the expressions they looked at him became a lot more friendly. At the very least, he did not deny that he had obtained the treasures of the sect. Does this mean that he is willing to return those things? With this in mind, everyone entered the mansion one by one. Bai Luo, you also come in. Yang Kai greeted. You go first, I want to stay away from you. Bai Luo hummed and said since that day he did that kind of thing with Yang Kai, Bai Luo has been very wary of Yang Kai. Yang Kai laughed dumbly, but he didn't force himself, he just said to Chu Yimeng, let's say hello. Chu Yimeng nodded lightly and smiled at Baluo, Miss Baluo, it's been a long time. It's you. Bai Luo giggled, it's been a long time since I saw you. As he spoke, he rushed up and grabbed Chu Yimeng's hand, extremely affectionate. Although Chu Yimeng felt a little weird, she didn't think much about it, she just thought that she was warm to others and let her hold her hand and walk into the mansion with her. "Where's that little girl with big breasts?" Bai Luo asked Chu Yimeng with a strange light in her beautiful eyes. "You mean Xiaoman?" Chu Yimeng smiled slightly, "It's also in the house, I'll see you later." "Really?" Bai Luo laughed, with a look of longing on her face. In the side hall just now, the overseas people were seated, and Yang Kai asked people to serve tea. Yang Kai wouldn't take the initiative to say it, but just watched Bai Luo quietly and decently harassing Yimeng while drinking tea. Miss Chu probably also noticed that something was wrong, because Bai Luo had been rubbing her hands, praising her for her smooth skin and well-maintained skin. Every now and then, she even touched her tender waist and chest. Chu Yimeng's face turned red. However, Chu Yimeng was not easy to resist in the crowd, and only turned his attention to Yang Kai for help. Yang Kai pretended not to see it. After a while, Li Yuanshan laughed and said, "Young Master Yang is really a dragon among men. Although we have heard a lot about the battle for the succession of the Yang family on the way here, we also know some of young Master Yang's feats, but today we are here. Your mansion, only to know that the rumors are true, the mansion is really Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, which is amazing. Senior has won the prize." Yang Kai said lightly, "The inland side is not as good as overseas. The overseas islands are rich in spiritual energy, and there are countless geniuses and treasures. That's where I'm looking forward to." Li Yuanshan laughed. Overseas has the convenience of overseas, and the inland also has the advantages of inland. However, listening to Yang Gongzi's tone, it seems that he has really been overseas. "Yes, a few years ago, I went overseas once, and I was in trouble, Yangxiaka." Li Yuanshan narrowed his eyes. "The Yangxia sect that was destroyed by ancient Cloud Island?" "Exactly. Ji Yufeng, the owner of Ji Yuyun Island, was also in the Yangxia sect, and they found their lost 300 years of transfiguration breaking moon art. In this way, young Master Yang led all this. Yes, I had some festivals with Yangxia sect. At that time, we were weak and could only use Ji Yundao's hand to destroy this sect." Li Yuanshan sucked in a breath of cold air. "Young Master Yang is such a big hand. Others are also discolored. How old was this talent in front of you a few years ago? With just a little trick, a sect has been destroyed. This kind of xinxing is really incomparable. Since young Master Yang found the transfiguration breaking moon art, he must have found something else." Li Yuanshan stared at Yang Kai with a burning gaze. "It's all here with me." Yang Kai chuckled, grabbed his hand, and a scarlet-red long sword appeared in his hand, and a flower that was extremely gorgeous and full of suffocation floated in front of him. A faint floral fragrance wafts out. Asura sword. Qinrui blood begonia. The night visit of Asura sect and Hua Duanyun of Luahua divine sect stood up at the same time, greedily staring at the two heavenly treasures in front of Yang Kai, and exclaimed. "The sect has been searching hard for more than 300 years, but there has been no trace. Now that this treasure of the sect has suddenly appeared in front of them, how can they not be excited?" "Sit down." Li Yuanshan snorted. Yi Wang and Hua Duanyun struggled, hesitated for a while, and then sat down angrily, but those two pairs of eyes kept staring at the treasures of their respective sects. Yang Kai smiled slightly, without showing any signs of nervousness. He placed the Shira sword and Qinrui Shui Haitang on the table next to him, and looked at the overseas people in a leisurely manner. Li Yuanshan coughed lightly, frowned and asked, "Young Master Yang said that everything is with you, why didn't the old man sense Tai Yiyan's breath?" Even if it was refined into the body by Yang Kai, he could sense the existence of the Tai seal through the secret method of the sect. Tai Yiyan is the treasure of Taiyaman's sect. Tai Yiyan needs Tai Yi's unique secret method, Yu Qi. I didn't refine it, so I put it in a safe place. Yang Kai chuckled, "The other things are also put together. These things have been stored in the black book space, and Li Yuanshan and others naturally cannot sense them." A 108 Degresa Searcha Ada Onia Chinesia Texta Weba. "So it is." Li Yuanshan nodded lightly, and his doubts disappeared. "Young Master Yang is so open and honest, let me admire it." Before coming here, they were afraid that the other party would not acknowledge the account, so they were going to do the rites first and then the soldiers. Otherwise, they would not have dispatched more than 50 masters of the Immortal Ascension boundary, and they would be led by an Immortal Ascension master. This shows that they take this matter seriously. Just as Yang Kai had guessed before, a few years ago, Ji Yundao suddenly found in Yangxia sect the metamorphosis breaking moon art that had been lost for 300 years. Any useful news? After calming down, everyone sat down and summed up, and suddenly felt that the appearance of the Washeng Poiwei Gong on Yangxia Island was quite strange, and it was inferred that the Yangxia sect was framed for others. Since this person who framed the blame has obtained the ancient Cloud Island transformation and life-breaking moon art, maybe he also obtained the treasures of other sects. In the past few years, overseas forces have frequently sent people inland to inquire about news. Yang Kai has shot many times before and after, using the Shira sword and Qinrui Shui Haitang, naturally to let people who are interested in spy on a clue, and after the news is passed back, let them see when there was a glimmer of hope. I hurried to this place. Now that hope has come true, everyone is very excited. Young Master Yang must also know that although these things are not too high grade, and some of them are not even useful for warriors, they have very special meaning for us overseas sects. Because these are all when the ancestors of the founding sect left it, it will be used as a token of the head of the sect. Li Yuanchun did not rely on the old to sell the old, nor did he rely on his cultivation status to oppress Yang Kai, but said in a sincere tone. Yang Kai is the leader, he has already known this information for a long time. Some of the things obtained in the hidden island are indeed useless at all, and can only be used as tokens. And young Master Yang must be clear about the purpose of Lao Shi and others coming this time. Li Yuanchun considered his words and said after a while, I dare to ask young Master Yang, what conditions are needed to return these things to me? It depends on what you can pay. Yang Kai slowly shook his head, as if he was sitting on the ground and starting the price. He really doesn't care about what he gets from Hidden Island, even the Shira sword and Qinrui Shui Haidang can give up. With the improvement of his strength, these things are of little value to him, but he wants to give them away for free, also impossible. He is not a bad guy. If you want these things, you have to show sincerity. Especially at this time, he was troubled by many matters, and the overseas forces came running at this time, just hitting Yang Kai's muzzle. Li Yuanchun was immediately embarrassed. When they came this time, they didn't bring any treasures or valuables with them. When Yang Kai said this, they naturally felt a little helpless. To be continued. Chapter 559. Sir, let me pass you a message. These people overseas did not expect that Yang Kai would be so good at talking. His original intention was to grab it if he couldn't get it. Anyway, they are overseas forces, and the 8 great families of Central Capital can't control them no matter how strong they are. After robbing, it's enough to run away. As long as you go back overseas, the 8 great families are nothing. But the aura of those powerhouses in the house made Li Yuanchun and the others' original plans invalid. If they really had to make a move, they might not be able to win. What's more, now only Shira sword and Qinrui Shui Haitang surfaced, Taiyi they don't know where the prince and other stuff are. If you really want to piss off this Yang family boy, it won't do anyone any good. This is what it should be. Li Yuanchun was also an old fox, and he quickly took the words and looked at Yang Kai and said, can you allow me to wait and discuss? Yang Kai smiled and indicated that he could wait. The overseas people exchanged glances, as if they were discussing. Yang Kai turned his attention to Bai Luo and asked, why did Bai Luo come here? Bai Luo was holding Chu Yimeng, saying that, Chu Yimeng was embarrassed. She tried to pull out her hand several times, but to no avail. When she heard Yang Kai's question, Chu Yimeng was overjoyed. Bai Luo was stunned for a moment, then suddenly stood up and said, I almost forgot. Your lord asked me to send you a message. What? Get out of here quickly, the people from the Holy Land are coming. What? Yang Kai suddenly changed color, where are you going? Here. Bai Luo looked solemn, while your Yang family is in the battle for succession and the strength of the 8 great families is scattered, first sweep the battle city, and then force the central capital. Under the leadership of the evil master, the 6 adults have all been dispatched. The masters in the Holy Land are also heading here, and there is nothing that Zhancheng can't stop here, so hurry up and leave. When will you be here? Yang Kai asked in a deep voice, instantly realizing that something was wrong. Tonight. Bai Luo couldn't help but raise the corner of her mouth when she said this. Why didn't you say such a big thing earlier? Yang Kai shouted angrily. After he finished, he realized that she was doing it on purpose when he noticed the little smugness on the corner of Bai Luo's mouth. If she hadn't asked herself, she probably wouldn't have said it. This woman, Yang Kai can't wait to take her to light the sky lantern now. Under Shan Qingluo's order, it was already very good for her to inform herself, but judging from the degree of her infatuation with Shan Qingluo, she wished she died sooner. Yang Kai's head was bright, and he knew what she was thinking. Chu Yimeng was also dumbfounded, and after a while, she asked, you mean, the evil master led the 6 evil dynasties here? It also includes most of the experts in the Holy Land. Bai Luo said solemnly. How courageous. Chu Yimeng's face turned cold. Do you really think that the 8 great families are the mud? Do you still want to resist? Bai Luo sneered at Chu Yimeng. Since the people from the Holy Land dare to come here, they must be absolutely sure. As I said, you can't stop it. How many immortals are there over there? Chu Yimeng didn't quarrel with her, but hurriedly inquired about useful information. A dozen or so, except that she is the only one in my family's domain. There are at least 2 in other adults' domains. Shan Qinglo has also been promoted. Yang Kai was stunned. When she was separated from her, she was still at the peak of the immortal ascension boundary. Now that she has not seen her for more than a year, she has actually reached the level above immortal ascension. The Kangyun evil land, the 6 evil kings, from ancient times to the present, all have a level above the level of immortality, and each of them has extraordinary strength and amazing means. If it weren't for this, the siege of the Kangyun evil land more than a year ago would not have been unsuccessful. There are only a dozen people, and there are already 7 immortals in Zhancheng. Chu Yimeng sneered. Having said that, she also knew that the situation was not optimistic. Bai Luo slowly shook his head, a hint of contempt appeared on his enchanting face. It's useless, let alone there are 7 people here, even if all of your 8 great families are dispatched, they can't stop the evil master. This evil lord is a little different. My lord said that in the whole world, no one is his opponent. If he wants to, he can defeat a supernatural being with 1 move, and kill 1 person in 3 moves. Quote. Chu Yimeng is full of flowers. What's more, under the evil lord, there are also the Thunder Beast King, the Body and Power King, the Underworld Ghost King, the Flash Movie King, the Exterminating Poison King, and the Bewitching Queen. Among these 6 people, the strength of my lord is the lowest. Bai Luo looked indifferent and came one by one. Yang Kai, what should I do? Chu Yimeng hurriedly asked. These important events also made her head confused, and she suddenly lost her balance. Perhaps, without Yang Kai here, she can still maintain her own opinion, but when there is someone she can rely on, Chu Yimeng loses the ability to judge. Yang Kai's expression was hazy, staring at Bai Luo. Bai Luo will come to send a letter, this news should not be false. Although Shan Qinglo was also one of the 6 evil kings, from the days she had been in contact with her, this woman was not bad by nature, so there was no need to send Bai Luo to entertain her. Chu Yimeng, you and Huo Xingchen go to Function Temple and tell the 7 people the news you got here. Yang Kai made a decisive decision and said solemnly. Okay. Chu Yimeng nodded hurriedly, and asked again, but what if they ask the source of the news? Answer truthfully. Chu Yimeng smiled bitterly, then I'll go. Those 7 people will definitely ask the source of the news. If they answer truthfully, and whether they believe it or not, they will only be more honest about Yang Kai's accusation of colluding with evil spirits. It has a connection with the seductive queen. Isn't this colluding with demons? But now that the catastrophe is down, Yang Kai can't hide it. When Yang Kai was making arrangements, Bai Luo just watched silently, neither stopping nor making any comments. It seemed that all of this had nothing to do with her. After Chu Yimeng left, Yang Kai also hurriedly headed out. Young Master Yang, Li Yuanchun couldn't sit still, and shouted quickly. He and the others ran all the way here to find the treasures of their respective sects, and they were able to reach an agreement with Yang Kai, but it happened again. How could they not be in a hurry for such a thing? If Yang Kai died in this conflict, who would they go to? Everyone wait. Yang Kai didn't have time to pay attention to them, and immediately disappeared after a warning. Li Yuanchun's complexion became quite ugly. The overseas people also glared at Bai Luo. If this girl hadn't brought this news, they would be able to have a good talk with Yang Kai now. Bai Luo was so frightened by everyone's stares that she quickly smeared oil on the soles of her feet. When he came to the courtyard, Yang Kai blew a loud whistle, and the next moment, countless figures flew over. What's the matter, young master? Tu Feng asked. Come with me. Yang Kai kept walking, hurriedly walking towards Meng Wuya's room, while contemplating the next plan. After arriving at Meng Wuya's place, he kicked the door open, ignoring shopkeeper Meng's anger, found a pen and paper, and repaired a book. What the hell are you doing, so panicked? Meng Wuya was depressed. Ling Taishu also heard the sound, and looked at Yang Kai suspiciously. The people from the evil land of Kangyun are coming here. Yang Kai simply explained the information he had obtained, and everyone changed color and quickly asked about the reliability of the news. 90% sure. Yang Kai replied in a deep voice, handing the letter wrapped in his hand to Yingju. Go back to the Yang family and give this letter to my father. Yes. Yingju took the letter wrapped and passed away like lightning. Among all the blood servants, he was the fastest, so the task of the messenger was naturally given to him. What are you going to do? Meng Wuya asked in a deep voice. Leave here, hurry up, there is still some time now. Yang Kai took a deep breath. Although there are many experts in the house, there are also many people with low strength, especially those friends of Yang Kai. If they are really involved with Canyon, the war in the evil land is very likely to die here. The Canyon evil land came prepared this time, and the battle for the succession of the Yang family started, so that the strength of the 8 great families was scattered in 2 cities. It is not wise to continue to stay. All he can do is let Chu Yimeng and Huo Xingchen rush to Function Temple, let the 7 people sitting in Function Temple realize the seriousness of the matter, and he can only let Yingju return to Yang with his letter. At home, let the parents remind the Yang family and let the Yang family be prepared. He has done his best. Hearing what he said, Meng Wuya also nodded lightly. It's a good choice. Tu Feng, send the order down and ask everyone in the house to hurry up and prepare. It takes half an hour to prepare properly. Yes, Tu Feng responded. Soon, everyone in the house started to move. Although everyone didn't understand what happened, but looking at Tu Feng's face, they knew that the problem was serious. The leaders of the younger generation all came to ask Yang Kai, and when they learned the answer, they were all stupid. No, Canyon Evil Land is so aggressive, why hasn't the slightest news come out? Zhuo Fang murmured. Dong Qinghen's expression was heavy, and he said in a condensed voice, I'm afraid that wherever they have been, there will be no survivors. Under the evil master, the 6 evil kings, countless masters, wherever they go, no grass grows, the ground is scorched, the walls are broken, the earth groans, and everyone can't help but have such a scene in their minds. Involuntarily fought a cold war. The eagle's cry came out, and Yang Kai flew the golden-feathered eagle beside him. This golden-feathered eagle has been staying in Yang Kai's house. So far, it has successfully evolved into a 6th-order monster. As the inheritance war goes on, it can play a smaller and smaller role, and it is only used by girls to play on weekdays. Now, it's time for it to go out to inquire about the situation. After half an hour, everyone was ready. It seems that they noticed the abnormality in the house. Under the leadership of Li Yuanchun, the overseas people hurriedly found Yang Kai. Before he could speak, Yang Kai blocked his mouth. Senior, don't rush to talk about your business. The junior promises that your things will be returned, but not now, so let's go on the road together and talk while walking, okay? To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come. This article is organized by the Breaking Dawn Update team, at Wachengkong provided, to vote for recommendation votes, monthly tickets, your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 560, The Holy Land Attacks. Yang Kai said this, what else can Li Yuanchun say? Although he knew in his heart that Yang Kai was going to use them as a free bodyguard, he had to agree and said with a smile on his face, that's very good. These people overseas will not put the 8 great families in their eyes, nor will they look down on the evil land, because their foundation is not in the inland. At the same time, it was nearly 1,000 miles away from the battle city. The dust billows, and countless figures and countless strange-shaped monsters can be seen in the shadows. The leader was a huge monster with a wide body. On the back of the monster, a man stood there quietly, ignoring the direction of the war city. This person is only about 40 or 50 years old, and there is nothing out of the ordinary about his body. One is plain-looking, wearing a blue shirt, but his eyes are always shining with light, his expression is indifferent but he is not angry. The evil land of the clouds, the evil Lord Yangbai. Before seeing this person, people in the world thought that the evil master was a figure with 3 heads and 6 arms, and a fierce face like a ghost, its ordinary appearance. Having never personally experienced his methods, I would never believe that such a person could conquer the entire dark cloud evil land with a single shot. Yangbai, more than 20 years ago, practiced under the seat of Ling Taishu in Lingxiao Pavilion. Due to his narrow-mindedness, he practiced unknown evil arts, and went into trouble. He fought with his brother Yang Yingfeng and his master Ling Taishu. During the battle, Yang Yingfeng was severely injured and suffered from stubborn diseases for more than 10 years. After the battle, Ling Taishu was disheartened and never asked about the sect. A few years later, Ling Taishu personally took action and captured Yangbai back to the High Heaven Pavilion, abolished his cultivation, and left the trapped dragon stream to fend for himself. But he didn't want his chance to be good, he got a great opportunity under the trapped dragon stream, and he cultivated the ability to penetrate the sky. On the day of leaving the customs, he fought the entire High Heaven Pavilion, killed an elder, and severely injured Ling Taishu. Walk away. Afterwards, he appeared in the evil land of Canyon. But now, he is the master of the entire Kangyun evil land. Behind Yongbai, there are 6 figures closely following him. The 6 people glance at him from time to time, and their eyes are full of awe. These 6 people are the 6 evil kings of the Kangyun evil land, 5 males and 1 female. The 6 people have different shapes and look perverse. Some rode a ferocious monster, some were wrapped in green poisonous mist, some were gloomy and ghostly, some had tiger-backed, beast-like physiques, and some were covered in lightning. Body looming. The only one who was relatively normal was the only woman, the charming Queen Shan Qinglo. Even Shan Qinglo has a face that doesn't seem to have a peerless enchanting face in the world. Anyone who looks at her or meets her eyes seems to be able to indulge in an instant. Even the other 5 evil kings did not dare to look directly into Shan Qingluo's eyes. Since she was promoted to the top of Zhenwu, this demon girl's charm skills are even more powerful than before. Even if the 5 evil kings are stronger than her in terms of cultivation and strength, they can't be careless. If they are not careful, they will also be tricked. The 6 of them used their own means, either riding monsters or enslaving power, following Yongbai's footsteps. Behind these 6 people, there are many masters from the evil land of Kangyun. Above the immortal wanderings, there are countless peaks of the immortal wandering realm. There are also countless strange-shaped monsters. Each of these monsters has at least a 5th-order strength, and 6th-order monsters abound. There is also a 7th-order monster. This 7th-order monster is the giant spider mother that Yongkai has seen before, who can only communicate with people through divine sense. 7th-order monsters are equivalent to the gods in realm. Now this spider mother is used by the Thunder Beastmaster. Although the Beastmaster failed to subdue it, they also reached an agreement with each other. In this battle, the spider mother naturally followed. In view of the evil things Yongkai and Shan Qinglo did in the Spider Mother's lair that day, the Spider Mother now has considerable hostility towards Shan Qinglo, but she is intimidated by the strength of the evil lord and does not dare to act rashly. If there is no evil lord Yongbai in this place, the Spider Mother will definitely attack Shan Qinglo. My lord, it's only 800 miles away from the battle city. The Ghost King of the Underworld said suddenly, my subordinates, please go ahead and inquire about the information ahead. Yongbai's expression remained unmoved, and he still sped forward unhurriedly without responding. Ghost King, you haven't killed people for half a day, so you can't help itching your hands. The Exterminate Poison King gave a strange laugh, squinting at the Ghost King and said. The Ghost King of Yinming laughed. The Poison King still knows me. I heard that there are a lot of masters gathered in the War City. Last time those people came to my holy place to make trouble, and they came and went without being indecent, and now the old man also brings them a share. Great gift. The Poison King said, in terms of killing people, it is still the old man's method that is more powerful. Lord, let me take the lead. The Ghost King did not show weakness. Although your poison is great, the number of this old man's cubs is also quite large. If you really kill them, they will not be worse than you. During the speech, there seemed to be the sound of ghosts crying and wolf howling. Within the Ghost King's body, a ferocious and terrifying face suddenly appeared. Those faces were full of pain and struggle, and they seemed to be the soul of a human being. The body was imprisoned in the Ghost King's body, unable to break free. If you want to go, just go. Yongbai said lightly, but did not stop him. Thank you, Lord. The Ghost King and the Poison King were overjoyed when they heard the words, and hurriedly spread out their movements and galloped forward. I'm going too, the Flash Movie King said, and the lightning flashed on his body, and the brush disappeared without a trace. Fuck, go all. An angry shout like a bell came out, and the man with the extremely burly body and the back like a beast widened his eyes. You all ran over, wait for the old man. When it arrives, kill a fart. While speaking, King Body and Lee stepped on the ground and hurried to catch up. Every time he stepped on it, the earth trembled violently, as if the sky was torn apart, shocking people. Hey, I'm going to join in the fun too. The Thunder Beastmaster drove the mount under his crotch, followed by various monsters, and left the large group. In the blink of an eye, the 5 evil kings were dispatched in unison, and only one Shan Qingluo remained behind Yongbai. Qingluo, are you not going? Yongbai looked back at Shan Qingluo. I'm not going, it's enough to have them. Shan Qingluo slowly shook her head. It's okay if you don't go, those people are too murderous and can't go very far in the martial arts. Shan Qingluo looked at Yongbai in astonishment, as if he didn't expect him to evaluate the 5 people like that. Speaking of which, Beluo, the maid next to you. I haven't seen it for a few days. Yongbai said with a hint of intent. Shan Qingluo's body trembled, she quickly took a steady breath, and replied calmly, I asked her to do something. Yang Bai nodded lightly. Shan Qingluo was extremely nervous, for fear that he would continue to ask questions, but unexpectedly, Yang Bai didn't speak anymore. It seemed that he was just asking casually. Shan Qingluo breathed a sigh of relief. Looking in the direction of the war city from a distance, the charming queen prayed in her heart, that little bastard must leave quickly. This large-scale march of the Holy Land is not something that a small battle city can resist. Shan Qingluo even suspected that even Zhang couldn't resist. Yang Bai's strength has progressed too fast. When he first came to the evil land of Kenyan and conquered the 6 evil kings, Shan Qingluo could still see a little of his cultivation base, but now he has broken through to the level of immortality. On the contrary, Yang Bai can no longer see through. This person's strength is so terrifying that no one can stop him. After taking a closer look, Shan Qingluo found out that Yang Kai was still in the battle city and had no intention of leaving, so she couldn't help but feel anxious. More than 800 miles away, even the gods above can't sense that far. However, within Yang Kai's body, there is the soul-chasing mark that Shan Qingluo planted that day. With this mark, even if Yang Kai is in the ends of the earth, Shan Qingluo can find his trace. In Shan Qingluo's heart, there is Yang Kai's affection, and he planted the soul-chasing seal on him that day, but it was just to prevent him from escaping, but he didn't want to use it now. What the hell is that little bastard doing? Why hasn't there been any movement yet? Bai Luo should have already arrived there and passed the news. Battle City, Yang Kai's mansion. All are ready. Everyone also learned that the situation was serious, and there was no objection to Yang Kai saying that he should leave here quickly. When they were about to leave, Chu Yimeng and Huo Xingchen came back. The two of them just followed Yang Kai's advice and went to Function Temple to report the news to the 7 people. How is it? Yang Kai asked. Chu Yimeng looked sad and shook her head painfully. They don't believe it. Yang Kai couldn't help but snorted. I don't know it when I die, it's really stupid. I don't care about them, I have done what I should do. What are you two going to do? Are you going back to the central capital or? With you, Chu Yimeng said quickly. Then let's go. Yang Kai waved his hand and didn't say much. Now time is precious, and it's not the time for disputes. Although Yang Kai thinks it's better for them to return to the middle, after all, they are the sons of big families. Sister, there is no need to go wandering with yourself. Under the leadership of Yang Kai, Yi Chai walked out mightily. Outside the house, since the beginning, there have been people shouting constantly, and Wei Ya forced the forces in Yang Kai's house to leave here. Up to this moment, he continued to shout. At first sight, so many martial artists from Yang Kai's mansion were dispatched together, and the shouting people couldn't help but be surprised. The next moment, countless experts rushed forward, blocking the way in front of everyone. In the battle last night, although the 7 great families' allied forces suffered a lot of losses, they did not damage the foundation. Little young master, what are you doing? Kong Jiakong slashed away and walked to the front, asking carefully. Yang Kai looked at him, frowned, pondered for a moment and said, don't say I didn't remind you, the people of the Kenyan evil land, led by the evil master, are coming here. If you don't want to die, then leave the battle quickly. The city returns to the central capital. Kong Zan stared blankly at Yang Kai, as if he didn't understand. After a while, he laughed dumbly, shook his head and said, little young master, what do you mean by what you said? If you like this work, you are welcome to £1 First Releasia to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation.